From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
We're moments away from the start of trading on this Wednesday, second trading day of the week because we had Monday off for Memorial Day, but Tuesday was a banger, up 2% plus on the S&P 500, and today we're going in little changed as we wait, I guess, until after the bell for NVIDIA earnings. That's really going to be the big one. I think Dan Ives said it's the most important company in the world for markets. There you see the opening bell on the NASDAQ. You've got Qualcomm ringing the opening bell, celebrating, I think, 40 years of doing business as a company, and the stock has more than doubled in the last 5 years. It's down 30% over the last 12 months, so they can do better. You've got LTC, a REIT, ringing the bell on the NASDAQ. No one cares about that, right? But we do care about NVIDIA. Katie Greifeld is here with a look at the shares in the live trade.
Here is the setup, of course, right now. You can see NVIDIA almost perfectly flat right now, up a little bit. It did have a big day yesterday. It's the final big tech stock to report earnings. Shares are up about 40% since its lows in April. I do think it's poetic that for the whole of 2025, this stock is almost perfectly flat.
Redda Kråkestad, blødde ut av munnen og sånn. Jeg tror jeg falt ut av reiret.
Multiple retail earnings out this morning. Macy's beat estimates, beat sales expectations at least, maintained its outlook for the year. Bostic had an interview with the CEO.
Han spiser fra hånda. Han må prøve å få han til å overleve.
Its outlook stable, and this is fairly unusual for retailers or a lot of companies this earnings season. Abercrombie and Fitch, this is a company I forget still exists. It's like reborn from the 90s, up like 600% over the last 5 years. Raised its guidance and now sees a record intraday gain. You can see the stock up 32% in the cash trade. We're back with Truist co-CIO and chief market strategist Keith Lerner. When I read not only the economic data, the hard data, but company results, I'm starting to think maybe
Jeg fant den midt i veien. Blødde fra nesa, sov i hånda liksom.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head there, Matt. I mean, one thing that really stood out during this earnings season, during all this, craziness that we went through, is the resiliency of corporate America. And we have to remember, these companies have been battle tested. They've been battle tested through COVID. They've been battle tested through one of the fastest rate hike cycles we've seen in the last 30 or 40 years, and one of the highest inflation environments. So they have a lot of different levers, and they're resilient. And then the consumer has also been relatively resilient as well. So what we're seeing right now, which is notable, is the forward earning estimates for the overall market had started to trend down back in March and April. That has now stabilized, and we're starting to move, somewhat up. So I guess the message is, don't underestimate the resiliency of corporate America. They're doing it, they're doing it again.
Yeah, it is fascinating, Matt, to your point, that we didn't see that much in terms of guidance being pulled. We saw some of it. We saw some of the airlines, for example, come out with a few different scenarios about how things would go. But like you say, Keith, corporate America is battle-tested at this point. I want to talk about how Fed policy plays into all of this, because we keep hearing from Fed members and from Jerome Powell is that they're waiting for clarity, that it's really hard to make policy when we simply just don't know what's going to happen with trade policy. And I wonder, when you marry together the resiliency of corporate America, of the consumer, with the uncertainty over Fed policy, where does that leave you?
No, it's a fair point. And what happens on these Fed cuts, it seems like they just keep getting pushed out. Like we were expecting in June, and now the market's expecting
Hva mener du, Adrian? Tenker du på Russland?
I think likely later this year they at least cut 1 to 2 times, because I think the inflation backdrop, outside the one hiccup on tariffs, which is a big hiccup, like some of the trends as far as oil prices, housing prices are coming down, but there is a lot of uncertainty. But I will say overall, I don't think they're the main mover for this market, whether they cut rates or not. What you can do is you overlay the trade uncertainty index versus the S&P, and they're moving in lockstep. So I think the more important part for the market right now is this de-escalation that we've seen. Does that continue? Don't forget we have a July date coming through, and I think that will be a bigger force for the overall market than whether the Fed cuts rates 1 or 2 times, or if they just kind of sit idle and in a holding pattern.
Keith, I'm going through, you have 3 bullet points in your notes to us that make...
I dag skal fokus være på Nvidia, det har vært det hele uka.
Small caps, totally get it. Com services, utilities, obviously. At the lows, there wasn't as much, there was more reward, I should say, than there is at the highs now. Okay, I get it. But industrials and
Sahara,
why do you like those 2 groups?
Skjønner ingenting.
The big picture, what you just said, Matt, is, at the lows, the market was pricing in a recession. We basically priced out a recession, so a lot of good news is priced in for the market. As long as
han spiser nå, han var nesten død I stad. Så han helt tam.
Jeg ser det. Så det egg?
Jeg skjønner ingenting.
Exactly, that's what we all hope to do, right? Well, with financials, I mean, they hung in there really well. And talk about the...
Han skjønte jo at det hjalp ham da, for tvangsfòrene I stad ga masse drikk og sånn, han var jo helt der.
If we get a little bit of a steeper curve, that's a positive. And that one carrot
Jeg
that we're all
tørker
waiting
bæsjen
for
hans
to see
ut
the
av
more
det selv.
deregulation as well.
Men jeg klarer ikke maten, jeg ser ikke noe. Maten du? Nei. Det gjør seg regn og flakser og styrer. Men jeg ser ikke noe. Men jeg ser ikke noe her.
Mat I rumpa?
Det ræva av måten da.
Han ser jo, hodet jo mot andre siden.
Number one, a lot of that global defense spending is coming back to the U.S. And then it's also kind of a backdoor play on the AI story. You think about some of these old industrial
Men jeg så stiv I armene.
cooling systems as an example. That's a big part of the AI story as well. So I think the spending fitting from both. And so we have some defensive, we have some cyclical exposure. It's kind of not, in our view, it's not an all or nothing market. You want to have exposure to the best cyclical areas. Defensive is more utilities. Utilities are also more of a, it's a defensive play, but also an AI play as well. So it's kind of, everything's getting a bit more blurred in today's market.
Hører du min?
Ja.
All right,
Nå var
Keith,
helt desperat
they're
etter
always great to
Sturla.
talk. You
Slutt
thanks for
da.
opening these markets with us. That is true as Keith Lerner.
Slutt da.
Now, Keith said holding pattern, and that's exactly what you're going to see if you take a look at the breakdown of this market right now. The S&P 500, it's pretty much flat in the first few minutes of trading, and take a look at the split. You have 223 names moving to the upside, 274 to the downside right now. And you take a look at the moves in terms of the points contribution, what the actual percentage gain looks like. It's very small. Apple is up just a little bit. That enough in this market right now to make it the biggest contributor on a points basis. Meta, Amazon, Alphabet also rallying a little bit.
Skal dette virkelig videre opp? Jeg har satt det skal ned siden det ble nedgradert. Det går ikke mer.
Kan bæsje på den nå?
Nei, han bæsjer seg. Han vasker seg og koser seg. Når de vasker seg sånn, så er de rolig. Når de steller fjærene sine og sånn, da slapper de av.
Men jeg tror den kan fly.
Den kan ikke fly.
Leading the way lower, communication services and tech trying to move to the
Mindre
upside.
bare
And let me
stirre
stress
på.
again, small moves overall.
Yeah, small moves overall, and I guess we'll see if that changes throughout the day, Katie, right? Because we're waiting for NVIDIA. It doesn't come out until the close of trading.
That's true, yeah. It's
Vi må få et
again, a
navn til
holding
den.
pattern,
Ta
I
faen
would
meg.
say. But
Hallo?
Halla,
news like
Stig.
this in the market, so we'll see.
All right, we're going to
Du var den nye kråka di?
Ja, jeg redde han I stad. Jeg fant den påkjørt til veien. Eller det var blod på nebbet på den og helt fucka.
Nasskråk. Det var fint.
Så nå har du klart å spise og drikke litt og sånn da, så nå er den I hvert fall på bedringens vei da.
Ja, Nasdaq fortsetter den opp I hvert fall.
Ser sånn ut. Kommer I video og betaler etterpå da.
Ja, I kveld, ja.
Jeg etter børs.
Jeg har passert faktisk $1000 på lille kontoen min I dag.
Det dritbra.
Ja, det fint.
Jeg kjøpte litt av den, jeg ser noen bryter opp.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
What's the hardest part of being a CFO? It's hard to come up with that.
It's the vast responsibilities, the need to be engaged in different topics.
It's remembering which audience I'm speaking to and what I can say in that context.
The job is not just being the executive of the finance function, it's being an executive for the company.
I would say it's prioritization.
Complete the sentence. The hardest part of being the CFO is
telling people no. It's hard. It's the right thing to do, but it's always hard.
So being just like a touch of a heartbreaker, basically.
Yeah.
We have a plethora of good opportunities. Some are really, really good, but as we strive for the great ones, sometimes those really, really good ones have to be left behind.
New episodes this spring, only on Bloomberg.
David Weston, join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week.
Det er som gull vi har bryt ned da.
From business, markets, economics, and climate. Each week we'll go on the road.
Nærmer seg
what lies behind the
støttenivået
headlines
på
of today, and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Trendlinje.
Grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
Men bryt den her, så kan vi gå ned.
All new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bring you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trade
begins. The Asia Trade, weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully.
Du har litt små
markets.
Skal du ha sånn her?
Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections.
Jeg er i hvert fall ikke redd.
In the dissonance that moves the Nikkei.
Men jeg solgte her oppe, det var bra timet. Jeg er usikker i dag, ass.
There's music in the markets.
Ja, det kan jo egentlig gå alle veiene, sånn egentlig, hvis den reacter etter at den får opp da.
Det blir spennende å se hva som skjer med Nvidia i dag.
Og for en gull. Ras ned. Ras ned.
All right, it's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up,
Hæ? Nei, jeg er short gull. Jeg sa vel ras ned.
Over at Baird, thanks to regulatory easing. The analyst says that FICO scores have an attractive market position. Next up, we have Booz Allen getting cut to a sell over at Goldman thanks to limited growth potential. The government consulting firm announced last week
Jeg traff bra på gulvet, ass. Faen, det var morsomt.
In response to the Trump administration's move to shrink government spending, shares down about 1%. And finally, this is a fun one. Freshpet getting downgraded over at TD Cowen. The analyst cites slowing retail sales and a risk that it's
burde i utgangspunktet bare fortsatt ned, sånn egentlig.
Saturation point, Matt Miller. Perhaps they're going to expand to refrigerated cat food.
Don't cats just
Den traff akkurat supporten der.
Oh, they're finicky. They're
finicky. They're very finicky, but you have to make sure they get wet
food
because it's really important for their kidneys, in case you were wondering.
Jeg tror jeg hjalp at vi ga ham masse vann.
I have a couple of cats, but I wish they didn't exist.
Maybe they'll get them more wet food.
Let's get back to the big stock story of the day. Nvidia will report earnings in a test for the AI trade and potentially the general direction of markets. For more, we're joined by Pierre Ferragu, Global Team Head of Technology Infrastructure at New Street Research. And Pierre, I just wonder, and I've been asking all morning, doesn't this company really have to kill it? I mean, if they just do okay, isn't that not good enough?
Or if they do okay, it's not going to be good enough. It's going to be fantastic. You know that Nvidia is today facing this additional restrictions.
Jeg blir ut av gullet og jeg klarer ikke å pushe ordentlig ned på den. Og det dropper.
Så egentlig kjøpe gull da.
You have about one quarter of sequential growth that is going to go away because Nvidia cannot sell the H20 chip in China anymore, so it's going to weigh a lot on numbers. If you look at expectations today, they're probably like 2-3 billion too high for the next quarter. So the guide is going to be below expectation. It's almost certain. The good thing is that if I'm telling you that on such a relaxed tone today, it's because most investors understand that and follow that name quite closely, understand that you have like an export restriction. And of course, it's a one-off because what is NVIDIA
Jag tror fortsatt att det ska
going to
ligga.
do is a new chip, the B40, that will fit the specification of export restriction, and they will be able to sell it in China starting in June or July, and things will get back to normal.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about China because CEO Jensen Huang, he said that when being critical of U.S. policies, that he's basically going to have to cede a market that could be worth $50 billion in 2026 to Chinese rivals. So clearly, of course, Jensen Huang is frustrated here. Do you think that the situation is quite as dire as he paints, though?
Well, he's being quite factual about it. He makes about $25 billion of revenues in China at the moment on a run rate basis. That's about half the opportunity if NVIDIA had in China the market share they have elsewhere in the world. They would probably be making it closer to 40 billion. So that's a reality. And then, of course, he plays his role and he's trying to have the influence he can. The US administration has to walk on a thin line between, defending the interest of US companies and achieving their goals of, limiting technology exports to China. It's back and forth. It's already like the third or fourth time we have such a back and forth. The game is about the administration tightening restriction and NVIDIA creating a chip that just goes under the restrictions so that they can continue to do some business in China.
Do they walk the line when it comes to regulations all the time, Pierre? I mean, I'm always reading stories about how NVIDIA sells chips to some market in Singapore, which then those chips kind of make their way to China anyway. Doesn't the company know that this is happening?
Jeg synes gull funker bedre enn Nasdaq nå, for Nasdaq blir påvirket av Musk og Trump. Gull måtte følge markedet med riktig.
On the contrary, NVIDIA has always been very, very proactive and collaborative with the administration on export.
Det litt vanskelig å påvirke gull enn å påvirke Nasdaq.
Their perspective and their view, and at the same time, they are like really 100% compliant. It is true that there can be some, suspicion that some of the chips end up in hands that were not the originally intended hands. But remember, we are talking about a business that went from being like a single-digit billion-dollar business annually to a $200 billion business this year. And it's very, very difficult to keep track of everything. But on large volumes, I would say NVIDIA is very, very tight and controlling as much as they can, where their chips end, of course.
Jeg vet ikke om du fikk det med dere, med innsidekjøp på Kongsberg Automotive i går. Jeg hadde 0,1 story.
It's pretty much flat when it comes to 2025 as a whole. It's up 40% from its April low, but it's still down from its January high. If you take a look at its valuation, it's priced right now at 29 times its projected profits over the next 12 months. Its historical 5-year average is about 40. Can we actually call NVIDIA stock cheap here, Pierre?
Well, it's always difficult, to call a stock cheap, but relative to history, you just gave the number. So yes, it is like trading at a 25% discount. So the situation today on NVIDIA stock is twofold. This uncertainty around China that makes people a bit nervous on the print tonight. It's actually a small moving factor in the stock. What really matters on NVIDIA is that the business has grown so fast and reached levels like hundreds of billions of dollars spent on GPUs that investors are putting their head around it and getting some comfort that the numbers are going to be made and actually even better in 2025. And then suddenly the concern shifts to 2026. And then investors are like worried about this growth having gone too fast, too rapidly, and then they're worried about the pullback, about the slowdown, etc. And that's what's weighing on the multiples. That's very, very unusual. Now, our own perspective is that 2026 is actually shaping up now very, very well for NVIDIA. The way we look at it is going back up the supply chain. So we look at the suppliers of NVIDIA, TSMC, who supplies the CoWoS packaging capacity, and then we look at suppliers to the CoWoS manufacturing chains, and these players are already telling us that the outlook for 2026 looks very strong. So we should see the stock work well because numbers are going to work well, but the multiple, the 29x KD you just mentioned, might continue to come down just because investors, the more NVIDIA is growing, the more investors are going to be concerned about when the slowdown comes. That's like a natural derating situation for a growth stock.
Pierre, always great to have your expertise. Really appreciate you setting these straight on a regular basis. Pierre Ferragu there of New Street Research. By the way, tonight, don't miss our technology special featuring an interview with the CEO himself, the godfather of AI, Jensen Huang.
Peder, da ser du synder.
New York Times, this is Bloomberg.
Skal du ha mer? Du gapte opp for noe mer?
Fikk den?
Ja. Det er så godt da! Han kom og gapte opp i munnen min. Det var kult da. Det var kompis da. Ja, vi skal få det til å overleve. Hva faller ned til 2400 nå? Nå ramler det ut her. Men gull gikk jo ikke så jævlig opp på den her. Det er veldig positivt på dette. Det betyr at de innerste kjernene har kjøpt mer KOA. KOA kommer til å gå som han faen. Vent og se. Jævlig varmt her, altså.
Bringing you up to the minute financial and geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacroix in Davos, Switzerland, and this is
Kåre Konradi.
Så er det Kåre, liksom? Kråka Kåre?
Ja. Ja, hvordan du sjekker det?
Det er veldig vanskelig å skille fra størrelse, men den her er bitteliten.
Ja, fram med forstørrelsesklasse. Ja, du får spørre den. 1 grad for gutt og 2 grad for jente.
Han prater ikke så mye, liksom.
Bra.
He's basically going to vault this region into the same stratosphere as the US.
Må lære noe å prediktere markedet.
Ja, det kan være et hvert faktisk. Å, fy faen, det er gull opp her da. Det er gevinst da, kanskje.
Ja, den balansa på supporten der.
And the Nasdaq 100 almost the same. So green arrows here, but not a lot of movement as the whole market, the whole world, in fact, waits for Nvidia to come out with earnings. It doesn't happen until after the closing bell, but maybe today we'll just sit on our hands. Normally I have behind me all of the biggest stocks moving the indexes today, but what I have now is a list of the 10 stocks that BI, Bloomberg Intelligence, you take a look at right now, and with that I'm going to hand it over to Katie Greifeld and Gina Martin-Adams.
Yeah, let's talk about this all with Chief Equity Strategist over at Bloomberg Intelligence, Gina Martin-Adams, sitting to my left. So this list that you put together, it's the 10 S&P 500 companies that face the greatest risk from Donald Trump's tariffs that could come on July 9th.
At han stekker ut øya på. Det er egentlig et mat med øya etter.
You have Kimberly-Clark, Merck, Cisco, Coca-Cola. It's really covering a lot of different industries here. There's not a huge Venn diagram. So what led you to these companies in particular?
Well, they have the most factories of
Jeg er så tjukk av bicepsen, jeg kom ikke rundt her, liksom.
This is specifically about companies in the S&P 500 that have factories overseas. And so we screened for overall factories. Roughly half of factories owned by S&P 500 companies are actually outside of the United States, first of all, which was kind of a stunning statistic. To think how factories operated by S&P 500 companies are outside of the United States. Wow. So that says a lot about how much a bending of the trade order could really impact operations of these companies. Now, of course, some of these operations are in foreign locations to service those foreign markets. I think the market is right now saying, well, those won't be impacted because this is really all about tariffs and the import prices of tariffs going higher. And obviously, that's the most profound near-term risk. But longer term, you're going to make a case for those factories also being somewhat vulnerable. Potential retaliations by those countries, for example, could impact operations of S&P 500 companies that are trying to do business in foreign markets to service the foreign consumer. So we're trying to take a very long-term view. This president has made it very clear that he wants to change the dynamics of global trade. That means that even after 90 days, we can't rest on our laurels and anticipate that it's all over. We're just going to sit at 10% forever. I do think that he's going to continually come back to this well over the course of the next 4 years to change prospects. So that's why we created this.
Which of these companies do you think is most at risk or most needs to bring production back to the U.S.? And are any of them actively doing that?
Yeah, I think that many of them actually started in the first Trump administration to try to address supply chain risks, but not necessarily in the form of bringing the companies, the facilities back to the United States.
They moved it from China to Indonesia, China to Vietnam,
building
China to India.
You know, the biggest headline example in the S&P 500 is, of course, Apple, which is an interestingly. But nonetheless, Apple gets the most attention as a target for right now because they did move their operations or move a great deal of their facilities from China to India to try to account for.
So widely held?
Yeah, because it's not actually.
Han fikk mark I stad, og så liten vann. Tenkte kanskje litt sukkervann også, for han blødde stakkars ut av nesesida og helt ødelagt I stad.
I would really hesitate to target one specific company because I think in today's day and age we have to be aware that the president is going to target the companies that he chooses to target, and I'm not sure that we have a playbook.
Men vi ligger liksom på samme nivå som vi har gjort siste måneden på Nasdaq, altså.
But what I will say is across industries.
Ja, det har heftig motstand her. Nå har den jo tatt ut noe likviditet opp der, så den kan liksom godt rase ned her nå.
Nvidia går I grønt I hvert fall. Tesla går til rødt også. Netflix.
Ja, den klarte ikke å pushe opp når den brøt der.
Kanskje kjøpe noe gul da. Hva tenker du om det?
Gina Martin Adams of Bloomberg Intelligence. Interesting, again,
Jeg lærer på short gul I dag.
Ja, I dag har jeg vært på short. Jeg bommet på en, og jeg skulle egentlig vært long. Det var idiotisk å ta den.
Men tror du ikke...
Tatt for meg 50%.
Hæ? Tror du ikke... Du var helt oppe I går på 3367. Nei, det var ikke. Det var på feil dag. Du var helt oppe I går på 3316.
24.
Ja, 24, ja. Ja. 25 faktisk.
Ja.
Så det er ikke helt dødfødt å tro han kan gå opp dit da. Han har bra støtter nede også.
Ja, altså det er jo her support, altså trendlinja, den bouncer jo fra linja liksom, men bryter den jo den, så det jo over og ut.
Ja, fy faen, da kan han falle mye.
Ja, altså da det jo 250, 244 området som neste.
Jeg ser det. Men hvis du får Nasdaq ned... Oi, nå går alt I rødt her. Apple, Nvidia, Amazon og alt. Det bør jo egentlig falle på den krigserklæringen I går, vet du. Med langdistanseraketten inn til... fra Ukraina inn til Russland. Egentlig bør jo falle på det, men det var ingen som reagerte på det I går. Nå tar vi opp på samme nivå som I stad. Får vi se da. Men jeg har gitt opp litt nå. Jeg bare tar en dag I gangen, for vi følger jo ikke makro. Vi følger bare hva Trump sier og Elon Musk.
Jeg skal alltid ta en dag om gangen.
Ja, men det her blitt sånn kokelimunke. Tesla gikk opp 7% I går, etter at de leverte den mest katastrofeoppdateringen på salgsapparatet I hele Europa. 53% I tap, I minus på omsetning. Og så går det opp på grunn av Elon Musk skriver «Jeg skal fokusere all min tid på selskapene mine», og så går Tesla opp 7%. Altså det sånn her, det helt uhørt. Peder, det bedre å gå break-even enn minus. Jeg bare lurer på om jeg skal stikke og hente litt bruspromme. Jeg bare lister meg bort med kråka. Jeg kommer tilbake hvert øyeblikk.
Gjør det?
Noen brus?
Du kan gjerne åpne vinduet litt mer.
Det drit du har på skulderen, eller?
Nei, den vasket seg, så det sånn...
Det ikke møkk.
Det møkk fra kråka.
Det ikke møkk.
Det
talg.
Talg?
Ja, fugler har...
Det masse sykdommer den greia der.
Sykdommer?
Ja.
Nei, spør Prepina.
Jeg har sikkert AIDS og alt I sammen, det kråka der.
Det ikke drit, Stig.
Nei, jeg spurte noe bare. Jeg så jo hva det kvitt, altså.
Nei, det hvite fra fjern, men den dreit I stedet på gulvet, sånn masse.
Ja, det är det.
Da tror jeg den overlever, for nå har den både spist, og så har den bæsja. Ja.
Ja, da er det jo håp, da.
We're basically deep in the European earnings season. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian
Jeg regner nok, du spør Marken først, og så hoster han opp i nabbet på klokka.
Up to the minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
Vi sitter på dette her i livet, jo. Du, har den åpne sår under magen? Jeg synes jeg så et eller annet.
Nei, han har ikke fjær der. Han har alt for ung. Det er åpent, det er brystkassa. Brystkassa. Han drikker fra sprøyta, spiser og sånn, det er veldig bra da.
And expanding social media vetting for
Det
foreign
er det som heter
exchange
det. Det er
students.
drit. Det er
Correspondent
drit,
Nancy
det også.
Cordes.
As you can imagine, that's
Det er
pretty
ikke
labor
drit.
intensive to go through the social
Det er
media.
talg, nei, det er talg.
Who
Det som
applies
kommer i
for a
bæsjen som
student
er hvit.
visa
Men det
every
bæsjet, det er
year.
kalsium.
Are they going to get more resources to do that?
Jeg kan det,
And
det er det.
exactly
Det
how
er kalsium
soon
i
will
bæsjen.
that happen? And will it be in time to enable
Nei, Lucy,
everyone
Lucy,
who's
ikke
been
ta
accepted
greiene fra
in
fjern.
US university
Å,
for
fy
the fall
fader, nå får
to
du
actually
sykdommer.
get
Kom
their
her,
visa
Lucy.
and get here to
Kom
the
hit
United
til.
Breaking news from the Middle East.
Kunne
Prime
du
Minister
slikke på
Benjamin
det
Netanyahu's just
den
announced
vaska ut?
Israel
Nei, jeg ga en egg.
Mohammed
Nei, det er
Sinwar
ikke
in a
egg.
recent airstrike in
Oi,
Gaza.
var det deg eller klokka?
Was the brother
Ja.
of Yahya
Nei, den pratet.
Sinwar, a mastermind of the
Den har
October
bare
7th
munn og
attack
åpen,
who
jeg
was
skjønner
killed
ikke.
by
Ja, det er fordi han er redd for
Israeli
bikkjer.
forces last year.
Det er sånn.
Mohammed
Det var
Sinwar
det med mat da.
succeeded
den bare der.
Yahya as the
Det
leader
var med
of
Malcolm.
Hamas in Gaza. A 74-year-old doctor in
Det var med
France
mat.
will likely spend the rest of his life in prison for sexually assaulting dozens of children while they were unconscious or sedated.
The former surgeon was sentenced to 20 years in prison, the maximum sentence for rape. Joel Skuranek had admitted he had abused or raped 111 of the 299 alleged victims. In March, he stunned the court when, unsolicited, he admitted he had also abused his granddaughter. Earlier today, in his final words to the court, Skuranek said he expected no leniency. Elaine Cobb, CBS News.
Update
Jeg
on
tror
the
han er
suspected
veldig
drug
sulten.
driver in the UK arrested on
Er du
suspicion of
sulten?
attempted murder.
Skal du få litt
Barker in
Jeg sitter der.
Liverpool police
Oi,
continue
det er
to
godt.
question the suspected driver of the van that plowed into pedestrians
Kan
attending
bryte
the
litt ned nå,
Champions
Stig.
Premier League victory parade Monday evening. They haven't.
Hva du snakker om nå?
Charges
Nasdaq.
or release him. They now say 79
Ja.
people were injured. 7 remain hospitalized.
Han må bryte på støtte. Det er støtte der. Han må bryte igjennom 24 tier. Vær ikke enig, hvis du kan redde en fugl som blir påkjørt og blør, da gjør jo det. Du er jo ond hvis du ikke gjør det. Folk synes kanskje jeg er helt idiot nå, men det er litt sånn...
Og jeg glemte å bløte den.
Ja, man fikk akkurat vann. Oi, det er bra.
Over the course of 5 days, she was brought to
Jeg
a
klarer ikke. Han
dilapidated
sitter på
building and
feil
subjected
hånd.
to lie detector tests. The man there, she said, told her that if things
Er
didn't
det så
get
godt,
figured
da?
out, she would end up in the East River.
The Dow is up 10
Hva da?
points in early trading. This
skal
is
vi kalle deg, ja?
CBS News.
Du må være med på børsen hver dag, vet du.
Nei, han skal ikke bo her.
Du kan ikke kaste ut Kåre.
Nei, det der går faktisk ikke.
Ja, men vi skal få han så han kan fly, og så kan han få flytte når han er klar. Jeg gjorde det samme med 2 skjærer, og så 3 måker. Ikke sant, kompis? Vi har ikke gitt opp. For vi to, vi er kompiser. Nå skal vi shorte Nasdaq. Ja. Skal du ha mer? Ja, dere står på skulderen. På skulderen. På skulderen. Kom an, Nasdaq. Jævla dritt, altså.
Men de logrer og piper.
recent college grads are having a tough time finding work.
Global economic advisory firm Oxford Economics reports newly graduated job seekers, only about 5% of the U.S. labor force, have a higher unemployment rate than the national average. It's the first time this has happened in the last 45 years. So why are recent college grads having a tougher time than previous grads? The report points to an oversupply of them in fields where business demand has waned, especially in the tech industry. Michael Toscano.
Workers are getting ready to peer between the buildings tonight for Manhattanhenge every year at the end of May. And again in the middle of July, people flood the streets for a breathtaking view of the top half of the sun, aligning with the city grid as it sets in the west. It's supposed to reach its fullest effect at 8:13 p.m. Eastern, but bummer, the forecast calls for clouds and rain. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Hører du ikke, Mindy?
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
Real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Wednesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. To our worldwide audience, we're also streaming live on YouTube, so check us out there. Coming up today.
Det lov å håpe, Marks, men vi vet like godt at en tweet fra Donald Trump så går det rett opp igjen.
We've retraced a lot of the sell-off. Where do we go from here? Mira Pandit, Executive Director, Global Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. What are they telling the clients these days about where the opportunities are in the market? Steve Mann's going to join us, Bloomberg Intelligence. He covers the global auto industry. Stellantis, I got some new management of where we are with this EV transition and what does it mean given the tariffs that are affecting so many industries out there. Sam Fazeli covers all the pharmaceuticals for us, and he manages our European research operation. He's in New York today, so we'll get him in our studio, and we'll talk all things healthcare. All right, now let's go to John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, guys, and this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by IBKR. Financial advisors switch to Interactive Brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges and no conflicts of your interest. Learn more at ibkr.com/RIA. Right now, the major averages, little change in the early going. Among the most active, NVIDIA ahead of the earnings report after the close. And we're going to be speaking with CEO Jensen Huang. That's at 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube. Right now, the S&P 500 down just about 3 points.
The
Dow Jones Industrial Average 15 points lower.
Kjøp på 3302 kommer det så kan jeg kjøpe meg gul.
2 points. We'll call that unchanged. A best performing stock in the S&P 500. Fair Isaac Corporation. The initials spell FICO, the people behind your credit score. Christian Nolting at Deutsche Bank says stocks will push higher, but it's not going to be a smooth ride.
I think it's probably a bumpy road ahead, but if you look for 12 months, we do still see another 5-6% on gains. For example, on the S&P 500, but it will come with some volatility.
And President Trump continuing to push to take Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac public. A social media post last night under his name read, "I am working on taking these amazing companies public." Now put on your thinking caps. He's going to take them public, but they already trade Fannie Mae shares up right now 7.2%. Explain that to me.
Because doesn't the government own the boatload of the shares?
The common shares still trade. They essentially don't have any value because the overhang of the Treasury senior stake. They remain public in the sense that the shares trade. They make SEC filings, but they're essentially 99% owned by the federal government. So maybe that explains it.
So they go public and then, but it's still backstopped. Sure. Okay. Makes sense. Yep. Yeah. Doesn't make sense. All right, JT. Thanks very much. You good?
You're quite welcome.
You got it. All right. Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We're going to take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo. Lisa, taking a look at Macy's.
Yeah, so we'll start with retail. So the way people shop is changing, right? You go to Amazon to get a lot of stuff online. You know, the boxes show up at your door. People get luxury stuff online. So Macy's had to change their approach. So what they did is they had the strategy to focus on those best performing locations. So they boosted the staff there. They improved the look of it, their product displays, and it looked like it was working. Posted better than expected quarterly results. Comparable sales stores fell less than expected. They did rise at Bloomingdale's and Bluemercury. Those are those higher end chains of Macy's. Revenue topped estimates. And then you do the look ahead. So they maintained their sales outlook for the current year. But here's the thing, it did cut its full year earnings guidance to account for tariffs, and that has had shares lower, down as much as about 3% after they opened. So how they plan to kind of weather this uncertainty, they say that since they have this good mix of off-price, like the cheaper merchandise, and the more expensive luxury merchandise, that's going to give it that flexibility to help them weather the storm.
All that means though that less sales, which I don't appreciate. Yeah. So when Macy's reports good numbers and their inventory is looking good, I get bummed at the end of the day.
Yes.
Abercrombie & Fitch also delivering super solid numbers.
Yeah, they did. Their shares have been up 25% after the open, so they've really been on the rise. So the basic specifics, they upped their full year outlook. They see net sales growth of 3 to 6%, included about $50 million of tariff expenses too. They've been reducing their exposure to China in recent years. Vietnam is their top vendor, followed by Cambodia and India. What really helped is actually the Hollister brand. Comparable sales were up 23%, so that really blew past expectations. And they say they have this fashion mix, so they have, you know, men's, women's, jeans, dresses, athleisure wear, swimsuits. They have a whole bunch of different things. And they have the broader audience. So I don't know, Alex, maybe you can relate. I went with my daughter. I was needing an update on my jeans because skinny jeans are out, Mom. And so I had to update the jeans. And so wound up getting for me and for her. So that's that broader kind of audience.
Yeah, and you know what? You hold on to those skinny jeans because you know what? In a couple of years, they're going to come right back. So don't you worry about that.
Bell bottoms.
Bell bottom. No. There's wide leg, there's bell bottoms. Those are different.
Okay.
Just putting it out there.
The jeans lesson.
Vail.
Yes,
Resorts.
Vail. Okay, so
yesterday.
skiing. Yes, shares have been up really as much as about 14%. It really had a tough winter. What didn't help too, they had that ski patrol strike in parts of Utah. That really affected them. Ski visits were down 3.1%. So they needed this change, and what they're doing, they're bringing back their former chief executive, Rob Katz. He's going to lead the company. He was CEO back in 2006, so he's going to replace Kirsten Lynch, who stepped down. She was there since 2021. But it's kind of like look at the trend of CEOs coming back. Right? Bob Iger coming back to Disney, Starbucks reinstating Howard Schultz, you know, back in 2022. So it's that trend going on back.
Ja, ser du det?
Yeah.
Jeg bomma ut, sorry.
But here's my thing. If you have to like manufacture snow,
Du
isn't
fått
that
den
wind
der
up
nå.
costing money and hurting margins, or is it?
Yeah. But you know, out west, you don't have to do it nearly.
Skal du ha noe med?
Okay.
But they'll do it in the lower, just so they can start their season earlier. They'll do it lower.
Han drikker fra sprøyta.
In the east, if you don't have man-made snow, you don't have snow.
Han er kompis, da!
They get 300.
Kom nå 3 mann Nasdaq ned, så ble det perfekt. Nvidia på del over nå. Microsoft på del over nå.
Don't worry, you stick to the skinny jeans. For more conversations like this, subscribe
Cool.
to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere that you listen. So Nvidia's reporting, I hear it's a big deal.
I hear.
I say that, but really is it? I mean, the options market's pricing in like a 6% move versus 8+ is usually what we wind up getting. So maybe the market's digesting it in a little bit of a different way. Gina Martin-Adams, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist, joins us now. What did we learn from, say, the hyperscalers and other big tech names that we can glean towards what we can expect from NVIDIA?
Yeah, I think what we learned is expectations were low, but NVIDIA is always last, and so that's very difficult to determine if expectations have been reset or not. But I do think expectations are still somewhat low, with the exception of some of the changes that happened with policy, which really elevated expectations specifically for NVIDIA's sales of semiconductors into the global economy. I do think the biggest thing to watch, though, is still margins. It's really about margins within tech. It's about, will these companies continue to be able to command higher levels of price in an environment where competition is escalating pretty severely globally? And can they keep those margins going forward? You know, I think in terms of the impact on the market, it's also important, but peak NVIDIA impact was actually in the first half of 2024. So we've already seen somewhat waning impact of the stock on the broader equity market because that was peak earnings growth, that was peak optimism, that was peak price performance as a relative to the S&P. So it's still important. I think in terms of the data and the details, everyone will be asking not only about margin, but also how NVIDIA is going to either benefit or not benefit from the Trump administration policies. So that's what we'll be looking for. But there's definitely a lot to watch here. The stock is still
ligger på sånn breakout her nå, så skal vi rett ned rett opp her.
Sentiment across many themes in the tech space.
Man kan ikke prate da.
I think there's a lot to absorb in tonight's release.
What's the, does anybody have any conviction out there, Gina? Because, I mean, if you're a bear or you just don't feel that great about things, you say, boy, the market sold off 20% so fast, but then we retraced much of that on the way back up, and all of that in a very short period of time. To me, that would just take away any conviction I have to where we're going next year.
I think investors are grappling with a few things. I think that they can't avoid the trend. Certainly can't be caught off guard when stocks are rising. You have to be exposed. So many investors have sort of held on through the downdraft, but if they didn't, they jumped right back in once the stock market started recovering. There's some frustration that the fundamentals just don't matter, and I think that's natural in such a whipsaw price action kind of environment. You get to a point where it's just, you know, on a day-to-day basis, the market is kind of living under President Trump's thumb, and that's frustrating for a lot of people. So I think the investor base needs to sympathize with your statements. I think eventually we get past the 90-day pause and we sort of have to reckon with the idea that, okay, maybe, hopefully, we're in some sort of more stable environment and we can kind of reassess the long-term implications of a readjusted trade order, but there still is some uncertainty out there. And I think the fundamental investor gets this. The trader is just really happy to move along with momentum.
But here's what I wonder. Have we seen what the worst case scenario is? So now we can actually price that out more meaningfully. And in the case of, say, retail, I wonder if there's actually more upside. If President Trump says, like, look, we don't want to build sneakers and T-shirts in the U.S. We want to build things like chips and factories and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
You would think that, okay, maybe there'll be different exemptions for different sectors.
Sure. I think that this is the problem, though. You had a lot of...
Kommer litt an på guidingen, står det. Hvis den guidingen er bra, så går det videre oppover. Hvis det er dårlig, så går det nedover. Så jeg aner ikke.
That is not investable. The what if is not investable. Right.
Må ta ned hele nesa her, da.
Trader is they can't invest in the hope that there will be a change, right? What we can invest in is real-time data changes, real-time data sort of signals, and from the market signaling effect anyway, it has gotten better from a technical perspective, but there's no net improvement in the stability of the data nor the trend of the data yet. Will we get there? Possibly. I think there's also an excessive attribution to fundamentals being driven by Trump that is frustrating for the investor community, because while we're all sitting here reading the headlines, right, there was a world that was pre-trade that was giving us some signals of deteriorating economic growth even prior to the trade.
Jeg hørte om den fuglen.
And those signals have not improved after this whipsaw of trade. I think that the other thing to consider is what you're suggesting is what is increasingly priced in.
Yep.
What you're suggesting is we're going to keep backpedaling. That's what the market is pricing now. And we'll probably continue to price that until proven otherwise.
So we get more, any kind of clarity. All right, Gina, thank you so much for joining us. Gina Martin Adams, Chief Equity Strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Coming up, Mira Pendit, Executive Director, Global Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management, to get her thoughts on these markets. S&P 500 down 7 points. Oh my goodness. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Good morning.
Det er jo ingen som tar til markedet seriøst.
kommer kråkorna.
Hallo. Det var så bra. Så bra. Men hva er det du kastet der nå? Det var så bra. Men ikke min ting, ikke sant? Nei. Gitaren og sånn. Det er bra. Da er man glad da. Det er kult. Det er bra. Bra jobba. Han kastet alt opp.
Jeg viser meg bildet. For han har flyttet ut fra det ene rommet, alt sammen, sånn at han kan begynne å male der, og så går han dit når det begynner å fikse styret ut oppe.
Det er dritbra da.
Men du må jo snakke med dem angående farger, nå bruker han bare den han har brukt med da.
Ja, det kan han oppe på rommet, ja. Da kan han ha sammen som gjør nede.
På soverommet?
Ja, alt. Det er bare kontoret. Faen. Kom igjen, kom ned da. Han liksom stopper her hele tiden.
Det er jo at det går opp igjen etterpå. Det går ned før det går opp igjen når tallene kommer. Rett vei. Jeg blir så trøtt av det merket.
Ja, men det er snart ferdig nå.
Kjødelig. Det har gjort noe med det.
Trump blir mindre og mindre vet du for noe? Vesentlig.
Oi, det tror jeg. Vesentlig, mindre.
Ja, han kommer ikke til å klare å holde på.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash, being brought to you by Oracle. Businesses Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Right now, ahead of NVIDIA's earnings after the close, the major stock averages, little change at this point. You have only 3 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 pushing higher. Communication services, they were in the lead. The utilities, the worst performing group. S&P 500, 8 points lower. That's down about 0.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down just 37 points. NASDAQ 100 right now, that is down 20 points. The 30-year bond, $4.99. Today it's up 4 basis points. Among the earnings reports, Macy's posting better than expected quarterly results. They also anticipate what they call modest price increases. And shares of Macy's right now, they are little changed. Uh-oh. The value of the American Dream Mega Mall and Entertainment Complex in New Jersey Meadowlands plummeted by $800 million. This is a blow to municipal bondholders.
Is this the one that has like the thing that
it has the big, what do you call it, Ferris wheel.
Got the indoor skiing.
Who wants a Ferris wheel in a swamp?
The thing.
But I mean, maybe that's part of the problem in New Jersey.
But this feels
wow,
like
look at the swamp.
I definitely want to go.
So municipal bondholders, they have a lot of the debt. It's backed by payments in lieu of property taxes.
You need to show my second.
3.5 million square foot venue. Everybody wants to go in my immediate circle, but I refuse because Johnny don't do malls. Anyway, we check the
But
markets.
would you go on the Ferris wheel while everyone else did
to
the
see
mall?
the swamp? Maybe.
Okay.
Because I
see?
like swamps.
There we go.
We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thanks a lot. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from our Interactive Broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan.
Oh, speaking of swamps, the Great Swamp National Park or State Park in New Jersey is awesome.
That is
very
pretty,
beautiful.
actually.
And if you catch a nice weather day, it's just water. It's you wouldn't expect it in New Jersey, but it's. I've taken like 1 million Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts trips there.
But is it an actual swamp?
Yes, but it's actually very cool and easy to get around.
Wildlife and stuff like that.
That's awesome.
It's
I
not
love
like,
that.
you
In
know,
New Jersey.
cars.
Go figure.
So maybe you would go on the Ferris wheel.
But that's a different
So
swamp.
no,
This
okay,
is a nice swamp.
Once you one swamp, you've seen it all.
Så
All
tar
right,
gevinsten av det.
let's get back to the market here. Total wait and see when it comes to, say, NVIDIA earnings. Let's start there with Mira Pandit, Executive Director, Global Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. We can take NVIDIA in stride, but I wonder what we're going to learn about the U.S. exceptionalism trade/theme once NVIDIA comes out.
It does feel like markets are getting a little bit over their head, a little bit beyond their skis here. If you think about Friday's sell-off with some of the tariff announcements of about a 0.7% relative to the reaction when things reversed out by Monday when markets were up, Tuesday when markets were up 2%. It does feel like we are overweighting the good news over the bad news. And while the high water mark for volatility from April is probably in, there are still a number of catalysts that could push markets downward. If we think about earnings at 9%, expectations right now looking pretty unrealistic. The fact that valuations are almost back to where they started the year, or the fact that we've seen to find a new home at around 4.5% on the 10-year Treasury yield, all of these things could start to weigh on markets over time.
So, Mira, one of the underpinnings of this market has to be earnings, and we saw a lot of companies pull their earnings guidance, and earnings have come down. I guess the question is, have they come down enough? Do you still think there's earnings risk in this market?
If we're going to see potentially slow growth this year, recession is no longer our base case, but even slow growth, it's going to be very difficult to achieve what some of the analysts expect in terms of profit growth. So it is still a risk. And although we had an incredibly robust first quarter where we had essentially 7 percentage points higher on year-over-year growth than we would have expected coming into earnings season, that is reflective of the situation we were in, not the situation we may be in. And when we think about tariffs in particular, although the tariff rate has potentially come down quite a bit, we're not out of the woods, and it's still going to be a lot higher than it was last year. So that means domestically and from foreign sources, revenue could slow. And when we think about margins, someone's going to pay for those higher prices. Partially, it could be the consumer. Partially, it could be companies that are therefore compressing margins. So we do have to be mindful of that.
Tror ikke at noen som skyter opp sånn utgangspunkt på åpningen I dag,
I would also highlight prior to this final Mag 7 reporting,
Står jeg gikk ut opp nå, for vi skulle falt på nedgraderingen forrige uke. Da kom Trump ut og pratet om markedet. Vi skulle falt på gjelds. På rentene forrige uke, da pratet Trump ut markedet.
Absolutely, which then also brings us to other assets in terms of, say, the long end of the bond market and the dollar as well. What are we going to learn about those assets after the NVIDIA earnings?
It looks like from a treasury market perspective, and when we think about rates, we've somewhat found this resistance level at 4.5% on the 10-year and perhaps around 5% further out on the curve. Even though the risks are still skewed to the upside when it comes to yields, we have less of that downside pressure from potential slowing growth. Although inflation hasn't really caused much of the uptick in yields so far this year, it is still that term premium question mark, which has nothing to do with profits and what specific U.S. companies are doing, and everything to do with debt, deficits, who's buying up bonds, and whether they're more price sensitive than perhaps they were in the past when the Fed was a big buyer. Some of these weak auctions continue to push up bond yields as well. So overall, that environment of rising term premium skews risks to the upside. But the question mark is, when we think about what's priced in the bond market, is a lot of this risk already priced in, and we're finding some of that ceiling from a yield perspective. I mean, despite a lot of the episodes of rising yields we've seen so far this year, most areas of the bond market, with the exception of areas like the 30-year or municipals, are actually positive this year. So we tend to lose sight of that.
Are you taking credit risk in this market, Mira?
Credit risk is actually not a bad place to be because you are getting good yield in credit, but you're also sort of recession-proofing a little bit. I mean, if we don't have a recession and we just have slow growth, you are going to be able to get access to company balance sheets, to company profits, without taking on that same risk of the equity market. Of course, if we do head to recession, we could start to see a little bit more choppiness there. But overall, right now, it seems like a nice balance between equity market risk, but being overly conservative in the bond market because you're getting that income and that access to the health thus far of companies.
All right, Mira, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Mira Pandit, Executive Director, Global Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. Let's turn to the auto business. Stellantis was in the news today. Looks like they're getting a new CEO. The guy who's running the Americas is going to go over and run the whole shebang here. Steve Mann joins us here. He's a Bloomberg Intelligence Global Autos Analyst. We never talk about Stellantis. Can you remind us who Stellantis is?
Well, Stellantis is an amalgamation of a number of brands, European and US, but mostly best known for owning Jeep and Ram trucks.
So it's the old Chrysler.
Old Chrysler, that's right.
And Fiat, right?
Fiat, that's it.
Okay, and that's kind of and they came up with Stellantis. Okay, they got a new CEO.
Yeah.
What happened to the old CEO, and what do we know about the new guy?
Well, the old CEO resigned.
Okay.
Part of it is because earnings were pretty bad, and it may not be 100% his fault. The auto market was weakening. So we have a new CEO. Based on what we're seeing with the stock price, I don't think the market is too thrilled about it. He does have a lot of experience in the auto industry. He's been with Stellantis since 1999, so it's been a while. Like you said, the last stint he was was in managing the North American business for a few months, and prior to that he was at Jeep. But it took a number of months for them to identify someone new. But I think the market's just pretty surprised that they went with somebody internal and not somebody external.
So what do we learn about that? Because so many of the problems that are hitting car makers are in some ways completely out of their control.
Yes.
In terms of trade, supply chains, sort of the war on EVs here in the US, right? So do we learn that hey, we don't think it's very fixable, so we're not going to worry about someone from the outside? Or is it look, the US is in turmoil, we need someone who knows that market? What do we learn?
So there's, they do have issues that's not in their control, but there's a lot of issues that they are in control. So, quality is an issue. I think a lot of American buyers thinks Jeep has kind of fallen off in the quality side. And interestingly, the new CEO, Antonio, actually managed Jeep for about 2 years. So, I think, an investor will take that as probably a negative. And then the other issues is morale. Over the past few years, sales have been weakening. They've been closing a lot of plants as a result. Dealers are not very happy with some pricing issues since COVID. So there's a lot of issues that the new CEO will have to kind of address, and hopefully he can turn that around.
All right, so for the big three U.S. automakers in general, what is the consensus on tariffs and how much it will impact their business?
Well, interestingly, Trump has been giving a lot of reprieves and reliefs to various countries and regions and certain sector, but he hasn't really done much for the auto industry. There was some relief, a 2-year relief, but I think he's going full ahead with these auto tariffs, and a lot of companies still don't know where the impact, how big the impact is. GM actually announced they're going to be a $4 to $5 billion impact this year.
Wow.
Toyota said, over between March and April, the impact was 1.3 to 1.5 billion. So given these numbers, it's going to be huge.
What about EVs? Is it possible that EVs in the US go the way that EVs went 100 years ago?
It could. It could.
That's not immaterial anymore.
I think there's a number of issues that's facing the EV market. Infrastructure is a big one. It's just not as convenient as people would like it to be. The other thing is the cost. I still think that EV has a place in the marketplace, it's not going to be 50% market share by 2030. We think it's more like half of that, 20 to 25%. And then look, there is a risk to a lower number because of the tariffs and affordability. Some of these EVs are actually made in Mexico. So if you slap on tariffs, that makes it less affordable for consumers.
It's just amazing how fast that part of the industry has turned around.
It turned negative. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Like that, like just went from like, yep, we're going this direction. The pace is TBD, and now it's like, will this actually survive? All right, great to see you, Steve. Thanks very much. Steve Mann, Bloomberg Intelligence, Global Autos Industrials Research Manager. On the flip side, though, it's all about hybrids now, and like all the new cars coming out and the new innovation is going to the hybrid kind of model.
Yeah, I mean, we leased a hybrid for the Offspring, primarily because he spends his time in California. Gas prices are really high there.
And could get worse.
And it could get worse. So it made sense for us, but there wasn't a premium on it to speak of versus the internal combustion. So I said, okay. They convinced me.
Right, because of the hybrid form.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to just be just in that battery. All right, coming up, Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals. We just love talking to him every week. What is up next in the biotech space? What do we need to watch as consumers, people,
det
as
gale.
investors?
Jeg gidder å komme tallet på, så skjer jo ingenting her. Noe megastøtte her. Hvis det raser, så raser det. Ja, kommer etter stengning, Viking. Jeg tror gull kan gå mye mer. Ser faktisk sånn småtomt ut her. Jo.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Investors right now seem to be waiting on the sidelines. Volumes lower for this time of day on average. Major stock averages, little change. Not a lot of oomph here. S&P 500, 12 points lower. That's down 0.2%. The Dow down 88 points, and the NASDAQ 100 right now 27 points lower. That's down about 0.1%. Stephanie Gould at Robinhood Financial says interest rates should be the guide for your investment choices.
You're seeing interest rates that it's very hard to get them lower and more likely to see them higher from here. So I think with that, you just want to be sure that you're investing in stocks that are not as expensive and you're really looking at valuations.
Right now, the long bond up 4 basis points, 4.99 for the 30-year. And just as we get ready to hear from NVIDIA after the close, by the way, those shares a little change right now, down about 0.1%. DeepSeek is saying it's upgraded its R1 artificial intelligence model, which of course helped the Chinese startup gain global prominence earlier this year. And here's one for you. YouTube is now the TV service of choice for viewers of all ages.
Not even close. Not even close.
People in the U.S. spend more time watching YouTube on a TV than on a phone or computer. This according to the company. Now, not including YouTube TV, the service accounted for over 12% of TV viewing in April, more than all of Walt Disney's TV networks and streaming services combined, and that's according to Nielsen.
That's amazing.
Craig Moffat of Moffett-Nathanson and Mike Nathanson said it could be worth $700 to $900 billion if it were spun out today.
Wow. And the key demographic, over 40% of the viewers are ages 18 to 49. So that's pretty key
for advertisers.
There you go.
John knows his business.
That's a huge. I'm like stunned.
Somebody is actually watching you right now.
Yes.
Hey,
and they're kids.
No, I'm kidding. Mom doesn't know how to get on YouTube. All right, JT, thanks a lot. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. You can check us out at Bloomberg.com, YouTube. Thank you for watching, and also on Roku and all your smart TVs. Check us out on our Originals platform. Always a treat. Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research and Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst in studio. One of our favorites. Love chatting with you. And we love talking to you just like, hey, what are you watching? Because there's so many cool drugs, so many cool things that are happening in the space that can totally change the world and save lives. What's front and foremost in your mind?
Let me return the compliment first. You know I love being here. And I love talking to you guys. I love your show and everything.
So is there
enough of the love.
He only comes here when he's got a conference to go to. Yeah. He never says, oh, gee, I'm going to go to New York and see Alex.
But as we learned, the conferences are hardworking on the weekends. Yes. None of this golfing stuff that Paul does.
Golf?
Yep.
Yeah.
So what am I watching? Vaccines a little bit. Of course, we have the cancer conference coming up, but let's talk about vaccines a little bit. There's some changes that are happening quietly in the background or loudly, depending on how close you are to the story. And that is that normally decisions about who should get a vaccine and when and at what age, etc., is done through consultation with a group called the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, ACIP. That's part of an advisory group that meets and talks and comes up with ideas and gives guidance to the CDC, Centers for Disease Control. That seems to have been quietly put aside. Not that ACIP has been disbanded or anything, but we've just had decisions made for who should not get or should not be necessarily licensed for the vaccines to get the COVID vaccine. Pregnant women no longer licensed for, children no longer licensed for. Not a massive surprise, because there was already something from the head of the FDA and the head of the biologics division of the FDA, CBER, to that point, essentially. But it's interesting that they're making the decisions rather than going to their advisory group, say, look, what do you guys think? Who are vaccinologists. Here, there are people who are not vaccinologists, who are not infectious disease experts, making these decisions for you, the American public.
What's going on in the rest of the world with just vaccines in general, flu vaccines, COVID vaccines, whatever?
No, so look, it's been the same for the past many years, right? The vaccines are licensed. There is then government decision as to who should get it. But I, for instance, do not qualify for getting the shingles vaccine. But I went and got it because it's still approved.
Right.
That's the part that's getting a bit complicated here in the US now. If you had a pregnant sister or whatever who wanted to get the vaccine, now it's going to be risky for the physicians to give it to them because they're not licensed for anymore. They will be off-label. In Europe, they are licensed. The physicians can give them. It's just who gets reimbursed. Who is it paid for? I went and paid out of pocket. I didn't want shingles, right? I didn't want to wait till I'm 70. I mean, that's years away, right?
Shingles. It's not good.
No, it's not good. So that's what's happening.
So basically, here in the U.S., we can still get it if we choose to. Like, I can get it for my daughter, but I probably have to pay out of pocket for it.
Probably have to pay out of pocket for it and also convince a physician to prescribe it. It's funny to see how it all evolves. There was another advisory committee that is an FDA group that talks about what variants should be used in the coming year. They were asking the FDA folks on that conversation, do you think if we change the variant, there will have to be a full-blown trial? The FDA folks said, well, we don't actually know the answer to that yet. So we are in a state of flux. And that is not going to end up being a good thing because it's going to continue to undermine belief in vaccines, which is already quite weak. And I don't think that's good for the health of the population. And it's not good for the companies either.
Well, that's what I was going to say, too. Like, what do we do? Like, for Paul and I, who don't live in Europe, we got to figure this stuff out.
Come over.
Like, what are we
I'll
supposed
open
to
a
do?
bottle, give you a jab.
He keeps saying this, and it never actually happens, Paul.
So, I don't know. I just get the flu shot every year because I've just been conditioned to it, and they do it right here in the building, so it's easy.
Yeah.
Did not get COVID this year.
You didn't.
Shot. Just because it's...
Neither did I, just to be clear, right?
Yeah, but,
I mean, I did because COVID loves me hard.
Right. No. But, so there you go. You see, but you're not in the demographic that I don't think demographic applies to you. You're not 65. 100% sure of that.
100% sure. Thank you.
And you are not. You don't have a comorbidity.
No.
But if you had suffered from long COVID or difficult reaction to COVID, it's tough. Now, of course, we have our much more positive, if you could say that about a cancer conference coming up. And the reason I say positive is because I don't think there's a year that goes by that we don't see a quantum change in treatment for a particular subtype of cancer. And this year it continues to be bladder cancer. I think we're seeing some meaningful advances in new treatments for even lung cancer that we thought we didn't. And, there's new ideas that are coming along. So it's going to be a very exciting conference.
So doctors and researchers, they give talks about what they're doing on the science side of it?
Researchers, companies, doctors, basic scientists, they all come and show their data, discuss their data. Lots of Chinese input because the Chinese science has gone from strength to strength. And we all look at it and decide how it changes the competitive environment for our companies.
What about, though, the risks of federal funding being cut to universities that do have strong science centers? Does that filter through in a negative way to the innovation that we have with different drugs?
No doubt about it. There is, if you had an NIH budget of $47 billion and it's taken $20 billion out of it, someone's going to suffer. Now, it may not be cancer necessarily, but possibly cancer too, but infectious diseases, studies of long COVID, they've all been cut. So, and then there's the National Science Foundation whose budget's been cut. look, obviously the government's making a decision. I don't have enough money because I have this massive ballooning debt. I want to control that. I want to create lower taxes for people. I have to cut the money from somewhere.
Jeg kjøpte, tok gevinsten, har gjort 2 lapper.
Some of it's coming out of these budgets.
And this is in Chicago, this conference?
The conference in Chicago.
There's good restaurants in Chicago.
Oh man, tell me about it.
Okay.
Looking forward to it.
So you're not going to go hungry?
We have to eat.
Okay, you're not going to go hungry.
I mean, you know.
Kjøpte Gullstory, gjorde en trade, men jeg tok alt for stor posisjon, så jeg tok det 3 av dem.
I even mentioned the restaurant.
Så kjøpte jeg Nasdaq her også.
I asked permission whether I could name a restaurant.
Selv om jeg negativ til markedet.
Oh, you did mention this. He did mention
I'm going back there.
Oh, you are? Of course. Of course. All right, Sam Fazeli, thank you so much for stopping in on your way from London out to Chicago. Sam Fazeli covers all the pharmaceutical stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. He manages the folks over in London. Pretty much does it all, so we appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. Looking at the market here, as John Tucker's been reporting all morning, not a whole lot going on. A little bit of red on the screen. The S&P's off about 11 points. Coming up, Mary Ross Gilbert, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior equity analyst covering retail. We're going to get her thoughts on Macy's. Not so good. Abercrombie, pretty good. So we get some retailer earnings. We'll get the latest.
Jeg ville hatt den, Espen, langt over 500-600, for sånn som markedet nå, så det helt uforutsigbart. Trump prater annenhver dag. Jeg trader ikke noe... Jeg har vært veldig forsiktig. Jeg har veldig mye penger på konto nå, for ikke blowe kontoen min selv. For jeg sitter jo ballefeil fra 3,5 uker tilbake. Vi falt ikke på nedgradering, vi falt ikke på gjeld, vi falt ikke på noen ting, for Trump har jo kommet med sånne kontrameldinger hver eneste helg, så mest mulig marginer. Jeg ville vært veldig forsiktig med å følge med nå. Jeg ville vente at jeg litt mer aktiv. Nå har jeg begynt å trede litt gull av dere som følger med, så jeg tredde jeg gull nå siste uka. Det går veldig bra da. Det blir ikke like påvirket av Trump. Ja, 5 uker det. Men jeg tredde gull i 1 uke. Jeg har sittet i balle i 5 uker her. Jeg shortet den dagen Trump forandret loven på Tesla. Eller dagen etterpå. Når du kjøper skikkelig blir det mer gull i Nasdaq. Ja, det ble alt. Jeg tjener så mye penger på Nasdaq. Det er bare... Det går ikke an å gjøre det nå på grunn av Trump, men jeg tredde alt. Når alt er i orden, så tredde jeg hardt. Alt. Everything. Alt. Nå tør jeg nesten ikke trykke på salg- og kjøp-knappen. Jeg synes at den siste uka så har ting blitt litt mer at hver Twitter-melding så har ikke vi jumpet. De siste ukene så har vi gått opp hver gang han sender en Twitter-melding, eller hver gang han kommer med en breaking news. Jeg synes den siste uka må ha vært litt mer rolig, unntatt når han snudde tariffen på søndag når det gikk opp. Jeg synes ting blir litt mer roligere nå.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul
Jeg bryr meg egentlig ikke om vi skal opp eller ned.
Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy Hump Day. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio.
Men nå har vi gått opp på bare negative nyheter, så det skal ned. Det er bare, det skulle ha falt når det ble nedgradert. Da skulle det ha falt, sånn normalt sett. Sist gang det ble nedgradert, av jeg tror Fitch eller Moody's, så ramlet Nasdaq med 15%. 6,7% samme dagen. For 14 dager siden når vi ble nedgradert, så gikk vi opp 1%. Fordi Bessent hadde pressekonferanse og sa det at nei, dette er forventet, dette er ikke farlig. Og Donald Trump sa at nei, dette ikke farlig.
Yeah, so I think the green shoots here is that Macy's is showing some traction here with.
Jeg kjøpte nettopp gull, Stig. Det gikk dritbra. Tok en bra trade der.
125 stores that they've refreshed and they've expanded that to include some additional stores. Their comp sales were down about 2%, about 1.9 is the figure that they're using. And, you know, look, Dillard's outperformed because they were down 1%. So they're getting better, but where they really need to improve is on the service levels. Where you also saw strength here is really on the luxury side, and that's Bloomingdale's. Bloomingdale's was up 3.8%, and Bluemercury, which is their beauty, specialty beauty growth concept, and that was up 1.5%. So that's where you're really seeing strength, but it's such a small piece of the business. It's really all about the Macy's nameplate. And we still need to see better traction there, but it's getting better and better. And with regard to the tariff hits, it's going to be about 20 to 40 basis points, so very manageable. They directly source about, you know, we estimate that their private label business is about 13 to 14%. That's on a consolidated basis of sales. And so they're sourcing at 77% from China directly. So they have a number of initiatives that are helping them to offset the full effect of tariffs, which you'll see the biggest hit in the second quarter. But for the full year, it's very manageable, you know, in that 20 to 40 basis point impact.
Mary, for Macy's, are they comfortable with their store footprint these days?
So, Paul, they're reducing their store footprint with the Macy's nameplate. With some of the stores that they're closing, they've already closed 64. The total that they plan to close is 150. So they sort of feel like the go-forward store base is about 350 stores. But right now there's a little bit of a pause, you know, just because of the real estate market and some of the store closures that they have.
Let's go to the other one, the highlight here, Abercrombie & Fitch. I'm kind of floored by this. Like, we saw it with Urban, we saw it with American Eagle. Like, these specialty stores, they seem to be somewhat cyclical in nature, and they're crushing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can say Abercrombie is crushing it. They kind of are, but I mean, if you look at the namesake brand, the Abercrombie & Fitch brand, that was actually down 10% on a comp sales basis. But in all fairness, they were going against a 29% increase in the prior year quarter. In a way, you'd say, look, that's no excuse. And certainly they were impacted in the quarter by lower average unit retail. That was because they had some carryover inventory from the winter season. And also, it looks like they had a little bit of a miss on their bridal, you know, the wedding business. But where they did have some strength was in swim. They really chased after it. So they've really got a good sort of summer shop going. And they expect that Abercrombie will inflect back to positive in the second half of the year. Where you really saw the strength was Hollister. Hollister turned in a nice 23% comp sales gain, and that was on top of a double-digit gain last year. So they're really hitting it out of the ballpark, you know, with the teen Gen Z retail customer there.
So, I mean, I look at the stock for Abercrombie. The good news, it's up 24% year to today. The bad news is it's down 35% this year. Hey, Mary, what are the Macy's and the Abercrombie's of the world? What are they saying about the consumer right now?
Yeah, so Macy's. We think the consumer is pretty resilient than at the lower end, and there's some caution in there. But generally, I would say, you know, when we have employment levels, you know, in that sort of unemployment levels in that sort of 4% range, that's really full employment. And when you're employed, you feel good about spending money. So we really think it's holding up. We think retailers are taking a cautious, conservative approach, hoping to be able to beat, and we think they probably can, particularly as we get into the back half of the year and they're able to allay more of the tariff impact as well.
Before we let you go, how are inventories across the board in retail? Have they managed them well enough to avoid a massive discounting round?
Yeah, so that's a good point. I mean, with Macy's, there are some carryover inventory that they are going to be flowing through the second quarter, and that's going to take a hit on margin.
Same with Abercrombie. There's going to be a little bit of effect there in some of their inventory in the second quarter, but generally they are doing a much better job. They've invested in systems, data, analytics, and they're also using generative AI, and that's making them more efficient. So we think that inventory levels generally are much better than they were years ago. But yes, they're doing a good job.
All right, Mary, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it, Mary Ross Gilbert joining us. She covers retail senior equity analyst over at Bloomberg Intelligence. Do you like how I asked that inventory question, which is really a discount question, which is really weird as Alex
And
shopping.
you did not get the answer.
It really didn't. Like, good job for retailers, not good for Alex's shopping. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. Listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM, channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now. As the equity market goes, absolutely nowhere. Trading a little heavy, maybe down 0.3% for the NASDAQ. Volume, though, really light as we wait for NVIDIA earnings after the bell.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, guys, happy Monday. No, it's not Monday. What was that? That's a good thing. I think it's Monday was really Wednesday. Yeah, all right. Happy Wednesday. This is Hump Day. It's NVIDIA Day. It's the Fed Minutes Day. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great hour lined up for you as we head to those Fed Minutes and head to earnings after the closing bell. We're going to hit on fixed income with Ruben Hoven-Isian, General Portfolio Manager at TCW. We're also going to talk to Lindsay Dutch of Bloomberg Intelligence to break down Dick's Sporting Goods maintaining its outlook ahead of its Foot Locker deal. Also, Danielle DiMartino Booth, one of the best CEO and chief strategists for QI Research. Send in your questions. Coming up ahead of those Fed Minutes. And Ellen Wall, president of Transversal Consulting, will join us to preview OPEC oil and the meeting that will be taking place on May 31st. But let's kick it all off for you right now with the Bloomberg Business Flash. And for that, go to John Tucker.
All right, the major stock averages lower to a little change in the run-up to the results from the last of the Mag 7 mega caps report. That comes after the close. We're also going to be interviewing the CEO, Jensen Huang, so you want to tune in for that. Right now, the S&P 500, 12 points lower. That's down 0.2%, 59.08 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 81 points lower. That's down just about 0.2%. The Nasdaq 120 points lower. That is down about 0.1%. Daniel Morris said BNP Paribas says investors should expect more volatility.
Well, in our multi-asset portfolio, we're slightly overweight equity, so I'm implicit, I guess, in that view. We're in that position as a view that on balance things should be resolved, but there's a lot of countries talking with the U.S. right now, a lot of things that the U.S. wants that the other countries may not necessarily want to give.
You mentioned Dick's, Alex. Dick's Sporting Goods maintaining its sales and profit forecast. A sign of strength as they prepare to acquire Foot Locker. And Dick's right now is up about 16.
Fy faen, Gud faller da.
The Trump administration rescinding 2022 U.S. Labor Department guidance that discouraged workplace 401k cryptocurrency.
Nvidia ned 0,28. Microsoft ned 0,27 og Tesla ned 0,47.
Southwest will charge $35 for one check bag, $45 for a second. But it won't just impact your wallet. Flight check-in lines could grow because it takes time to pay for the bags. The number of carry-ons expected to rise as we all try to save money. That will slow boarding and threaten on-time departures for some.
The only time I check a bag is when I go skiing and I check my skills. That's it.
Yeah. But we're also assuming that normally all flights are on time. I'm not just ribbing Southwest. I'm ribbing like all airlines.
No, they actually have a pretty good on-time record. And by the way, when you're on time, that's the point at which you leave the gate.
Nah, so you can then stay on the tarmac for
Jeg vurderer å kjøpe gull her nå. Kjøpte gull. Ta gevinst på neste løsning.
Don't give me any ideas. They're going to start charging for bags. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. At your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Nå er jeg pluss på gull.
JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live
Er pluss på gull her nå. Kjøpte her nede.
YouTube, and we're also on that smart TV stuff.
Tok imot på support.
Samsung TV, all that kind of good stuff. You just go to Bloomberg Originals, and that's where you find us. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney with Alex Steele. We're joined by Bloomberg's Norma Linden. Norma, what are you doing?
Traff akkurat på båndet. Det er dritbra.
We're seeing them higher as much as 7.7% this morning. And that's after Baird raised the recommendation on the credit analytics agency to outperform from neutral. And of course we know the company has really been in focus after FHFA.
Jeg skal bare fikse noe dritt her. Fy faen. Hvis dere lurer på hvorfor jeg har en jævla kråke, så er det fordi jeg har reddet en påkjørt kråkedag. Som lå basically som lå dav. Og så har jeg tvangsfôret han med drikke og mark. Og så har vi nå, kråka og jeg, vi har blitt bestevenner. Nå spiser han fra hånda mi og drikker og er kongelig, liksom. Kjøper mer gull av Rolling. 2 sekunder. Nei, jeg gjør ikke det. Jeg venter.
So I think they're really threading a really tight needle here as to whether or not they're able to do that successfully without affecting the mortgage sector.
So they've been under government
conservatorship
since the financial crisis.
Yep.
Remember those days.
Trying to forget them.
All right, Nora, thanks a lot. Norma Linden joining us from Bloomberg News. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports and the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere that you listen. All right, let's get to the bond market here. You're seeing a little bit of a sell-off in the long end. Kind of what the direction is as we head into those 2 p.m. Fed minutes. Ruben Hovhannissian. Did I get that?
That's close enough.
Was I close? Managing Director, Generalist Portfolio Manager in the Fixed Income Group over at TWC. Was I close?
It was close enough.
Close enough.
He's being polite.
He's being polite. I'll still take it. Okay, what is the direction of travel for the long end?
Well, we think the direction of travel is more evaluating between choppiness. We really think that the long end of the curve has been suffering from lack of sponsorship due to some fiscal concerns, due to higher and some de-dollarization, de-dollarization which suggests that we're not talking about outright selling of these assets, and maybe that's happening. Evidence of that, but to put things in context, we have been running about $1 trillion current deficit for a number of years, and that means that we've been financial flows into the United States for a long time, and probably increasing the last couple of years. So even a reduction in some appetite for risk would lead to increase in risk that would translate into more volatility for bonds, and especially in the long end, rates are less able to That's what we've seen you zoom out and take a look at the we've seen that twist steepening of the curve by the front end of two declines. And we're driven by real yields and the low end of the 20s
Ruben, given that background here, the uncertainty caused in part by uncertain tariff policy, can we really do anything here? I mean,
Slemmestad. Vi fant det på Slemmestad, kompis. Du spiser og du drikker. Og så drikker. Kapp. Kapp opp. Ja, der. Det er godt. Det er godt. Ja. Det er godt på mat. Hva sier du på skjermen? Ja. Nå kjøper jeg gull igjen. Oi, fy faen, jeg traff på gull, gikk jo rett opp, jo. Ut av gull. Jeg tror jeg skal begynne å trede gull, jeg. Det svinger jo mye med den der helvetes drittnastaken. Hvor mange kontrakter hadde du det siste? Veldig lite, jeg hadde bare 0,2. Den andre så hadde jeg en hel, så det ble litt ekstra penger av det. Men jeg dratt inn nå på det lille jeg har gjort nå, så jeg dratt inn 2000. Så jeg burde egentlig trade mye mer aktivt gull, merker jeg. Jeg er blitt litt mer sånn der, jeg vet ikke, jeg er veldig makropreget person og veldig opptatt av makro, mikro og alt sammen. Og det funker ikke når Trump og Elon Musk holder på å stemme med. Så og de klarer ikke å påvirke gull i hvert fall. Så jeg ser her nå at gull funker jo. Så jeg lurer på om jeg bare skal trade gull, og så skal jeg bare komme meg ut av Nasdaqen til det blir litt mer normalt. Så nå så har jeg tjent på går og dag på gull, så har jeg dratt inn eller på siste par dagene så har jeg dratt inn 6000. Og da kan jeg basically ta 2 tap på Nasdaq short og gå 0. Så det er sånn jeg skal trede meg ut av det her, for jeg har ikke så mange short egentlig. Jeg har bare 2 shorter for en måned siden. Ellers så har jeg bare pluss på alle tradesene mine. Da er det en short over natta som jeg drevet meg ut på. Jeg ser her at å håndtere gull, der er det 10-gangeren da, i forhold til å være på en vanlig Nasdaq-kontrakt. Så for meg å trede Nasdaq, eller for meg å trede gull nå, så trenger jeg ikke handle med mer enn 0,6 maks en kontrakt. Føler jeg er komfortabel med. 2 short for noen som 7 for kopter. Ja, jeg har 2. Nei, 2 hele kontrakter, Mark, så ikke 2 posisjoner. 2 hele kontrakter. Jeg hadde så små posisjoner, vet du. Jeg hadde bare sånn 0,25, 0,25, 0,25. Jeg var så nervøs.
But the key focus was that guidance that they left where they set it at the beginning of the year, and it really tells us, you know, combined with the strong first quarter results, that demand demand is holding very strong for this company, and we should continue to see growth in coming quarters, and tariffs with the rising costs there should be manageable for the rest of the year.
What changed? Because I feel like before earnings season, we thought this was going to be just like total disaster for retailers when it came to tariffs. Did something fundamentally change, or did we just not give them enough credit?
So I think Dick's might not be a barometer for retailers across the board. I think they're uniquely positioned in a couple of ways. One is that their consumer base is a higher income consumer. That consumer has been holding up pretty well, and we haven't seen a change, in the spending patterns for them yet. The other piece I would say is, Dick's has done a really
Nå treffer Gud snart supporten her som skal kjøpe gull av Martha.
And because they carry, premium brands, they are in a very good position to pass through these higher costs to that consumer. And we expect that more affluent consumer to continue to spend on Nike, even if it's 5% higher in terms of the shoe that you're picking. So it is manageable, for Dick's, and that might not be the case across the board, but they are positioned to do so.
Lindsay, I'm just guessing that my sneakers were not stitched in Peoria, Illinois. So what are they saying about tariffs and the impact on their margins?
Right, so we haven't gotten a lot of specific details, but in the guidance, they are still expecting points of gross margin expansion this year. So that expectation of growing margin is still in place. Like I said, I think that they're looking to pass those higher costs on to consumers, so that's sort of a margin neutral impact. And the way they're getting the expansion on the margin line is, Dick's has really pulled back on promotions. They don't really offer blanket discounts. You never see 20% off the entire site, not even on Black Friday. They just don't do that anymore, and they haven't really done that since the pandemic. Once they saw that consumers really are interested in sports, fitness, athleisure, they will pay the full price, and they plan to continue to sell through on the full price for the rest of the year.
What other stocks in your coverage are holding up surprisingly well?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Alex. So we had Williams-Sonoma report last week, and they too held their guidance flat. Very similar backdrop for them. Again, it's a higher income consumer. They are seeing demand, for the price point of their goods, especially in the Williams-Sonoma home brand. That's performed very well. They're also making inroads with kids and their teen Pottery Barn brand. So that's another one, very similar to Dick's. Both kind of entered the year with strong demand momentum, and we saw that demand continue into the first quarter, and it looks like it could continue to extend this year.
Remind us on the deal for Foot Locker. Is this deal going to get approved? Just remind us, because that seems like, I don't know about that.
Yes, so our antitrust expert, Jen Rhee, took a look at the deal, and she thinks that it's highly likely that it will be approved by the FTC. She doesn't see a lot of hurdles there. There might be some, store divestitures. But one interesting thing that came up on the Dick's call today, is part of their merger agreement is that they're only really willing to sell about $100 million worth of Foot Locker stores. So as long as the FTC is good with that low amount, Dick's would obviously proceed with the deal. They're looking to get exposure to a broader consumer base, and those mall-based stores are really a key component to the deal.
All right, Lindsay Dutch, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Consumer Hardline Senior Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, Dick's Sporting Goods, reporting earnings, keeping their guidance. Again, that kind of feels like a win for some companies these days. A lot of companies pulling their guidance, lowering their guidance on an uncertain economic outlook. But in the world of sneakers, all is good. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Jeg kjøpte akkurat gull nå, Tim. Mye lettere å trade i gull, ser jeg. Ser ut som gull respekterer teknisk også. Blir liksom ikke helt skrudd i huet av meldinger. Sovne der, eller? Gull har sånn breakout her, ser det som. Akkurat her. Støtte. Det er make or break it her nå. Så hvis den flakser går nå, så kan det gå helt opp til 3306. Første stopp er 3302. Nasdaq har motstand på 21,430. Nå har jeg penger på gull, nå tar jeg gevinst på gull hvert øyeblikk. Jeg gjør det hele 100 ganger. Å, fy faen, den går. Jiho! Nå går gull, kom igjen. Det er så mye lett å trede gull, altså. Eller for meg, da.
I'm John Tucker in Bloomberg Nation with this Bloomberg Business Flash, brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Of course, the next big test for Wall Street comes after the end of regular trading in New York when the market heavyweight NVIDIA reports the latest results. And we're going to interview the CEO, Jensen Huang, right around 6:30 Wall Street time. Macy's sales and profits slipping in the first quarter, and the department store cited more cautious customers and the impact of the trade war trimming its profit forecast for this year. Abercrombie & Fitch soared after its profit and revenue both topped analyst expectations. Those shares right now up close to 19%. Overall, the S&P 500 down 11 points. That's a decline of about 0.2%. Light volume too today. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 103 points. That's down about 0.25%. The Nasdaq 100, that's just turned higher, 5 points higher at 21,421. This feels like it's been going up forever.
Så ta ut longen på Nasdaq hvert øyeblikk. Det vil ikke være lang der.
Along in fulfilling requirements to end the Federal Reserve's growth ban. That's been in place for over 7 years. The Fed imposed the asset cap after a raft of scandals related to their sales practices. I actually got an account I didn't know about from Wells Fargo.
I got my checking account.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I had my California mortgage with them. All went smooth.
Anyway.
Of course, they sold it 15 minutes on direct load.
Of course, yeah, I mean, please. So did mine.
Koya var svært innsidekjøpt her i går.
But I mean the terms and everything.
2.75%. Like everyone wants my mortgage.
Every opportunity she's got to brag.
But you also set me up for it, so it's not totally my fault.
Anyway, that's your market update, kids.
All right, JT, Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Check us out on YouTube, which apparently everyone's watching now, as well as the originals, which you can find on Roku and all your smart TV. Check us out there as well. One of the headlines, obviously, as JT was talking about, was Fannie Mae now saying that it will keep its U.S. guarantee as a public firm. I should say President Trump has said that Fannie Mae may keep its U.S. guarantee as a public firm. Ben Elliott is consumer finance analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us from Washington, D.C. So does this imply that there should be then no change to people's mortgages and the rates?
Well, it's interesting because while President Trump has confirmed that he'd like to keep the U.S. government involved with Fannie and Freddie, and that's a big deal, we still have no details on sort of the contours of the guarantee, and the way that plays out eventually could have an impact on the mortgage market.
Ben, tell us, just refresh our memory, because I'm going to speak for everyone in our audience. I have no idea how this ownership thing is of Fannie and Freddie. Can you just refresh who owns what and what's President Trump thinking about?
Yeah, so the federal government owns a senior class of shares that has varying sort of levels of valuation applied to it, but it's probably worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And then the federal government also owns warrants to purchase 79.9% of the common stock. And so the remaining common stock still trades, but it has no voting power, and it has limited sort of economic claims on the businesses.
So if that's the case, what would ownership or still a backstop by the government to Fannie, but public ownership mean? Like, what is that? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, so the way the companies are governed right now, something called the Preferred Stock Purchase Agreement is in place. That dates back to 2008. And there's still about $270 billion of liquidity that Treasury has pledged to the enterprises. Individually, actually, so there's different amounts pledged to each company. So presumably what the president is talking about is maintaining the PSPA guarantees, but charging the enterprises some sort of fee in exchange for that liquidity going forward.
So, Ben, you know, as a citizen and a taxpayer, I don't think I want my government really in the loan business to this degree. So isn't don't people want them to get out of this business, sell down?
It's interesting. So Fannie and Freddie actually work extremely well under the status quo. You know, in some ways, I think you might want the government to be in this business. If you look across the globe, the U.S. is really the only country that has this level of liquidity in the mortgage market. The 30-year fixed rate note is something of a unique sort of financial instrument available to U.S. home buyers, and as a result, U.S. home ownership rates are higher than many other nations across the globe. So there is a reason for the U.S. government to be involved, but to your point, they shouldn't be too involved. And we learned that lesson in 2008. And that was actually, so it's interesting, the president tweeted he wanted to keep the implicit guarantee, which is what existed prior to 2008, when basically everyone agreed that Treasury would be on the hook if something happened. We saw that something did happen and Treasury was on the hook. So I think what people would like to see going forward is the government sort of set some strong guardrails around this and say, you know, we're going to backstop this, but only in a very sort of narrow, explicit way.
All I know is if I'm a FIG banker, financial institutions group, I'm a FIG banker on Wall Street, I'm pitching this deal hard. Think how big this offering would be.
I mean,
he's all about fees.
I'm all about fees. You got to get paid.
You can take the banker out of the location, but whatever, something along those lines.
On my partnership evaluation at Salomon Brothers, the best thing was he's not afraid to ask for a ticket. You got to get paid.
Det er litt usikker på hva dette.
Ben Elliott, thank you so much. Consumer finance analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. We got Fed minutes today. I don't know. I never pay attention to it. I just wait for like Ira Jersey to tell me if it's important. But I know a lot.
You're really selling it.
I know a lot of people are all over.
Droppa gull her.
Next guest is really one of the leading voices that we have to talk to us about the Fed markets. Danielle DiMartino, CEO.
Samme nivå som i stad.
QI Research joins us here in our studio. Are Fed minutes important anymore, Danielle? Because it seems like they talk all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of nonstop. I'm counting the seconds until next Friday when we go into FOMC blackout, but then I need to get out more. I'm not really expecting any surprises from today. I think that they want to continue to broadcast this air of utter uncertainty. Even though I guess the irony is that a lot of other indicators are kind of flashing to the Fed that they've really got their eye on the wrong ball right now.
What ball should they have their eye on?
Well, yesterday was kind of unusual. We had CoreLogic and FHFA monthly home prices for March very lagged, and the Fed knows that these are lagging indicators. Both print negative for the month for the first time since June of 2022. And we're seeing that shelter component, which is the largest input to inflation, really start to come down hard as multifamily supply continues to flood the market. So both on the rental and on the home price side of shelter, the Fed is really going to have to start contending with disinflation. The 2019 FOMC minutes, in fact, found that the drag on the labor market and the drag on GDP growth was more than overwhelmed any inflationary impulse from the tariffs. They released those transcripts just a few months ago. So the Fed's got all kinds of other issues to contend with. At BCYGO on the Bloomberg terminal, we're up to 21 large bankruptcies. We've had 3 multi-billion bankruptcies filed just today in the United States. To give you an idea of what 21 looks like for the month, August 2023 was the absolute peak for the cycle, so it looks like we're going to cruise right past that.
Ser ikke bra den gula nå, altså nå ser den blytung ut. Du kan falle ned på... Helt ned til 3289.
That's very true, but when it comes to, trust me when I say after almost a decade inside the Fed, long lagging indicators that start to...
Har du target 3289 steg?
When you see a double negative print, those are the kind of things that really get the attention of the PhDs. They're like, oh wow, that took a long time to show up in the data, but and it doesn't turn for a very long time either. And these are seasonally adjusted, very, very long series that yes, the Fed does pay attention to.
So when we have the narrative of when the hard data catches up to the soft data, blah, 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 is that narrative, like, is that the right narrative? Or have we already seen it start to catch up in different ways?
Oh, I mean, the good news is, if the Fed is going to be discussing this, is that the hard data has caught up, right? The Bureau of Labor Statistics on, Anna Wong does a great job with this data as well, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics on May the 7th released the bed data that's...
Nei, jeg sitter midt oppe i treninga her, Jo, jeg kan spise noe cottage cheese. Ja.
Of last year that there were net job losses, meaning that when the NBER goes back and looks at all of this, it's as hard as the data gets. It doesn't get any harder, and it indicates that recession likely began in 2024's first quarter. Again, this is as hard as the Bureau of Labor Statistics data get. There'll be special presentations at the upcoming FOMC just based on the depth of these revisions, which really haven't been this material, if you will, since 2008.
So I guess June, don't expect anything from the Fed. How about September?
Maybe September. I mean, I think my point of walking through this litany of not soft survey data, but hard data, is that if the Fed is intent on ignoring...
Nå jumper gul opp igjen.
Very familiar to them. This is not University of Michigan. This is not Conference Board. This is Bureau of Labor Statistics hard data. If their intent to look past that, the quarterly census of employment and wages comes out for the fourth quarter of 2024 on June the 4th. Of course, we've got another non-farm payrolls report that arrives as well. If they're just going to keep looking past this, that means that they don't want to move and that they're going to have their own reasons and fall back on them to say we're not doing anything until September the 17th.
Could they be good reasons, or do you think that's just passing the buck?
I don't think they're good reasons at this point. Not from what we're hearing from the St. Louis Fed that households in the top 10% of zip codes are seeing their credit card delinquencies deteriorate at a much faster pace than lower income. Torsten Slok put a good chart out yesterday morning that showed that white collar, the highest income cohort, is right now the fastest growing area of those claiming unemployment benefits. You know, you've got continuing claims stuck at 1.9 million. Again, I think right now Fed policymakers want to sit on their hands.
So Danielle, you're based in Dallas, 9 years at the Dallas Fed.
Yes.
Has the DFW Metroplex ever been in better economic shape than it is today? It seems like every company's moving there.
It is a bubble. There is a tremendous amount of corporate relocation going on there. We've got skyscrapers left and right. The Texas Stock Exchange is going to be opening up. That's pretty exciting for everybody in finance. There, of course, JP Morgan. Many of the biggest U.S. banks have more employees in the finance field in the city of Dallas than they do in New York City.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, Goldman's about to open up.
Goldman's corporate campus there is enormous.
I've heard it's just amazing.
But it was interesting when you see that the 11th district where I worked for again nearly a decade. That's 10% of U.S. consumption. When you see that services data hit at 10:30 Eastern this morning and show that revenues have turned negative, you got an identical printout of Richmond Fed services. Again, revenues negative. It's a big deal to see in my city, in the bubble, in the most really captured city in America, that we're seeing so many small retailers go out of business.
All right, Danielle, thank you so much. Danielle DiMartino, CEO, Chief Strategist at QI Research, joining us live here on our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio, trying to get a sense of what's going on out there in this economy and the Federal Reserve. Coming up, let's talk oil and gas. We can do that with Ellen Wall, President of Transversal Consulting, Oil and Gas.
Skal vi liksom ikke røre på oss I hele dagen? Skal vi liksom ligge her, eller? Det liksom planen I dag? Jeg tok ut den lunge I Nasdaqen nå med bitte litt tapp. Bare tok den ut. Jeg synes det ser tungt ut. Men vi ligger basically in the middle of nowhere da. Og fy faen, nå fløy gull rett opp her da. Jeg long gull her nå. Jeg tok ut et lite tap på long Nasdaq. Den faller, det var bra. Og så gikk jeg long gull, og gull går rett opp her nå. Da vi heller nå, skal vi få gull helt opp til 3308. Da motstand på 3304 da. Som går opp til 3308. Da vi heldige. Vi rører ikke på oss her.
God dag igjen.
Hva
skjer da?
Det skjer ingenting.
Det var ikke mye.
Nei, altså det skjer absolutt ingenting. Jeg tror markedet er helt avventende til tallene etter børsdag.
Spørs det. Så gullet havna under 3300 også, gitt.
Ja, jeg kjøpte akkurat litt nå.
Ja. Det ser kurant ut der.
Men det er liksom, det er jo ingenting som skjer her. Det står helt fucking stille. Wall Street er ned, Dow Jones er ned 220 poeng, mens vi er ned 25. Altså det er ingenting som gir mening lenger.
Det henger ikke helt ihop, nei.
Ingenting.
Du ser, Storry, jeg sa det stinka 3300.
Når det rører gult på seg, det nesten som sånn lokomotiv når det først går.
Ja, det går jo veldig teknisk da.
Ja, veldig. Jeg sa at det blir liksom ikke like berørt av det der tweetsene til Donald Trump eller Elon Musk, liksom.
Ja.
Stock averages pushing lower right now after yesterday's rally. Nvidia shares, they have soared 40% from an April low. The world's most valuable chip maker reports after the market close. The last of the Mag 7 stocks to do so. Wall Street estimates, they kind of vary widely on the impact of the U.S. Export restrictions.
Du ser når det gikk opp sist her nå, så gikk det rett til 61,80 og snudde der. Og Fibonacci-ene. Det var litt greit å se.
På gull?
Ja. Da vet jeg jo at jeg kan bruke den.
Men
Shake Shack introducing its first loyalty offerings. This includes $1 sodas for app users, discounts for customers who order a burger or a barbecue sandwich at least twice within a certain time period. I don't know what that means. QVC and HSN, the home shopping network, they're known for hawking everything from kitchen appliances to luggage. The company that owns them has more than $5 billion with a B dollars of debt. In the past 4 years, the stock price has fallen more than 99%. And now comes word they are huddling with advisors to evaluate their options with respect to that debt. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg.
Jeg har jo fortsatt aktivert kursmål på 32,56 der.
She made good money for like 20 years.
Stuff they just don't need.
Exactly. But now you've got the Intraweb. And
I can see Alex on QVC and Home Shopping Network buying
Hawkinson.
The latest shoes.
Oh my God, I'd be so good.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you.
No, I mean that as a buyer.
32,56 er kursmålet fra den kanalen som der tidligere, men den er for så vidt avviklet med det bruddet.
Also talked to Ellen Wolf, president of Transversal Consulting and senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Ellen, our friends in the U.S. shale patch, the oil patch, they're probably not that happy with $62 oil. What do they do at this level?
I think what we're seeing now is really a lot of the producers are making some very kind of calculated decisions. They're looking at what areas they can continue to produce in, and is it really worth it to drill new wells if the price point is, about $62 a barrel? And so they have to make decisions about what's worthwhile to produce and what's not, and is expansion worthwhile? And I do think a lot of it depends on the cost of production and whether they're going to be increasing costs on the steel that they need, on oil services and things like that. And so you see a lot of companies kind of holding back on making decisions about capital expansion in the shale patch. And then again, we're also seeing some of the larger shale companies expand internationally. They're looking for other areas to produce oil that are not Texas and the Permian because they're seeing better opportunities elsewhere.
So I take a look, this is going to get nerdy, guys, so let's get into it. I'm taking a look at the oil curve. So if you have a Bloomberg terminal, it's CCRV is the function, and it shows kind of what the market's expecting prices to be today versus prices in the future. This is an insanely weird chart, and I say that because prices right now are much higher than they are within the next year, and then everything turns around, and then prices get much higher again. So it's like this bumpy little curve that usually isn't how the oil market works. There's a clear oil signal for producers to say, all right, I have clear visibility to what oil prices are going to be in the next 3 years, and I'm going to go after it. This curve is an OPEC curve, is it not?
An OPEC curve. I like the way you described that. I do think that right now what we are seeing is that OPEC is kind of in the driver's seat, so to speak, when they're looking at things. And in fact, they just concluded, another one of a meeting that they were having, and they are looking to use the baseline productions for 2025.
Altså, det skjer jo ingenting her.
They're looking to use production in 2025 to set baselines for 2026. So they are definitely looking.
Nei, det ser tungt ut, i hvert fall på gul der. Det er noe med noen her da.
Jeg er låner gul her, men Nasdaqen står stille. Altså, han rører ikke på seg. Altså, vi rører ikke på oss. Det er midt på fuckings dagen, liksom. Der da, bryt nå til helvetes ned da.
Bare gjør noe.
Ja, liksom det blir så dumt.
Ja, det var ikke noe som var oppe som var ned.
Nei, men det er helt fjollete nå. Det er USA nedgradert, det gjelder tak, inflasjonen stiger. Du så Tesla-gullet opp 7%. For han skrev en jævla Twitter-melding. Så dumt kan det bli, ja. Salgen i hele Europa stuper til helvete ned med 53%, så går den opp 7%. Det er jo ingen andre fucking selskaper i verden som går opp på så ræva tall, liksom.
Ja, ikke sant.
Det skjer ikke. Nei, skal vi bare stå her da?
Spørs det.
Yes, they want them to come in line, but more than that, they want unity. So they're going to push them, and they're going to see if they can get them to curb their production a little bit, or at least commit to it. But in the end, they're not going to say kick them out of OPEC or something like that, because it means more to have them in this group. And we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of this OPEC Plus group, which is really an incredible achievement. So yeah, but at the same time, you've got these 8 countries in OPEC Plus that have voluntarily reduced their production levels, and they're saying, hey, if Kazakhstan and other countries are constantly overproducing, well, why are we continuing to hold back this oil from the market? And so that's why we're seeing, we're seeing these countries get together and saying, okay, we're going to put another, say, 400,000 barrels in the market this month and next month. And I think that is something that they can do because it's just the 8 of them, and so we can get agreement on that much more easily than a whole group having to get everyone else in the group to agree, but also because it can kind of keep prices in check. They don't really want prices to get that high because that means that all sorts of other production in the United States some suddenly becomes viable. And I don't think that they necessarily want to get, $75, $80 oil prices, because that means that a whole lot more oil is going to be unleashed in other areas.
And I know from some good sources that oil men like between $75 and $85 a barrel.
Yeah. It's a landman thing, Alan.
It's a landman thing.
That's where he's getting his info.
Ellen Wald, President, Transversal Consulting and Senior Fellow.
Is fair game.
Yep, absolutely. She's president of Transocean Consulting and a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, joining us there. Is the cost of production higher or lower in the U.S. versus, say, like Saudi Arabia?
Oh, cost of production is higher. The cost of production for in the Saudi Arabia is like $20. It's really, really cheap. But they have fiscally their break even's like 90 to 100.
Okay.
Because of all that they're spending and stuff like that. But it's still, you know, relatively cheap. But yeah, on the margin, it's been going up a little bit. As you already drilled the good stuff, it gets more expensive to drill the tier 2, tier 3 stuff as well.
All right. WTI crude oil $62 here, up $1.50 today. Brent $65.50, up $1.39 today. So we'll look to oil. All I know about oil is supply and demand. You have to have an informed opinion on supply and demand for oil, as you do for any commodity, especially for oil. Tough to trade. This is
Vi skal ikke røre på oss i dag. Vi skal stå stille i hvor mange timer? Ja, det skjer ingenting. Vi er opp og ned med 7 poeng. Sjekk en dritt.
So let's get right to it right now with Pujan Subani, Bloomberg Intelligence, a senior semi-analyst joining us. Okay, what are the broad strokes that we're looking for from NVIDIA?
Well, the one thing very different this time.
Ja, jeg lurer på om jeg skal hente meg noe mat, det.
Noisiest quarter over the last 3 years in terms of expectations. The deviation between estimate numbers is pretty wide, and that is because not every broker or not every analyst has fully integrated the impact of the China ban loss, and there's a lot of confusion around it, like how much should that impact be. So having said that, what it implies is the consensus, the beat or miss will be against the winning SC consensus number. So investors should not pay a lot of attention as they would to an absolute beat and miss, but rather focus on the commentary around the ramp of GB200 and the GB300 transition expected in second half, clarity on the new China variant chip that they're working on, and if, as a bonus point, if Jensen can give us any color around second half and 2026 demand signals.
So, I mean, Jensen Huang is very good at doing all of that. Talk to us about the China situation. Is this variant trip, is it something that can be a fix, a short-term fix, a long-term fix? How do you view it?
I mean, this is not the first time we are in this situation. I think this is sort of the fourth time. Every time after every 6 to sort of 8 months, the US has put a sanction or a restriction on the chip that they were selling to China. And the company has very successfully come out and created a variant that is compliant and have started shipping and has produced more revenues than the prior chip. So this is the sort of the fourth time that they're doing. We feel very confident in their ability to make a China variant compliant chip and ship that until the next time maybe we see a sanction. But what's different this time around is this chip is going to be much less powerful and performance, and China, especially Huawei, has been coming up with their more competitive offerings. So this time around, there will be pricing pressure. We have heard some rumors that they might reduce the pricing significantly. And again, now you're sort of getting in line or getting below the competitive alternative, which is available locally.
When you take a look at, say, the margin issue, and that comes with the ramp up of the GB2000, GB3000, what can we expect there? What's like a good one? What's a bad one?
Yeah, so there's two headwinds on the margin side. One, as such, even if the China ban didn't exist, their margins were in pressure because of exactly what you said, the ramp from the new products. Now, we were expecting them, and the CFO did say that towards exiting this year, the margin should again creep up to sort of mid-70s. But now we think either in this quarter or in 2Q, there will be an impact to margin, a one-time impact from the China ban sales, as we saw with AMD earnings. Any commentary to reboost confidence that the margins will get back to the mid-70s this year should be definitely a positive, but any kind of lack of that or a delay of that structurally could really hurt the sentiment.
Where are we now, Kujan? What kind of demand is the market discounting these days? Have we seen peak AI demand, or is it still strong going forward?
I mean, from our checks and, disregarding any rumors, just going on pure data points, we don't see any slowdown in demand. When you look at the earnings from the top 4 cloud guys and the big hyperscalers, nobody has commented any kind of slowdown or signaled any kind of reduction in CapEx going into next year. We have seen the demand signals outside of this big, large cloud and hyperscaler group continue to expand. You have the UAE deal, you have the Stargate deal, and you see a lot more enterprises like XAI and other companies coming in and have started their plans to build up large data centers and GPU clusters. So we don't see any real tangible or measurable demand weakness so far.
This may be a silly question because it may be net for NVIDIA, but as we see the focus move away from those huge data centers where you're training the large language models more to the inference side, where you have to have, closer to cities, closer to like my phone, so I can interface with AI, does that change the kind of chips and the kind of demand for NVIDIA stuff?
Not in the near term. Inference has multiple stages. There's inference and data center, which is the largest piece of the market where the largest dollars are spent, still by the top 4 or 5 hyperscalers and cloud guys. And the inference sort of at the very edge, that market is just starting up. So the amount of dollars spent there in terms of chips is not very large there. When we do get to that market, it depends to see, if NVIDIA will lose the edge there and if someone like Qualcomm or Intel might gain the share there, but not so far. So far, still, NVIDIA has a dominant share when it comes to inference, which is still in data center.
All right, Kunjan, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Kunjan Sobhani, he is a senior analyst on semiconductors for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based out there in San Francisco, right in the Valley. And again, we've got the NVIDIA earnings after the close today. Around 4:20 is when they hope to get them out the door. And then, of course, we'll have a conference call this evening, 5 p.m. Wall Street time. So a lot of folks are going to be tuning into that because it used to be a real driver for the market overall. But Gina Martin Adams from Bloomberg Intelligence is suggesting that's peaked. And so it's important, but not quite as important.
Right, and you can see in the options market, calculating a 6% move to the upper downside versus over 8%. This is according to Citi. Also, it's been, but on the but side, the S&P has been the one that's leading everything higher, not the equal weighted index, which makes me think that tech maybe still has a little bit of more sway within the overall market direction. Well, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder for you. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM Channel 121 is presented by Ship Station. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now as you're looking at the NASDAQ off by 0.2%, the Dow off 0.4, and the S&P off 0.3%, and bonds sell off a touch. This is Bloomberg.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. New visa restriction policies emerging from the State Department. One will apply to foreign officials and people who are, quote, complicit in censoring Americans. Another stops the scheduling of new visa interviews for foreign students. CBS's Natalie Brand says that's billed as temporary as screening of social media activity is expanded.
It's hard to really know how this impacts those students who are going to be waiting for appointments, how long this pause in interviews lasts. But we do know that, the administration has taken action against other student visa holders. There have been various court cases, and many of them successful.
For the third straight time, a destructive failure of a SpaceX Starship rocket has raised questions about when it will be ready to fly astronauts. Elon Musk offers this timetable.
If we're lucky, we've probably got about a 50% chance of sending ships from Earth to Mars at the end of next year. So November, December next year, in about 18 months.
Well, CBS's Jason Allen on today's Setback.
From the new officially named city of Starbase, Texas, SpaceX's Starship successfully lifted off, but flew into trouble minutes later. As the booster returned to Earth, a flash of flame erupted. People watching from Texas beaches could see the booster explode in the air.
Israel said today recent strikes in Gaza killed a top Hamas leader, Mohammed Sinwar. The Capitol Police Chief is retiring this week. Thomas Manger took over the department after the January 6th attack.
It was, I think, a slap in the face to every police officer that was here.
CBS's Scott McFarland.
This is a historic tenure at a fragile moment. It was a traumatized police department after the U.S. Capitol siege that was understaffed and faced the mission of ensuring no other attacks on the Capitol happen again. Thomas Manger rebuilt some of that staff. He increased the budget for the department. They're going to ask for $1 billion next year to better secure the Congress, the Capitol, and members of Congress as they travel the country.
More testimony of the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial from a former assistant, Capricorn Clark. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
There were two instances where she claims she was kidnapped. One is she was in possession of some diamond jewelry. She reported that it had gone missing, and she said over the course of 5 days she was brought to a dilapidated building and subjected to lie detector tests. The man there, she said, told her that if things didn't get figured out, she would end up in the East River.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 130. This is CBS News.
Da ingen da.
Nå er jeg bare en halvtime ledig, så er jeg fullboka, liksom. Hun kan jo ikke engelsk engang.
Hva om du kommer selv til etterpå?
Ja, jeg skrev When would you like to come tomorrow? You have booked 2 separate appointments for tomorrow. Jeg skrev først, babe, you have already booked facial sculpting. Now you have booked 2 appointments with the same treatment. When would you like to come? Oh, sorry, you can't today maybe? I see it's for tomorrow. No, I can't today. When
Jeg vet det har lyd
come
på.
tomorrow?
Jeg tror hun gir faen nå. Filippina, jeg tror hun er oppgitt.
Altså, for dumme er det med meg? Kanskje jeg er eneste med noe?
Jeg tror det er litt.
Nei, da spør jeg ikke meg, altså. I'm not the stupid one.
Nei, jeg er stupid, for jeg sitter og sett på den skjermen nå I faen meg hele dag. Det har gått opp og ned med 10 poeng, skjer ingenting.
A new report forecasts an ever-warming planet Earth.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. The UN's climate agency says the world is on course to experience more record temperatures over the next 5 years, with a high likelihood that average warming will exceed the limit set by the Paris Climate Accords. The World Meteorological Organization says the Arctic will likely warm at more than 3 times the global average. Among other things, that would see thawing permafrost releasing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, accelerating climate change. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
The governing body for California high school sports has changed the rules for this weekend's state track and field championship, allowing more girls to qualify. It comes after a trans athlete secured a place at the event. President Trump has threatened to pull federal funding if California does not bar trans girls from participating in girls' sports. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump's embrace of crypto comes into full form in Las Vegas. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power as MAGA converges on the Bitcoin conference today, complete with a keynote from Vice President J.D. Vance, who's about to hit the stage. We're going to look at what the Trump White House is looking for from crypto and the Trump family, for that matter, and what this conference might do to move the ball. Straight ahead with Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. SpaceX loses another Starship, as we learned live on the air last evening. We're going to dig into what happened on the 9th test launch, what it means for Elon Musk's drive to Mars, with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow and Mike Shepard later this hour, with analysis today from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the duration, and we start, as always, with our look at the markets. That includes crypto. Charlie Pellet has the word from World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Bitcoin right now down 2.1%, 107,274 on Bitcoin. A lower day for risk assets. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. S&P right now down 13. Drop there of 0.2%.
Nasdaq så vidt ned. Den gått mest av alle. Den snakker om.
0.3%. And NASDAQ
Russell
right now
2000 ned nesten 1%. Det bare piss. Det liksom bare Nvidia, Apple og Meta som går hver jævla Tesla opp. Og drit og dra. Håper den indeksen konker snart.
Gold is down $4 the ounce to $32.96, a drop of 0.1%. And a rally for West Texas Intermediate crude, $62.22 a barrel, now up by 2.1%. And Bitcoin bears repeating, down 2.1% now, $107,000. 334 on Bitcoin. David Leibovitz is global market strategist at JP Morgan Investment Management. He says investors are now looking beyond tariffs.
The trade issue is not going away, right? We're going to have tariffs. They are going to be higher than they were at the start of the year. How much higher? Time will tell. The drag from tariffs, though, continues to be pushed out. And what I think the administration is trying to do today is play more of a timing game where if they continue to kick the can on the tariffs towards the end of the year, then the impact on the economy only shows up as you're getting that fiscal thrust in 2026.
David Leibovitz of JP Morgan Investment Management interviewed this morning on surveillance. You can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. Macy's out with better than expected quarterly results on a down day for stocks. We do have Macy's up by 1.8%. Also reporting earnings this morning. Abercrombie & Fitch now up 19%. The retailer upped its full year outlook. The big story after the close of trading today going to be earnings out of NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares ahead of earnings up by 0.3%. And Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow will be sitting down with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang tonight, 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time. You can hear the conversation on Bloomberg. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.2%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, many thanks, sir. Live from New York, watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. Welcome to the Wednesday edition. Yeah, it's already Wednesday in our shortened trading week here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. On YouTube, search Bloomberg Business News Live to catch all of our shows throughout the day, live from Washington and New York, as well available now on Bloomberg Originals. Have I told you about the podcast? It's good to have you along with our eyes on the Oval Office. We may bring you there this hour. I just want to give you fair warning. President Trump holding a swearing-in ceremony for Judge Jeanine. Remember, tapped to serve as interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia here in the federal city. So the podium's going to be set up. We've seen this more than once in the Oval. The question is, will Donald Trump be taking questions from reporters? We'll find out when we get there. It does look like we'll have a live feed from the Oval Office. Also watching the Vice President today, J.D. Vance, making tracks to Vegas, baby, where the full MAGA crypto community is in effect. And this is, if you're with us on YouTube, a live view of Bloomberg Originals of the podium set up in Vegas. Bitcoin 2025. The Vice President delivering the keynote address that Donald Trump himself delivered last year. Now, we've got a lot of headlines on crypto and President Trump and his family, for that matter. Just searching, a cursory search on the terminal will bring you a couple of pretty important developments over the past couple of days, whether it has to do with policy here in Washington, the family's investments in crypto, and more specifically, what's going on over at DJT. That policy, by the way, might end up impacting your 401k. And so we want to spend some time with our friend Nathan Dean, no stranger to crypto policy. It's something we talk about a lot around here, and we want to combine some of these headlines in a way that I think will be fascinating. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Policy Analyst. Nathan, it's great to see you. A year ago, Donald Trump, remember, said that the U.S. would become a Bitcoin superpower at this event. Has he made good on that promise in the last year?
So they've started to make steps on moving towards that goal. But, you know, what we tell our clients all the time is that there's a lot of sentiment going on with crypto, especially in the policy space. And a lot of the policy actions, whether it's the Genius Act, the stablecoin bill, the broader market structure bill, or this idea of a strategic Bitcoin reserve, it takes time to cook. And so whether you're on the retail side and you're looking for a quick win or you're looking for speculation, you may get a different answer coming out of Washington than if you're an institutional investor and you're playing the long game. So again, there's a lot of positive momentum that's happening right now, but we're still just early steps in trying to become, you know, that big Bitcoin capital of the world that President Trump seeks.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know exactly how you define that either. I think at one point he was suggesting that all Bitcoin be mined in the U.S. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. But do we expect news today from the Vice President when it comes to policy proposals? This idea, for instance, to boost crypto in people's 401ks, or at least their ability to invest in crypto? Or is this a rah-rah, we're still on the team kind of speech?
I think it's mostly the latter, but you know, you mentioned the 401ks, which is important because the Labor Department just a few minutes ago, about an hour ago, put out guidance essentially taking away earlier guidance that discouraged folks from using Bitcoin or crypto as part of their 401ks. Now, in that guidance, it said that they were neutral. So obviously, if you're in the crypto world, you want positive, but at least it's not a roadblock anymore. The other thing that we could see come out is, you know, Senator Lummis just yesterday at the same conference said that she's going to put her Buy Bitcoin Act, if you will, on the floor, and President Trump is supporting that. Now, this bill would actually require the U.S. government to go purchase up to 5% of the world currency of Bitcoin. Now, I don't think this is going to pass. It's not going to get the Democratic votes, but if you're on the retail side, you want the U.S. government to go out there and actively purchase Bitcoin, potentially drive up the price even more. I'm just saying I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's more of a long game scenario.
Where are we on the 401ks before we move along, Nathan? The idea of this kind of institutional buying is what's been discussed for years. If the Trump administration, in fact, rescinds this Labor Department guidance that's not that old, actually, it's from 2022, discouraging effectively workplace crypto investing in a 401k, what would happen to the coin?
Well, guidance is just guidance. I mean, guidance is something that compliance officers read and they say, okay, that we understand how the Labor Department is thinking, but at the end of the day, it's regulations and laws that drives behavior. And so from the institutional side, you really need Congress to step in here. And there's two bills that they're looking at. The first is the Genius Act. Now, this is a stablecoin bill. I think it passes in June, July after it gets through some political roadblocks. But again, a stablecoin bill is not the big bill, not the broader market structure bill that the crypto world wants. That's actually a different bill that potentially could have a markup in June, but has a much longer path to success. So even though that there's lots of talk about guidance and changing regulations, the law is still the law. Yeah. And if you're operating in the crypto space, you want regulatory clarity, and that most likely has to come from Congress.
Well, I'm glad you said that. You know, on the stage right now, they're talking about promises made, promises kept. How long should the people in that room in Las Vegas prepare to wait for a market structure bill?
So, you know, we've seen a draft discussion so far, and this came from both the House Financial Services and the House Ag Committees, because the Financial Services owns the banks and the securities, House Ag owns the commodities and the derivative markets. Now, there's going to be a markup, probably, I've heard June 12th. Now, but the problem here with this market structure bill is that, yes, it would define what a security is versus what a commodity is, and I think there's bipartisan support for that. The problem is that when President Trump does get involved in crypto, that pushes a lot of the Democrats away from supporting this. And it raises the questions of, from the Democratic perspective, over Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering. And this is what we saw through in the stablecoin bill. Now, the stablecoin bill was easier because there was a regulatory gap that most people agreed upon, but there are still a lot of Democrats out there, like Senator Elizabeth Warren, that felt that former Chairman Gary Gensler of the SEC had enough authority to police crypto, and the Congress doesn't need to do anything else. So again, it's going to be a challenge. I think it can eventually get there, but I think it's going to be 2026. I don't think it's going to be this year.
If you're with us on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals, you can see J.D. Vance, the Vice President, has reached the stage, and we'll let you know, of course, just like you're on the terminal, if he makes any news, if we have any headlines to talk about here. We're going to be discussing an hour from now, Nathan, all of this with Byron Donalds, the Florida congressman, who's, of course, running for governor in a state that is no stranger to cryptos, at this conference, as we learn that DJT, Donald Trump's media and technology group, is investing $2.5 billion, raising that money to invest it in Bitcoin. There have been a lot of questions, and we're going to talk about this with the congressman, about the Trump family involvement in this space. You and I have bumped into this story before, and the questions about conflict of interest. Maybe we'll slice this a little bit differently. Do these concerns slow the progress for crypto?
No, I don't think so, only from the standpoint of that Senate bill or that market structure bill that we discussed. So for, you know, if you think about who polices crypto, well, you know, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission has authority over fraud and anti-manipulation, but they don't have authority over spot markets. And this is where things get a little bit tricky. But I don't think the SEC or the CFTC is really going to take a heavy look at crypto. In fact, we've seen the SEC already pull back many cases against like Coinbase and Kraken and so forth like that. So the SEC and the CFTC aren't really much of an enforcement risk. And that's really where this crypto industry is at the moment, where, you know, you don't have the albatross of Gary Gensler hanging around your neck anymore. And that's a good thing. But nothing says 4 years from now, if they don't change the laws, nothing says that Gary Gensler can't come back. Now, I don't think he will come back, but nothing says that they can't come back. And then again, this enforcement risk increases. So for all the companies out there, and again, I don't want to be the naysayer and say that, you know, things aren't positive. It's certainly a much more positive atmosphere than it was under the Biden administration for crypto. It's just going to take a little bit more time to cook and a little bit more time for these companies.
Ja, jeg er ferdig med Trump, jeg altså.
To allow their compliance and risk folks to say, yep.
Nå gull, nå heter rakkeren her.
No one is better at this than Nathan Dean. It's great to see you, my friend. From Bloomberg Intelligence, our senior U.S. policy analyst, I should say. With apologies to Stumpy, we'll go in that direction. Nathan, come back and see us soon, and we'll keep tabs, as I mentioned, on the Bitcoin conference, where J.D. Vance is speaking. President Trump about to hold forth in the Oval Office as well. So stay with us on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Trump skal prate snart, tror de. Sånn. Du må putte reiret ditt. Du kan ikke sove med åpne her. Stakkar, han sovna med hodet rett ned. Er vi heldige nå, så stikker det gullet rett av, altså.
Nei, Mindy. Gå unna.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks lower, Wall Street halting its rebound, only hours ahead of the latest numbers out of NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares on a down day for the rest of the market, up now by 0.4%. S&P down 0.2 now, drop there of 13 points. The Dow is down 0.3. NASDAQ right now lower by 0.1%. The 10-year 4.49%, the 2-year 3.99%. Gold little change, down under 0.1%, 32.98 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, 62.14 a barrel on WTI. The big Bitcoin conference underway in Las Vegas. Bitcoin today down 2%, 107,368. Coming up after the close of trading, Salesforce, HP Inc. and NVIDIA. And Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow will be sitting down with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang at 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. Balance of Power continues right now. Once again, your host, here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much from World Headquarters in New York. Charlie Pellet watching Wall Street for us here on Balance of Power. Thanks for joining. I am Joe Matthew in Washington here on Bloomberg Radio. On the satellite radio, channel 121, you can always find us on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live on the Bloomberg Professional app and on Bloomberg Originals. Right around this time yesterday, we were talking about going to Mars by the end of next year. That was, of course, the storyline coming out of Elon Musk, SpaceX, ahead of what was the 9th test launch of the Starship. They lost another one last evening. It did not go well. No chopsticks, no splashdown, and a lot of questions asked today about the future of the program, the trajectory to getting to Mars. It was a gorgeous launch at the outset if you're watching here on YouTube, but also the future of Elon Musk's endeavors here. Ed Ludlow is with us, Bloomberg Technology co-host, in a special joint appearance with our friend Michael Shepard, Bloomberg Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries. Gentlemen, it's great to have both of you with us. And Ed, I'm going to start with you on what is NVIDIA Day. I want to get there as well, but can you start just by telling us what went wrong? A lot of people got in front of their TVs and terminals last night and did not see what they were expecting.
So first off, SpaceX would absolutely argue that not everything went wrong. You know, they will always say that the data gathered in the entirety of the exercise is of high value to them. You know, in between each of the missions, this was the 9th for Starship, they make hardware tweaks and refurbishments. And the Starship system is made of 2 parts. The pointy, shiny bit on the top is the Starship spacecraft. The bottom half is the Super Heavy booster. And on this occasion, that Super Heavy booster had actually flown before on Mission 7, where they did catch it using the chopstick maneuver. On this occasion, they did not even attempt to catch it. That was never going to be part of the goal. The goal was always to have a sort of hard splashdown in the goal. But their other mission objectives, they did not meet. They did not deploy dummy satellites successfully, and they had some other sort of outside mission parameters failures. But the questions you pose are the right ones about the future status and cadence of this project.
Well, that's right. I'm assuming, Mike, it's not 2026, although we haven't heard this from Elon Musk. By the way, did he address the troops? Remember there was going to be a SpaceX all-hands kind of speech about multi-planetary... Remember they postponed it. It never happened?
They postponed it, and then after the launch, it never materialized. Okay. He did respond on X, of course, where else, to talk about this, and he tried to put a positive spin on it, saying lots to learn, and he did try to point to some of the objectives that Ed just mentioned. And yet it's hard to escape the fact that this is the 3rd straight launch where they had some sort of a setback, where things did not go as planned or as hoped for. And in particular, the failure to deploy that payload is a red flag for their efforts to try to get a launch aimed at Mars by the end of next year. Now remember, Elon Musk views failure as a feature, not a bug of his system. They really do have this fly it, fix it mentality, and that's why they're going to be hitting the gas on more launches, Joe.
Well, yeah, and I want to talk about that because the cadence is going to increase significantly, as Ed mentioned. But just to get to your initial point, Ed Ludlow, Elon Musk said last night the launch was a big improvement, was the quote, over the last 2 launches. So what does this mean for the idea of Mars in 2026?
Well, one thing is that the goal of late 2026 is to send Tesla's humanoid robots to Mars, not human beings. So that is important to note. But you just have to accept, if you are a follower of SpaceX, or you are an American in particular, that wants to see America be successful in commercial space activity, you have to accept prima facie that SpaceX has one goal, and that is to make humankind an interplanetary species. It's such a weird thing to say on radio and television, but that's what they're aiming to do. And so that's why we track these missions and why we need to know if they are successful or not. The goal in the short term is to make the rocket system reusable. It ain't reusable if it blows up, right? And so that is the basics of why we're tracking it. And the thing in the background of where you guys are, in particular in Washington, D.C., is SpaceX in part funds this activity through its contractual obligations to NASA to use the Starship space system to return humankind to the moon a year later in 2027. So what is the priority here for Elon Musk? Is it a program that gets us back to Mars? Or in the near term, is there more pressure on him to participate in America's return to the moon?
Ed Ludlow, we're going to be watching your conversation with Jensen Huang, and I'm really looking forward to it. 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time following NVIDIA earnings. Mike Shepard, thank you so much. I'm interrupting myself here because we need to run to the Oval Office. Donald Trump right now with the headline out that Russia-Ukraine talks are set to be held in Istanbul the 2nd of June. This is live from the White House on Bloomberg.
Dealing with the whole situation in Gaza. We're getting the people of Gaza. It's been a very nasty situation, very nasty fight. October 7th was a very nasty day, the worst that I think I've ever seen. It was a horrible day, and people aren't going to forget that either. So we'll see how that all works out. And Steve, would you want to say a couple of words about Gaza because you just have some information? Steve Witkoff, do you want to come up for a second? You might give them a little bit of information as to what's happening with Gaza and also Israel. We're having some very good talks with Iran. We'll find out whether that means anything, but we're having good talks.
Now with Donald Trump at the podium.
We're having some good talks with Iran.
Hi, everybody. I think I think that we are on the precipice of sending out a new term sheet
that hopefully will be delivered later on today. The president is going to review it, and I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire, and a long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict.
Mr. President, you said
It's having to do with Iran. We're having very good talks with
Mr. President, you said yesterday that Putin is playing with fire. What will be the consequences for Russia if Russia continues to
Well, I'm
attack?
not going to tell you exactly, but the words speak pretty loud. We're not happy about that situation. I think we're doing very well with Iran. I think we're doing very well with Gaza, but we are doing very well with Iran, and I think we're going to see something very sensible, because there are only two outcomes. You know what the two outcomes is: a smart outcome and there's a violent outcome, and I don't think anybody wants to see the second. But I think we've made a lot of progress, and we'll see. You know, they still have to agree to the final stages of a document, but I think you could be very well surprised what happens there, and it'd be a great thing for them, and it could have a great country into the future. Yeah.
Mr. President, Elon Musk in a television interview criticized the one big, beautiful bill, saying he was disappointed it didn't cut enough, essentially, that it undercut the DOGE efforts. What's your reaction to that?
Well, the reaction's a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting. We need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We had to get it through the House. The House was. We have no Democrats. You know, if it's up to the Democrats, they'll take the 65% increase. You know, if that doesn't get approved, this country is going to have a 65% increase in taxes and lots of other problems, big problems, almost bigger than that. But we'll have a 65% increase as opposed to the largest tax cut in the history of our country. We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill, but the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing. We're going to make people really be able to. We'll have the lowest tax rate we've ever had in the history of our country, and tremendous amounts of benefit are going to the middle-income people of our country, low and middle-income people of our country. So we're going to see what happens, because the Senate, as you know, is negotiating with us, and they have to then go back to the House, and you know it's got a way to go. But I have to say, Speaker Johnson and Thune have done an incredible job. John Thune has done a fantastic job, and they're working together with me and others. And I think we have an amazing, if we pull this off, remember we have 0 Democrat votes because they're bad people. There's something wrong with them. You know, they'll let people pour into our country. Single biggest problem is we had 21 million people pour into our country, probably higher than that. And they're people that weren't supposed to be here. And many of those people,
Når han prater nå, så droppa gul.
drug dealers, the mentally insane. They were closing mental institutions all over the world, not South America, all over the world. They're coming into our country, and we're getting them out. And we're having a hard time because some judges aren't making it very easy for us, and it's tough enough. They approved that. They allowed that to happen to our country. We don't have one Democrat vote. And if I were a Democrat, I'd be voting for this bill, and I'd get elected to any position I want as a Democrat. They're crazy. They're voting for a 65% tax increase. And they're only doing it for hatred. They're not doing it for any reason. They know it's terrible. Terrible politics, in my opinion. But so we have no Democrat votes. That means we have to get almost all Republican votes. And I think we're very close to doing that. I think it'll be very successful. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out? Oh, and then I chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said you have to open up your whole country. And because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till June 9. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. and we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. This country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me. He said, you got the hottest we have the hottest country in the world right now. 6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive, and you ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation. You set a number. And if you go down, you know, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number and I go down a little bit, you know, a little bit, they want me to hold that number, 145% tariff. Even I said, man, that really got up. You know how it got? Because of fentanyl and many other things, and you added it up. I said, where are we now? We're at 145%. I said, whoa, that's high. That's high. They were doing no business whatsoever, and they were having a lot of problems. We were very nice to China. I don't know if they're going to be nice to us, but we were very nice to China. And in many ways, I think we really helped China tremendously because, you know, they were having great difficulty because we were basically going cold turkey with China. We were doing no business because of the tariff, because it was so high. But I knew that. But don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question. Go ahead. To me, that's the nastiest question. Wait a minute. Wait. Go ahead, please.
President Zelensky says he's ready to sit down with you and Vladimir Putin in Geneva, and it sounds like General Kellogg is working on preparations for that. Are you planning to sit down with the two of them?
Well, I will if it's necessary. You know, it takes. We have to. I think at this point. I wish you would have been that way a couple of months ago, but at this point, we're working on President Putin, and we'll see where we are. I think we're doing fine, but we'll see. I don't like what's happening. That's one thing I'll say. I don't like when I see rockets being shot into cities. That's no good. We're not going to allow it.
Well, we said that the war never would have started if you were
Would have never happened, and it didn't happen.
He doesn't seem willing to do anything that you want him to do. Do you still believe that he wouldn't have launched the war?
No, we would have never had a war. We would have never had a war. If I were president, the election weren't rigged, you wouldn't have had the war. You wouldn't have had the war, you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had October 7th. That would have never happened because Iran was stone cold broke. They didn't have any money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah. You wouldn't have had that Afghanistan most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. You wouldn't have had any of it. You wouldn't have had inflation because energy costs. Look what happened. I brought inflation down to practically zero. And all of the groceries and all of the eggs and all of the things that you've been hearing about, they're back down. They're way down from where they were. I did something in 4 months that nobody's seen. And I have to say, in 4 months, and I said it before, and everyone's talking about it all over the world, we've got the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. We're the only country anybody's even talking about. All right, please go ahead.
What stopped you from imposing new sanctions on Russia?
Only the fact that if I think I'm close to getting a deal, I don't want to screw it up by doing that. Let me tell you, I'm a lot tougher than the people you're talking about. But you have to know when to use that. If I think it's going to hurt a deal, this isn't my war. This is Biden's war, Zelensky's war, and Putin's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm only here for one thing, to see if I can end it, to save 5,000 lives a week and a lot of money. The money being much less important, because I made that money. I went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, and we brought back $5.1 trillion. So I made that money in about 2 hours, the money we were talking about, but it's still think of it, $300 billion we've spent. With no checks, no balances, they just send cash. You can imagine what's happened to that money. I never saw anything like it in my life, but I'm more interested because I picked up $5.1 trillion, and by the way, got a beautiful, big, magnificent, free airplane for the United States Air Force, okay? Very proud of that, too. They tried to say, oh, it's Trump's airplane. Oh, yeah, sure. It's too big. It's frankly, it's too big, much too big.
When can we expect that to be the Air Force One?
Well, it's here already.
Yeah.
It's in the country. It's being refitted for military standard.
How much will it cost to refit it?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever it is, a hell of a lot less than building a new one. We're waiting too long from Boeing. Boeing has got to get its act together. Yeah.
Sir, on Nippon Steel, this arrangement that was just announced in the golden share, is that an arrangement you would consider for TikTok as well?
Nothing to do with TikTok, totally different kind of a deal. We'll have to get, to do it properly, we'll probably have to get China's approval. China's never easy. China's never easy. But I think we'll be able to save TikTok. I'd like to save TikTok. I mean, TikTok was very good to me. I won the young people by 37%. No Republicans ever won, and I won by 37%. And Charlie Kirk will tell you TikTok helped. But Charlie Kirk helped also. Oh, he just happens to be here. Look at it. He loves that we mentioned that name, right, Charlie? He's done great, and I appreciate all the help. But with young people, we won by 37%, Charlie, and you helped. But TikTok was amazing. And he was the first one. He said, get on TikTok. So I have a little bit of a warm spot. I know I shouldn't. They'll say, quid pro quo. Put him in jail for the rest of his life. Quid pro quo. No. TikTok was very good to me. I won young people. I don't know if it was because of TikTok, but it was something happened. No Republican has ever won they call them young people. Young people, you can define it a lot of different ways, but I won every age group in young people. And it never happened, and won by 37%. That's a lot. Yeah.
Mr. President, back on Iran, did you warn Prime Minister Netanyahu against taking some sort of actions that could disrupt the talks there? In a phone call last week?
Well, I'd like to be honest. Yes, I did. Next question, please.
Doesn't matter on sanctions.
I did, yeah.
If Senate Republicans want to push...
It's not a warning. I said I don't think it's appropriate.
What exactly did you tell him? Did you
I just said I don't think it's appropriate. We're having very good discussions with him, and I said I don't think it's appropriate right now. Because if we can settle it with a very strong document, very strong, with inspections and no trust. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. So no trust. I want it very strong where we can go in with inspectors. We can take whatever we want. We can blow up whatever we want, but nobody getting killed. We can blow up a lab, but nobody's going to be in the lab, as opposed to everybody being in the lab and blowing it up, right? Two ways of doing it. Yeah, I told him this would be inappropriate to do right now because we're very close to a solution. Now, that could change at any moment. Could change with a phone call. But right now, I think they want to make a deal, and if we can make a deal, save a lot of lives.
When do you think a deal could happen on Iran?
On which?
A deal with Iran could happen.
I don't know. I think over the next couple of weeks, if it happens. Yeah.
And on when could the administration resume the interviews for foreign students' visa? When do you think your administration could resume these interviews?
On what?
For the foreign student visa. Yesterday there was...
for the French visas?
For the French too, but all the foreign students.
Oh, for the foreign visas? What are you referring? Foreign visas for what? Are you talking about for colleges? Okay, so you're off of Israel. Now you're talking about colleges, right?
Yes, now.
Okay. Well, we're going to see. Look, Harvard has been a disaster. They've taken $5 billion plus. $5 billion. Nobody knew that they were making this cut. If we didn't do this, we would have never found this out, Pam. They're taking $5 billion. And I'd rather see that money go to trade schools. And by the way, they're totally anti-Semitic at Harvard, as you know, and some other colleges too, in all fairness to them. And it's been exposed, very exposed. And I think they're dealing very badly. Every time they fight, they lose another $250 million. Yesterday we found another $100 million. And they have, they have a fund, an endowment, $52 billion. All right? They get a lot of that from the United States. And I think it's ridiculous. I think everyone's coming up to me saying, we love the idea of trade schools with that kind of money, and money from others, but money from them. You can have the best trade schools anywhere in the world. You give them to Iowa, Indiana, lots of good states, well-run states, and you give them the money. They can only be used for trade schools, and they'll teach people how to build motors and cars and AI. The AI, we're building plants, we're building hundreds of billions of dollars worth of AI plants. Already started, many of them. We've never had a boom like we're having now. You're going to see it. There's never been anything like it. So we're up to about $14 trillion in investments. There's never been anything even close. You look at Biden, this guy, they had people leaving as opposed to investing. And they're doing it because of November 5th, And they're doing it because of the tariffs. The tariffs have been tremendous. I can promise you, and I have great respect for the people at the European Union, they wouldn't be over here today negotiating if I didn't put a tariff on. The sad thing is now when I make a deal with them, it's something much more reasonable. They'll say, oh, he was chicken. That's so unbelievable. I usually have the opposite problem. They say, you're too tough.
Mr. President, on Harvard, there were some Jewish students protesting on campus yesterday. They said they don't want you making these huge cuts, cutting off student visas to Harvard in their name, because they feel
Harvard
like
has to show us.
a target.
Okay, Harvard has to show us their lists. They have foreign students. About 31% of their students are foreign-based, almost 31%. We want to know where those students come. Are they troublemakers? What countries do they come? And we're not going to, if somebody is coming from a certain country and they're 100% fine, which I hope most of them are, but many of them won't be. You're going to see some very radical people. They're taking people from areas of the world that are very radicalized, and we don't want them making trouble in our country. So I saw yesterday that in the middle of the UK, there was a nice young man. He wants to go back to school at Harvard, and he looked good to me, but I want to check his past. But we want to be able to see why, these countries aren't helping us. They're not investing in Harvard and all of we are. So why would 31%, why would a number so big? I think, number one, I think they should have a cap of maybe around 15%, not 31%. We have people who want to go to Harvard and other schools. They can't get in because we have foreign students there. But I want to make sure that the foreign students are people that can love our country. We don't want to see shopping centers exploding. We don't want to see the kind of riots that you had. And I'll tell you what, many of those students didn't go anywhere. Many of those students were troublemakers caused by the radical left lunatics in this country. All right, one more question.
President,
yeah, go ahead, please.
Will you pardon the people who are accused of conspiring to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer?
I'm going to look at it. I will take a look at it. It's been brought to my attention. I did watch the trial. It looked to me like somewhat of a railroad job. I'll be honest with you. It looked to me like some people said some stupid things. They were drinking, and I think they said stupid things. But I'll take a look at that. And a lot of people are asking me that question from both sides, actually. A lot of people think they got railroaded. A lot of people think they got railroaded. And probably some people don't. One more. Go ahead. Yeah.
How will the confrontation with Harvard end?
I don't know. I don't know. Harvard's got to behave themselves. Harvard is treating our country with great disrespect, and all they're doing is getting in deeper and deeper and deeper. They've got to behave themselves. I'm looking out for the country and for Harvard. I want Harvard to do well. I want Harvard to be great again, probably, because how could it be great? How could it be great when you have Harvard announced 2 weeks ago that they are going to teach remedial mathematics, remedial, meaning they're going to teach low-grade mathematics, like 2 + 2 is 4. How did these people get into Harvard if they can't do basic mathematics? How did they do it? I mean, people with 1,600 in their boards don't get in, and they're letting people in, and they're bragging about how they're teaching them basic mathematics. Where did these people come from? So we have to look at the list, and Harvard has to understand the last thing I want to do is hurt them. They're hurting themselves. They're fighting. Columbia has been really, they were very, very bad what they've done. They're very anti-Semitic and lots of other things. But they're working with us on finding a solution. And, they're taking off that hot seat. But Harvard wants to fight. They want to show how smart they are. And they're getting their ass kicked. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Headed right back out this door. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. President Trump live in the Oval Office for what was a swearing-in ceremony. That's at least how things started for the interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, Judge Jeanine, to those who watch Fox TV. We'll see if she keeps that job for some time. It would require Senate confirmation for her to hold the position permanently. But we heard a lot from President Trump just now in Q&A with reporters in the Oval. That's why we wanted to bring it to you live. With regard to Ukraine-Russia talks, with regard to peace in the Middle East, specifically talks with Iran, We also heard about the kidnapping of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Strangely, the president suggesting that the case was railroaded and needs to be looked at again when he was asked about a potential pardon in that case. A lot to unpack right now with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, it's great to have you here in the studio. Let's deal with policy instead of some of the other issues that we heard, because important. We're looking at a new date potentially for Russia-Ukraine talks, and Steve Witkoff made a brief appearance suggesting a new plan for peace in Gaza forthcoming. What was important today?
Right. I mean, it definitely feels like the White House is trying to ramp up the pressure here. We heard President Trump sort of start to re-air this frustration that seems to have been building in the last couple of days, as we've seen in his posts on Truth Social, saying that the Kremlin might be tapping us along, but that in a week or 2 weeks, we will ultimately see what the White House's perhaps red line here when it comes to what needs to get done to move the negotiations along. He said he was very disappointed by what was really a record strike by the Kremlin in Ukraine in the past few days. And keep in mind, this White House hasn't, of course, ruled out tightening sanctions, imposing so-called secondary sanctions to try to get the Kremlin to the negotiating table in a more meaningful way. You had Evelyn Farkas on the show yesterday who said also watch out to see whether or not this White House might support a bolstering of aid to Ukraine as a way to try to move these negotiations along.
It's interesting. Donald Trump speaks optimistically about a deal with Iran, but is always quick to threaten blowing things up. As he said, we can do this one way or the other, the hard way or the easy way.
Right, and we're still waiting for additional details as these negotiations seem to be progressing. The fifth round, I believe, that they're currently entering. And you had the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, there sort of maybe teasing ahead that there could be some sort of progress made. But at this point, we haven't really gotten details on what a new agreement would look like beyond what the JCPOA was and how that's really going to work. But of course, President Trump often, as he does, hasn't ruled out perhaps being more forceful if that's what it takes.
Understood. It's nice to have you in the Bureau. Tyler Kendall making a brief appearance away from the White House for us today as we assemble our panel. We want to get the take of Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino while we have some time together in hour one here of Balance of Power. Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is, of course, our Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, political science professor at Iona University. Rick, when you hear about Russia-Ukraine talks, June 2nd was the headline. What makes us think it'll be different this time around instead of sending low-level representatives like we saw, for instance, last time in Turkey, where the progress goes nowhere?
Yeah, I'm not sure it will be different. I don't think there's any guarantee on the part of Russia that they'll send high-ranking officials. Lavrov, at one point in time in Saudi Arabia, seemed to be engaged in the process, foreign minister, but then, a total no-show, in future activities. So I think this could be just a shine on by the Russians to, sort of mollify Donald Trump. He's been out there getting really tough on the rhetoric around Putin himself personally, which is probably not great for Putin in his own domestic audience. So I don't know how much of this is just delaying the inevitable disappointment again by Russia that they aren't engaged directly in these talks in a way that is substantial.
Jeannie, I'm going to have to hopscotch around a little bit because the president generated a number of headlines, and one of them just ran as a redhead on the terminal. Harvard should cap foreign student enrollment at 15%. If the numbers the president was using are correct, that would be by about half of what the university has right now. What would it mean for Harvard? Can he do this?
It would certainly be an enormous change. And the reality is it doesn't make much sense. The president forgets that foreign students are full payers, and the money that they're paying helps subsidize U.S. students who attend university in the United States. So he's dealing with a notion that doesn't mathematically end up working the way he seems to want to portray it. And the other thing is, when he was asked by the reporter about the Jewish students protesting on Harvard's campus yesterday, he responded by saying, Harvard won't show us the lists. They all got visas, show us the list. The reality is, if they got visas, the U.S. government has the lists. They know the information. So much of what the president is talking about as it pertains to Harvard doesn't add up, including, by the way, the remedial math, which is something that's been talked about in the far right, the blogosphere.
That did jump out at me because the headline yesterday was that we were stopping interviews with these individuals. The president said he wanted to know who they were and where they were from, which is the point of the interviews. The president was a little agitated at times in this back and forth with reporters, Rick, and some of it had to do with a question that he got. I don't know if you've heard of this. Barron's wrote this up yesterday, but they're calling it the taco trade. Taco Tuesday yesterday. Trump always chickens out is what this stands for. Not to be confused with Tina, as you remember, there is no alternative. The idea that he backs off on these tariff threats and then the market rallies. We've got a minute left, Rick. Is there some truth to that?
Well, I think the outcome is some truth to that. I'm not sure it's actually a tactic by Trump. I mean, there is some pretty good evidence that he's kind of ignoring the Wall Street traders this year or this term compared to his first term, where he seemed to really focus on the markets as a indication of his success in the administration. But the reality is, it sure looks that way, right? I mean, like, he lays on these heavy tariffs and then lets them go. Could be a negotiating tactic. You know, it's the ones that always come back to the table and get a deal. But at the end of the day, it's kind of hard to even have a sense of the trade deal until it's over.
Great way to win over the president. Call him a chicken on international television. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino will be back with a lot more time in our second hour, including our conversation with Congressman Byron Donalds. It's all ahead on Balance of Power right here on Bloomberg.
Vi har rørt på oss 20 poeng i nå snart 5 timer. Har ikke rørt en dritt på seg. Står det, Gul bare svinger, han svinger i takt med hva Trump prater om. Så teknisk så har det støtte der nede nå. Det må jo skje noe snart, det skjer jo faen ingenting.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Goes Vegas. Will it move the needle in Washington? Welcome to the early edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio as Vice President J.D. Vance delivers the keynote address at the Bitcoin conference underway today in Las Vegas. Just as President Trump's media company invests billions in Bitcoin. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons live in Washington as we keep our eyes, Kaylee, on Vegas. Big questions about whether the administration can make good on some of the promises and some of the regulatory changes that the people in that room are asking for.
Yeah, well, we heard the vice president talking a lot about that. He says they're not for regulators, that they want to fire anyone that was thinking like Gary Gensler, the former chair of the SEC. And of course, it's not just the vice president that was speaking at the conference. We've had a number of lawmakers already on the docket, including Senator Cynthia Lummis. Plus, the president's two sons, Eric and Don Jr., also will be speaking in Las Vegas later this afternoon.
It is a family affair, which has brought up questions of its own here, but we're going to keep our eyes on the podium and bring you an important conversation with Congressman Byron Donalds. The Republican from Florida has made his way to Las Vegas. Of course, Florida, no stranger to crypto.
No, absolutely not. And we're looking forward to the conversation with the congressman, who's a member of the House Financial Services Committee. We also, of course, have to ask him about the budget reconciliation package that just passed the House and was criticized by none other than Elon Musk in an interview on CBS last night, saying that the bill can't be both big and beautiful, lamenting the idea that it adds to the deficit, can undermine some of the work of DOGE. And President Trump was just asked about that in the Oval Office.
He was. He didn't have a lot to say about his specific remarks, but we'll go back through that in a bit, won't we?
Indeed, we will. First, though, as always, we check on the markets on this NVIDIA earnings day. Those coming up after the bell. Charlie Pellet has a look at how we're trading ahead of that. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, and good day to you both. NVIDIA shares ahead of earnings, up 0.2%. Bloomberg Television and Radio are going to be all over those numbers as they drop. Complete coverage here on Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining right now, with the S&P down 11, drop there of 0.2%. Wall Street halting its rebound, only hours ahead of the highly anticipated results out of NVIDIA. The Dow down 107 right now. For the Dow, a drop of just about 0.3%. NASDAQ down 20, a decline of 0.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index unchanged on the day. The 10-year, 4.48%. The 2-year, 3.99%. And spot gold now trading lower, little change, down 0.2%, $32.93 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, 62.23 a barrel, up 2.2%. And with the big Bitcoin conference underway in Las Vegas, Bitcoin now lower by 1.9%. Earnings news, specifically retailers. Macy's after earnings up now by 2.1%. Abercrombie and Fitch surging 17% after the retailer upped its full-year outlook. Dick's Sporting Goods maintaining its annual sales and profit forecast, a sign of strength as it prepares to acquire struggling footwear chain Foot Locker. Dick's Sporting Goods up now by 1.8%. Foot Locker down by 0.2%. As Kaylee mentioned, NVIDIA after the bell up now by 0.4%. Also the big event after the bell, our Ed Ludlow will be sitting down with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang at 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 7, drop there of 0.1%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Joe and I, yes, are in Washington, but we actually have our eyes on Las Vegas at this hour, where the Bitcoin 2025 conference is taking place. Remember last year when it was in Nashville, then candidate Donald Trump spoke before the conference, and today, his now sitting vice president, J.D. Vance, was the keynote speaker, talking a big game about how this administration wants to be friendlier for the crypto industry overall, make it, of course, as they've said often, the Bitcoin capital of the world. J.D. Vance today, Joe, saying, we want our fellow Americans to know that crypto and digital assets, and particularly Bitcoin, are part of the mainstream economy and are here to stay.
So helping us connect the dots between Las Vegas and Washington here, an actual policy from what goes on inside the Venetian Resort to underneath the Capitol Dome, is Byron Donalds, the congressman, Republican from Florida's 19th, is with us right now on Balance of Power. Congressman, welcome back. I hope things are going well in Las Vegas. Kaylee's right. It was Donald Trump's turn last year when he promised America would become a Bitcoin superpower under his leadership. What changes need to happen right now to make that happen?
Well, first, it's good to be with you. The first couple of changes are going to be legislation we're going to be moving through the Financial Services Committee this summer. One dealing obviously with stablecoin legislation. We've been at that for a couple of years now under the leadership of former Chairman McHenry, who's now left Congress, and now Chairman French Hill. And then, of course, our market structure legislation to create the regulatory framework for digital assets overall, to actually have rules to the road where you have regulators understanding what their purview actually is, and unlike what was happening with Gary Gensler, just making up your purview as you go along, because that's how you see that industry. So I think those are steps 1 and 2 for making Bitcoin, as the president talks about, making Bitcoin the United States the Bitcoin capital of the world. You have to address the regulatory environment. You have to create a clear regulatory system when it comes to stablecoins in particular. That will feed the engine for people to bring more investments into the United States. And then that's how the United States will become a true leader when it comes to digital assets.
But is all of that legislative effort, Congressman, and it's great to have you on the program again, complicated by the conflict of interest questions around President Trump, knowing he has a meme coin and attended a dinner last week with investors in said meme coin, that DJT, the media company that literally bears his name, is raising money so that it can buy Bitcoin. Does that add a complicating factor to any kind of bipartisan effort in advancing legislation like that, when that's giving Democrats a lot of noise to make?
No, I don't think so. There's a lot of Democrats on Capitol Hill who do realize that digital assets are here to stay. Bitcoin is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. And so it's time for the United States to actually take the necessary steps forward to fully embrace digital assets. And so I think what's going to happen is we're going to move that policy out of the House. There are going to be Democrats, in my view, who are going to support both packages in the House, and you're going to have Democrats in the Senate support it. I think what you saw, and I think Democrats saw this by and large with how they acted towards the digital assets industry under the Biden administration. And, if you're here on the conference, it was soundly rejected. I think people here understand that you have to have clear rules to the road. You can't have regulators just picking and choosing how they're going to look at digital assets. You simply can't. So I think that, to your question, I don't think that's going to matter at all. We're talking about an industry that really has the potential to be $1 trillion industry here in the United States. And not just to talk about the guys who are doing big things, whether it's Coinbase or any other company that's out there. Talk about the little guy, people who are getting in at the bottom of this industry, who are finding an opportunity to really build a company, really build wealth. That crosses party lines, it crosses demographic lines. And so we need to lead on this and not be afraid of talking points or other things that are going on.
But as we consider building wealth, what if all of this effort directly leads to further building the wealth of the President of the United States? Do you not see an issue there, Congressman?
Look, I would tell you that a rising tide lifts all boats. If Eric and Don are doing things in their personal capacities, that's fine. And that's all well and good. That's America. I don't think people should be told that you can't do business in our country. I will actually, to be blunt with you, it's better that these things are actually out in the open for people to know and to see, as opposed to what was happening under the previous administration, where they were hiding how the family was making money. They were hiding it from everybody. They were lying to the American people. The president, President Biden, or the auto pen, whichever one you choose, had to do preemptive pardons. That stuff is ridiculous. That's outrageous. What we're talking about is regulating an industry in a proper way so that industry can thrive, it can grow, people can invest, capital can be raised, and people, whether you're at the top or the bottom, can get in. One of the things that I'm so excited about digital assets is that when we finally get the regulatory environment settled, you can do things like fractional exchanges, where people can buy a fractional piece of real world assets or a fractional piece of companies going forward. So if somebody doesn't have, $50,000 to their name to invest, and they might have a couple $100, they might have $5,000 under a fractionalized tokenized exchange, you can invest in that. That helps people grow their asset base. It helps them grow themselves financially in our country. That's a good thing. We should celebrate that.
Congressman, I want to ask you about the effort on Capitol Hill that you're in the midst of right now when it comes to reconciliation of the Trump tax cuts, the spending cuts, and all the rest that comes with it here. Kayleigh mentioned a moment ago that the president was just asked in the Oval Office about comments from Elon Musk about the way this bill took shape in the House and is now, of course, on its way to the Senate. Let's listen to what he said, and we'll have you react.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, everything he's done on DOGE gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful.
It can be big or it can be beautiful, Congressman. That was with CBS. Is Elon Musk wrong?
Well, look, a couple things. One, in the package, obviously, we maintained all of the president's tax policy and made a lot of it permanent, which is to the betterment of every small business owner, every American. We secure the border. We actually build border wall. We modernize our Defense Department. We do a lot of things that have been neglected, especially over the last 4 years, that need to get done, and we were able to accomplish that. When it comes to spending cuts, yeah, Elon's right on this. We have to do a much better job in making sure that these bills are at a minimum deficit neutral, but what they need to do is decrease deficits. And so that was a major sticking point for a lot of conservatives in the House. They want to see real spending cuts in these packages. I know that there's a rescissions package that the House has in their possession. We need to move that to the floor and do that immediately. A lot of the DOGE cuts are in that rescissions package. We should be voting on that. At the end of the day, before you get to bills or how any of that looks like, I look at the bond market. And one thing is crystal clear. The bond market is looking at the United States and they are saying, you better get your fiscal house in order or we're going to charge you more to borrow money. No nation can thrive under that kind of a scenario. So we have to be serious on Capitol Hill. Last thing I will say is the president and his team, they did a tremendous job of trying to get this bill through the House. Some of the sticking points on why we didn't cut more spending was because of Republicans who, to be blunt, were concerned about their re-elections in their districts, as opposed to making sure that we put the fiscal health of the nation forward and have that be the number one thing we're concerned about. So I think that as this bill goes through the Senate's going to make changes. It will come back to the House. And then for future packages, I'd urge my colleagues, we have to take our deficits and our debts seriously. Because if we don't get this under control, the bond market is going to come for everybody. I don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat, it does not matter. The bond market charging higher rates for Treasury bonds is going to be a major issue that really could hurt the United States over the long term, if not sink us.
Well, on the bond market, Congressman, White House trade advisor Peter Navarro just penned an op-ed about that today in The Hill, saying that the bond market is wrong about Trump's tax bill. It misses the substantial positive revenue impact of tariffs. What's your take on Navarro's argument?
Well, I agree with Peter when it comes to the president's tax policy and even some tariff policy. Yes, those are revenue raisers. And I would argue that when you get out of frankly, the negotiating around what the economic growth rates are going to be on Capitol Hill, that was a negotiation. It's not about what's going to happen. I think things in the president's tax package, obviously, Section 199A being continued and now permanent, 100% expensing over 4 years, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. I think all those things are going to be stimulative to the economy. But I think what the bond market is really talking about is our deficits and our debts and the velocity of borrowings into the future. That's what we have to get under control. I would argue that if the bill was deficit neutral coming out of the House, Moody's would not have downgraded. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think they would have. And so I think that those are the things that the bond market is looking at. It's not tax policy. Peter is correct when it comes to tax policy. Totally agree with him on that. But the bond market is looking at the deficit projections, the debt projections of the United States. We have to take this stuff seriously. There are real reforms that need to happen in Washington, D.C. And so that's the stuff that when you look at future pieces of legislation, when it comes to deficits and debts, that's the stuff that we have to get serious about.
This is fascinating for us to hear, Congressman. In our remaining moment, are you quietly hoping the Senate cuts?
Om gul, vad tänker du om gul? Nej.
Oh yeah, of course. Listen, I am all for cutting spending. And look, let's be clear on this. I know that there are a lot of Americans who say, well, if you cut spending, is that the thing that I use? And I would tell you that the federal government wastes so much money we could actually do more when it comes to spending and actually not hit vulnerable populations. I'll give you an example. There was a lot of conversation around Medicaid in this bill. The Democrats are saying that, oh, Medicaid is to pay for tax cuts. That is a lie. That is simply not true. The reason why because when the Democrats were in charge, they did not touch Donald Trump's tax policy. They left it in place because it's good tax policy. So what the real argument is, in Medicaid, should the federal government be spending $9 for every $1 that a state spends on able-bodied adults with no kids, versus the same federal government paying $1.33 for poor kids, elderly people who are poor, and pregnant women? That is a dichotomy set up by Barack Obama and Obamacare, and it's terrible policy, because what you've done is you've expanded the Medicaid population for able-bodied adults, and you're actually disincentivizing state systems and hospitals from serving the most vulnerable. So there are positions on the Hill that said, look, let's try to rework some of this stuff. Let's do more investment into poor people, vulnerable populations. Let's actually try to take a stab at rural health and some other issues that are happening in the country. But we have to end this Medicaid expansion fallacy around essentially creating expansion populations around Medicaid. You have to end that. One of the big reasons the Democrats want to keep Medicaid expansion is not for health care, it's because they want single payer health care. That was the reason they wanted a public option back when they did the Affordable Care Act back in 2010. That was the purpose of that. So there are conversations like that happening on Capitol Hill, where you can make changes to a program like Medicaid. You can make sure people who are on those programs are grandfathered in, their benefits don't get cut, but going forward, the federal government says, we're not going to be funding able-bodied adults going forward into the future. We're going to make sure we prioritize vulnerable populations, people who are truly in need. That's the kind of spending reform that I think the bond market would say, you know what, they're being serious. That's also the type of spending reforms that I think the American people will get behind, because they'll be like, that makes sense. We should be making sure that people who are truly vulnerable get the help that they deserve.
What about people who are vulnerable to the elements, Congressman? And I ask you this knowing you would like to be the next governor of Florida. Are you worried that funding cuts in areas like FEMA and elsewhere as we head into Atlantic hurricane season could leave
Nej, jag sa det kunde få en bounce över
to disasters?
Well, look, I think that what you're going to see is the reworking of
det
FEMA,
gjorde
which
inte
is
det.
something I have advocated for. I filed a bill with Jared Moskowitz, Democrat out of Florida, about getting FEMA out of Homeland Security, having it being a direct report agency to the White House. So I think I commend the White House on what they're doing. President Trump is leading on this issue, making sure that FEMA is reformed. So I'm not concerned about that. Knowing the president, knowing his team, they're going to be there to make sure that people are getting every help that they need and they deserve from the federal government when disaster strikes. So I have no concerns about that. But you do ask the real question about FEMA. FEMA is a bureaucratic mess, and it has been for quite some time. Go ask the people in North Carolina, they will tell you. Ask the people in the Panhandle, Big Bend area, Southwest Florida, my district, they will tell you this. So FEMA needs to be reworked. I commend the president for what he's doing. Let them go through that process, but I will tell you, Americans, Floridians, they're going to get the help that they need when disaster strikes
Skulle ha sett
from Donald
teknisk analys. Ja, det er å følge med her. Jeg følger med når jeg har
Gubernatorial
flagget.
candidate and current Republican congressman representing Florida's
Ja,
19th
det er mange
district,
som får gode
Byron
tips.
Donalds.
Håper
Thank
jeg i
you
hvert
so
fall.
much for joining us here on Balance of Power, live from Las Vegas, where Bitcoin 2025 is underway. We'll have more on crypto and its ties to this White House and this president later on the program. And our political panel will join us straight ahead. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will
Men
be with
YouTube,
us
jeg vet ikke, jeg har aldri
Bloomberg TV.
sett på noen på YouTube. Aldri sett en video, tror jeg. Det er så mye rart på YouTube at det har hendt seg at jeg har hatt noen sesjoner, ja, private sesjoner for den, selvfølgelig. Ja, Nasdaq fortsatt i opp, det. Nei, den har ikke noe breakout. Nå bouncer den bare. Så breakout er jo bare når den går over ja, tidligere topper eller høyder eller wedge. Breakout fra noen linjer og sånne ting. Men akkurat nå så bouncer den bare. Den treffer vel en diagonal straks her. Kan du forklare hvordan, altså du klarer ikke å se om det, altså, akkurat den biten der er litt sånn vanskelig, for du kan ha en del volum, selv om det ikke rører seg. Men når du får et skyv av ekstra volum inn, så ser du det på kursen, at det, hvordan den beveger seg, og så at den fer, jeg vil litt her på en delskjerm. Eller så kan du ha sånn volumgreier på grafen, men volumet er stort sett gjennomsnittlig. Du klarer ikke å se det der eller sånn. Ikke på en aksje så kan du se det, men ikke på indeksen. Sånn, uten hvis det kommer ekstraordinært med volum. Med volum er... Ja. Det er det stort sett ingen som gjør på Gold down $2 the ounce, down under 1/10 of 1%, 32.98 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate Crude 6.05 a barrel. WTI right now up by 1.9%. Vice President Vance addressing the crypto conference in Las Vegas. Bitcoin now down by 1.7% at 107,793 on Bitcoin. Coming up after the close of trading, we got earnings from Salesforce, Synopsys, Nvidia, Salesforce down 0.7%, Nvidia higher by 1%. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow will be sitting. Er det Robert du spør, eller er det meg? At 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 4%, there of 1/10 of 1%. Ja, frontbetredende margin, det vil være greit, men det står men så står det margin. Altså margin er jo marginene du har. Av og til så er det marginene som du har brukt, altså det som du er eksponert med. Til meg så står det når det står margin, så betyr det marginene jeg har brukt. Så står det free margin, da er det det jeg har ledig av equity. Og level er jo prosenten. For Fannie and Freddie, if in fact they are taken public. The question is, how do you get it done?
Yeah, that if is a big if. And how you get it done is a question we pose now to Ben Elliott, Bloomberg Intelligence analyst for financial services in Washington, D.C. studio. So Ben, obviously this idea is nothing new. In fact, it's something that many Republicans have advocated for since these went into government conservatorship after the financial crisis. But how hard is it to actually implement? What would it actually even look like?
Yeah, so it's an incredibly hard process, right? The Trump administration had 4 years to work on this, and they didn't accomplish a whole lot at the end there. But they have all that work on the shelf.
Men det var det jeg skulle vise hvordan du ser volumet.
I think the markets today, you saw the price action.
Du ser det når du får det her.
Very positive. I think that's a response that investors are happy to see that the government
litt større bevegelser. Og at du får et sånt kjapt røkk.
That guarantee will work is much more complicated than just a post.
Well, that, I guess, is the question here, right? Do we have Anything comparable? Is there an example of how that would work, and how much oversight would?
Da kommer det som regel litt ekstra volum inn og pusher ting videre. Sånn som på Nasdaq, som vi hadde tidligere i dag. Og her fikk du et litt mer volum, som da lager det her lange candlesticks. Da får du litt mer volum inn i markedet.
Fixed rate 30-year mortgage to U.S. home buyers.
Så vi du med Trump, eller?
It has to be determined, and it's very complicated.
Nei, jeg tror det det.
What could happen to mortgage rates themselves if we were to see the government offer?
Når han pratet, så stupte jo
Is there a risk that actually cost to buy a home could go higher?
Men det skjer nå, det stupte noe på ja, der vi sa 89-88 områder.
Ja, jeg var litt tidlig ute og kjøpte den.
The president's latest post. So I think that indicates that the bond market basically assumes there'll be no change in how the securities are perceived. But, you know, if more credit risk were to come into the agency MBS marketplace, then the securities would have to price higher, and that would be reflected in mortgage rates.
Really interesting, and it's something that we'll keep tabs on for you here. Ben Elliott with Bloomberg Intelligence. Great to have you with us, Ben. Don't be a stranger on Balance of Power. As we assemble our political panel, Rick and Jeannie are both with us. Bloomberg Politics contributors with eyes on Elon Musk. A series of interviews about the Doge, but about the president's big, beautiful bill.
Vær så god, både hatt da.
Jeannie is
Bare hyggelig.
Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst, and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. What do you make of this, Jeannie? Elon Musk says the bill can be big or it can be beautiful. Apparently, it cannot be both. Has Donald Trump lost the man who ran the Doge?
He seems to have, and you know,
Ja, den var på 3.25 i går, men
no, he doesn't truth. He tweets, Xing,
skal vi se. Hvor vi har gull. Her har du gullet, her var den jo i går. Jeg sa vel 3319 sa vel jeg i går. Jeg får jo litt høyere enn det da, men det telles ikke sånn kjempemye. Men det er jo litt pluss minus fra der til. Men da anså jeg at den satte seg opp den høyre skuldra. Det er jo da planen at det skal ramme ned her. I stedet nå så traff den bare trendlinja. Så bryter den ned der, så er det nede her når alle linjene mine forsvunnet. Jeg har ingen annen hvorfor, men det ligger linjen nede på 2,44. Alle linjene mine er bort, faktisk.
Han liksom tar imot på, eller stopper på 300 tvert, ass.
Her ser du den store trendlinja. Som vil si at vi kan gå ned til... Jeg kjenner på hvor lang tid det tar da, men... Det har gått ned i dag, så hadde jeg vært ned på 3163. Og se om noen dager så det 3180, så ja. Hvis vi tar utgangspunkt I den 3244, så kommer vi dit den 16.6.
Klokka 3.
Ja, nei, klokka 12 står det faktisk.
That he was being criticized or
Men
what he
ja,
said.
altså, det jo bare sånn at du får vise hvordan man kan gjøre det.
Washington, D.C. Even Donald Trump today in his comments tried to say, listen, Elon, you know, we'd like to do other things, but the reality is we need to get enough votes for passage. And so, you know, I think Elon Musk sounds a little bit naive sometimes when he talks about either Doge or the cuts and these kinds of things.
Men I utgangspunktet så har han ingenting å gjøre på 3.17 nå. Han må bryte ut her.
Going on in
Gjør han det,
Washington,
så
D.C., knowing he's
ja,
about to
da har
spend a
du
whole lot
først
less time in
308,
Washington, D.C. Rick, is this actually when we see
314 og så ja, videre oppover.
I don't know if it's honesty. I mean, maybe a little
Han må bryte her.
to think that you
Ja.
were going to go to
Nå så må han jo bryte 298 og 99.
But since when did Elon Musk ever care about ruffling
Over,
feathers?
akkurat
He's been
over
ruffling feathers since
her.
the day he was born.
Nå ser du, den gjentar seg jo. Du har toppene her, toppene her, bunn der, topp her, topp her, topp her.
I really actually, I'm more concerned
Strek rett gjennom.
feeling like he's got feelings and all of a sudden, you know, because the Doge thing didn't quite work out, so what? I mean, rockets blow up and you keep working on it. In Washington, you need to sort of pick your friends. And so in this case, I think, you know, someone needs to sit down with Elon and say, look, your friends, the Trump administration, their followers, probably very happy with what Doge accomplished. Rest assured, that will be your legacy in Washington. Keep moving. Launch some space, and look, save a seat for me to go to Mars. I want to be an interplanetary species.
Nvidia beveger seg videre oppover nå.
Rick, I guess you're just going to have to wait until longer than next year. Jeannie, is this a concerted PR campaign to distance Elon Musk from all things Washington?
Yeah, it absolutely could.
Vi null for dagen, eller? Jeg tror ikke vi har... Vi I null. Vi I null på indeksen. Vi har ikke rørt på oss I en åpning. Fytte faen.
His buyers for Tesla. And so how do you get those back? And of course the numbers are really suffering. You distance yourself, and we've seen him do that on tariffs already. We're seeing him do it big time when it comes to the issue of reconciliation. So I do think there might be some of that going on here, and of course also the fact that he, you know, has long been disenchanted with Washington, D.C., and the fact it's now being run by the Republicans and Donald Trump's hasn't changed any of his feelings about it, because of course Washington hasn't changed. Granted, it's only been 30 days.
Well, yeah, that's true. Who's still counting at this point? I think it has been like 130 days, right?
That's Friday, I believe.
End of April?
Well, I guess that's true. Elon's 130-day mark is Friday.
Yes.
End of the contract.
End of the special government employee status. Rick, in our final minute here, what happened to the Doge caucus in Congress? Is it them that have to kind of take the helm going forward here? Or have we all resigned ourselves to the fact that this effort is maybe a lot easier to talk about than to actually implement?
Det står du spør vel om jeg hadde gjort noe trader I dag. Det hadde jeg vel.
Yeah, well, we see
Jeg var
now
lån på
there's sort of a
Nasdaq,
remake
eller det?
that Doge is going
Jeg?
to focus on upgrading
Nei,
and
jeg?
modernizing
Ja,
the
jo.
computer systems and government, which they
Ja, fra området her,
desperately need
cirka.
to do. So if it
Så
becomes
salte
something like
jeg I
that,
området
which
her.
could be fruitful
Der,
for
så salte
taxpayers
jeg
and for
der.
those getting benefits from the
inn.
administration, then I think
Og sånn.
I think that would be a good sort of second act. You know, we know
Jeg gjorde
that there have
den
been discussions
lille
about
kontoen
like,
over
gosh,
$1000
why
I
can't
dag.
we operate the federal government like
Og det meste
American express?
50%.
You know, you get things
Jeg
done
tok
in
sånn
an easier way.
idiotisk
But
trade på Gud.
at the end of the day,
Og så
I
gjorde jeg
think
100% på det igjen.
you're
Så det
gonna
over 1000.
Gira du noe jævlig?
rotation put on Doge.
Jeg tok litt stor posisjon, og så jeg så at det var feil vei, men jeg shorta den fortsatt. Så det
have to deal with
idiot.
Hvor svær posisjon da?
Så på den lille kontoen så var det jo 0,4. Så jeg var jo all in.
Balls to the walls, som det heter. Nå får vi se om Gull presser shopper da. Han må bryte 3-3 her nå, får vi se om det går.
Hvordan ser dere hvor mange prosent som sitter long og short på det? Så hva betyr det når vi snakker om... Så når du sier at når vi snakker om prosenten, så er det jo prosentvis retail som er short eller long. Altså, jeg kan bare ta opp den. Her sitter det, hva er sentimentet? Og da ser du om hvor mange prosent er long, hvor mange prosent er short av retail, altså vanlig mann i gata.
På vanlige plattformer?
Ja, på vanlige plattformer. Og da så lenge hvis at mesteparten har vært long nå, altså 60, 70, 80% har vært long, så hadde mest sannsynligvis Nasdaq gått ned. Og det er jo kun på grunn av at retail taper penger. Bankene vil ikke at retail skal stikke av med pengene deres. Hadde de vært short, så hadde vi gått opp. Nå er vi 50-50, så nå er det har vi vært nå i en ganske god stund. Og da har vi jo også sett at Nasdaq... Da har vi også sett at Nasdaq har ligget bare og...
Sidelengs.
Ja, ganske sidelengs en god periode.
Nei, hele dag faktisk.
Ja, men nå tenker jeg på i over en uke snart.
Ja.
Nei, jeg har ikke noe fast sommer. Jeg tror fortsatt at så lenge vi ikke får noen store endringer, så blir det å gå opp frem til folk begynner å tenke at nå skal vi faktisk opp og fortsette opp til å temme her. Når alle sammen tenker sånn, da snurrer vi. Går vi ned. Badehetta spør om det blir noe samarbeid med Agnor, om det var det han het, og Frontbroker.
Det må jeg høre med de som styrer med det. Det vet jeg ikke. Men vi kan ha det på sånn, på Discord-gruppe og sånn, kan vi fikse det.
Ja, det var vel etter at den tok ut til toppen her, da. Jeg finner en react av den ganske bra. Ja, det er bra. Jeg hadde jo håpet at den bare skulle få ordentlig push opp, og så bare treffe den. Den gjorde ikke det. Selvfølgelig. Men det er jo for at den har jo i utgangspunktet ikke noen retning ennå.
Jeg synes den kråka med hos deg.
Hva fin, nei.
Tenker du kan få Gustav eller noe?
Ja.
Jeg synes Gustav er et ganske fint navn på en kråke.
Sånn, ja. Ja, det er helt sikkert. Jeg har hatt en kråke her for lenge siden.
Cornelius er litt vanskelig, føler jeg. Jeg synes Gustav er veldig enkelt å huske. Og så kan du lære kråke å snakke over, vet du.
Ja, du kan jo lære å hente penger og sånt.
Ja, sedler.
Ja.
But the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, they're all lower. S&P right now down 11 at 59.09. On that index, a drop right now of 0.2%. The Dow down 124, a decline of 0.3%.
Faen, ass.
Nasdaq is lower by 11.
Nasdaq liksom skjer ingenting her.
Index, a drop now of 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.48%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.99%. Gold down $3, down less than 0.1%, $32.97 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 65.06 a barrel on Brent crude. WTI up 1.8%, 62.01 for a barrel of Brent.
Ja, det blir spennende å se om vi får den opp til 33304 eller 3308 kanskje, opp dit. 308.
President Trump says the U.S. government will retain guarantees and an oversight role over Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, even as he pursues a public offering for the mortgage giants. Right now, shares of Freddie Mac, they are trading lower right now, trading higher, I should say, by 5.8%. Fannie Mae also higher, up by 2.4%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts.
Endelig, kanskje få en liten breakout her nå.
Back we go to Washington once again.
På Nasdaq.
På gull så det på bedre.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day here as we talk.
Jeg er long Nasdaq. Nei, jeg er long gull herfra.
On Bloomberg Radio,
Så jeg
Bloomberg
er short
TV.
Nasdaq. Men ikke noen ny posisjon på Nasdaq, det er de gamle.
As we try to connect the dots on the debate here in Washington about tax and spend with what's
Du er
happening
egentlig best
in
fra
local and
morgenen
city
til
governments, statewide governments as well, for that
5-tida
matter,
egentlig.
all over the country.
Ja, da er det volum, sa du?
Ja, mest volumet etter det.
Nation's capital. As Kaylee Lines and I look forward to talking with the mayor of Atlanta. Kaylee, we've heard a lot of questions and asked a lot of questions about the impact of
Men du kan jo
Medicaid,
selvfølgelig få sånn
the SNAP program, food stamps.
pusha opp.
And it's an interesting
At den bryter
equation
ut.
for a mayor who doesn't always have the flexibility to deal with debt and deficit spending the way we do here in D.C.
Certainly, and considering that the federal
Her nå
government
på
policies
400 har vi
that
snudd
are
i hele
affecting
dag på Nasdaq.
cities like Atlanta don't just end with potential cuts, but also cuts they are making to things like the Centers for Disease Control, for example, elsewhere that actually could directly impact the Atlanta economy. So it's on that note, we do now turn to the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being with us here on Balance of Power. As you weigh all of these different policies and the cutting policies in particular that are coming from here in Washington, D.C., how are you feeling it at home?
Yeah, at home it's a little tough for everyday Atlantans, which are everyday Americans. When we have tariffs that have increased the cost of goods, whether that's at your grocery store or at your hardware store, or the cost that it takes us to produce an affordable housing unit. These things have increased under Donald Trump. And it also affects us right here at home because the CDC is headquartered here in Atlanta, and thousands of people have been laid off. And not only CDC workers, but other federal workers that work in various departments of HUD or in NIH-funded medical technology and research operations here, whether at Emory or at Morehouse School of Medicine, et cetera. So there's a lot of people that's looking for work because of layoffs.
Ja, nå er det raust. Ja,
in the
fint
city
for
of
det.
Atlanta, and so we try to help them find new employment.
Snudde på 400 på Nasdaq.
And then also, you know, just thinking about how there were
Ja, så
projects that we
500.
had that we were looking forward to receiving.
Bouncer
funds
hver
for, but those
fuckings
projects
gang der, altså.
stalled. The funding is questionable at this point due to various departmental cuts at transportation or at HUD.
I'd be curious to hear, Mr. Mayor, it's good to have you back. What programs are on ice because of this? And do you have the resources, the money, the programs to help these people who are in transition, who have been laid off at, for instance, the CDC or somewhere else in Atlanta?
Yeah, so some of the things that
Jeg har aldri vært i et marked der hvor du går og venter på at det skal falle for det har gått for mye. Jeg har aldri opplevd det I over 26 19 år. Jeg har aldri opplevd det som jeg har opplevd nå. Aldri.
And they were for reconnecting communities. They were for various type of projects that might have had equity involved or sustainability involved. The IJA, for instance, these things, or the IRA as well, the Inflation Reduction Act, these things came under Biden, and so now they've been kind of stalled, and we don't know the future of these, which is tough to operate under, which is a project that we bid on, that we were hopeful to win, and they would provide a tremendous amount of connectivity for the city, and they are questioned at this point. So we haven't gotten an official letter that is no, but it's definitely these various grant projects have been put on stall, been stalled. And then so when you think about all of the above, as a mayor, we still have to operate under a balanced budget. That's our mandate. Right. I can't go into deficit spending, etc. So we have to balance our budget, which means either we have to make adjustments to our personnel or make adjustments to our service delivery or raise taxes, which of course is a last resort. So we are in our budget talks right now. We're on a fiscal year of July 1 through June 30th, and it's tight, it's tough. Luckily, over the past 3 years, we have a tremendous amount of reserves, and we have a AAA credit rating, so we're very proud of our financial standing. It just puts more burden down at a local government level.
As you raised
it, Mr. Mayor, are you expecting to have to do any more layoffs as you look at your budget?
Hopefully not. We are in good position right now. We did do a hiring freeze, and basically out of 9,500 employees in the city of Atlanta's employment, we basically said no one can be hired unless they get authorization from myself, the COO, or the chief of staff. And that was to make sure that we looked at every single necessary position, look at any kind of vacancies that were in departments, because we want to make sure we deliver the services that we've been known for delivering on time and on schedule and on budget. And so we're still doing a good job, but we definitely watching every dollar out the door and every dollar in the door. We know that we won't have a lot of back that we can depend on with certainty. Some of these policies, they get called up on a Monday, and then by Friday it's altered, it's renegotiated in some conversation in Washington. And so we don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction to anything, because literally 24 hours later, something that has been said in a social media tweet or post can be changed 24 hours later or 48 hours later. So we have to just kind of wait and see what's going to actually be real, what's going to be codified, what's going to be legislated by the senators and the representatives via the White House's ambitions.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to look over your shoulder there at the skyline to find the stadium here, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, where you're going to be hosting a couple of World Cup games, actually more than a couple next year. How do you prepare for an event like that when you've got a hiring freeze and funding is in question?
Yeah, well, we're going to be very prepared for FIFA World Cup. Atlanta does big events well. We've handled the Copa America the same night that we had the CNN presidential debate between Biden and Trump. The same day, literally, and we've hosted multiple Super Bowls, so we'll be prepared. We have about 700 police officers that will be working from the city right there for those each one of the event nights that we have. So we have 8 matches that we've won.
Nvidia turnet opp her nå, gikk opp ganske bra, gikk opp fra 0,5 til 0,73. Tesla går I grønt nå fra å være rødt. Broadcom opp 3% der vel. Alle venter på de Nvidia-tallene.
We have enough officers. We definitely have done a good job since the pandemic of increasing the amount of officers that we have. We increased pay. We have a new Atlanta Public Safety Training Center that's really making them more prepared to do community-based policing. And so we are going to be prepared from a safety and security perspective. We came up with this idea that I have called Showcase Atlanta, where not only are we just going to have folks go to this huge sporting event, But we also want them to get outside of the sporting event and go to the museums, to the art galleries, go to the restaurants, go to all the various communities around the city of Atlanta to be able to enjoy what Atlanta has to offer. So showcaseatlanta.com is where people are going to find out what local businesses and dining they can enjoy. So we'll be very much ready for that because
Ja, det er jo i nærheten av min target rate 2K.
the funding that it
Jeg
said
må
it
håpe
would
den skulle gå
provide
litt
to
opp
all
nå,
of these
men
World
nei
Cup
da.
cities. Canada cities have their money, Mexico cities
Den gått
have
ned i
their
år da.
money, and American cities
Det er ikke noe volum i det hele tatt her. Det er ingenting. I hvert fall ikke på nedsida. Det er nada.
Atlanta has the
En grunn til at jeg ikke trer det gult på
so we're hoping that we get an adequate amount of funding to support this. If not, we'll still do a good job, but we'd love to be supported and not have to put cash out of our pockets.
Come back and talk to us when you find out. Sounds like a massive production. And we're glad you could be with us in our Atlanta bureau, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Andre Dickens of Atlanta. Great conversation with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons, where we're counting down to Fed minutes. And with us in Washington, Enda Curran, Bloomberg's global economy reporter. Enda, what are we bracing for?
Well, if you recall at the time, the Fed didn't move rates a few weeks ago, but they said unemployment could go up and inflation could go up. So there were some warnings in that. So we're looking for details in terms of how worried are the officials? Do they see a significant material hit to growth? How worried are they about the jobs market? Now, there are a couple of qualifiers that has to be made clear. Chairman Powell used that press conference at the time to make clear the economy is still in good order. So they weren't certainly panicking. Officials have said they're not in a rush to cut rates. But most critically of all, these minutes are from the meeting before the big pause went in on the tariffs from China. So kind of a little bit of ancient history, really, truly speaking. So we'll have to read the tea leaves, see how worried they were before the big pause on China.
Yeah, the nature of this being backward-looking is something we have to consider. But could it have implications for the forward outlook as we look ahead to the June meeting or July and the idea that maybe the Fed's not going to be ready to cut at those meetings either?
I think it will. I mean, much will depend on what signals will come out of these minutes in terms of how worried they are about the economy. I mean, things are okay now, but how much of a slowdown could they see coming in the months ahead? How worried are they about the labour market? Now, if the minutes today suggest that they're broadly speaking in a confident, comfortable place, but they remain vigilant, well then you would imagine traders will say no hint of a near-term move by the Fed. So it's a question of just how, what signals these minutes send about how worried they are. But as I say, it's complicated because the tariff story keeps changing.
Wow, so this is a pre-pause Fed, backward-looking. We've established all of that. So how alarming could these comments be? That was a dark time when this happened.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. I think in truth, a lot of it will be framed through that. I mean, people will look at these, traders will look at these minutes and go, wow, so this is what the Fed was thinking.
Yeah, good thing we didn't have to do that.
Yes, and then they'll have to kind of subtract, well, what are they now thinking without these minutes, without the tariffs in China, where they are. But since the minutes, the meeting, we've had several Fed speakers, which is more up to date, and broadly speaking, their messaging has been the economy is okay, they're not in a rush to cut rates. But maybe at some point that moment might come. So we have had more recent communication from the Fed since those minutes.
Well, and we've had more economic data as well. We have more coming down this week. We get the second read on first quarter GDP tomorrow. PCE on Friday, along with personal income and spending. We have a jobs report coming up next Friday. And how critical will those prints be?
I think the jobs report next Friday will be very important because that will give a read in terms of, say, May will be the first full month since Liberation Day when we've had the tariffs. Tariffs are flying in all different directions, but nonetheless are causing disruption. So May will give us a read. Okay, is this impacting on the ground at all? Remember the inflation story, people say it's not yet showing up in prices. Yeah, right. But economists say, hang on, you've got to give it a few months. So jobs will be interesting. But more broadly,
Jag vinner det där som regel för det är sån bug.
A couple of months to get a clean read on how all of this is impacting.
Is this Trump data yet or Biden data?
I think the White House is, if it's good data, I guess it's just
I thought that might be the case. Are we done talking about Jay Powell's job security after the Supreme Court weighed in?
It's gone quiet for now, and that was a very interesting judgment. But we know, of course, the president has his particular views on interest rates. So I would imagine it will continue to be an ongoing theme in terms of where he thinks monetary
time frame
the Fed thinks it should be in the months ahead.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if President Trump weighs in on the minutes today, like he seems to every rate decision. I just quickly, Enda, do we expect that the Fed will have had any conversation around the bond market in particular and some of the fluctuations, in part because of tariff volatility that we have seen within it?
I'm sure they have discussed, financial markets. They'll be eyeing that volatility very closely, but they haven't signaled any concern about what's been going on.
Det helt sjukt.
They haven't signaled that the volatility.
Vi en null på Nasdaq. I faen meg snart 6 timer.
As long as the market is still functioning.
Nej, det är inte.
get worried or intervene. Enda Curran covering the economy for us here in Washington. Thank you so much. And it was interesting earlier this hour when we were joined by Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, who sits on the House Financial Services Committee, that he specifically called out the bond market and actually, Joe, seemed to suggest that Moody's, in downgrading the credit rating of U.S. sovereigns, had a point that Capitol Hill is not doing enough on spending.
I was fascinated by that whole conversation, actually. I feel like we need more time, and by that I mean
Tack
longer
vare Forex,
interviews with
plus att
Byron
det blir
Donalds,
ett
because
upplägg.
we covered a lot of ground, and it was a fascinating bit of insight from a Republican talking crypto in Las Vegas, knowing this debate is taking place at home. We'll meet you back here on the late edition of Balance of Power.
Ja, nå kommer jo Fed om 5 minutter.
Standing by for the Fed minutes. We'll take care of that in Bloomberg.
Ja, fan, är FOMC eller?
With Katie Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for spending some time with us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Det är ju bra då. Hvem skal snakke om I dag da?
Sikkert samme som hver gang. Får ikke gjort så mye, venter på markedet. Trump må se, vi må se virkningen av tariffene. Det er for tidlig å si. Inflasjonen er alt for høy fortsatt. Ligger ikke på 2%. Vi får ikke gjort noe. Ser for seg kanskje et rentekutt ut I juni. Kanskje. Og så kommer markedet også å gå opp på det antagelig. Kommer ikke til å si noe annet. De får ikke gjort en dritt så lenge Trump driver og holder på som han gjør med tariffen. Får ikke gjort noen ting. Eller markedet får ikke gjort noen ting.
President Trump signing of executive orders. 2 p.m. per official White House guidance is no longer happening, I'm told.
Hva kom nå?
Ja, det en ordre som ikke blir å skje. Dere på seg I chatten.
Official WHO er det World Health et eller annet, eller?
White House.
Åja, ok. Hvilken executive order da?
Nei, det er det står han ikke vet.
Ok. Da det klart ikke jeg vet det.
Nei.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
BlackRock skal kjøpe aksjer I en IPO, ser jeg.
Hvilken da? Den der OpenAI-saken?
And a very good afternoon, everybody.
IPO, alltså BBG.
Here at Bloomberg, Carol
Yes,
in
Circle Internet IPO.
Awaiting the latest minutes from the last Fed meeting. It was just about 3 weeks ago.
Det är en aksje som skal hete Circle
25. So as soon as we get those minutes, some more context.
Jeg er pluss på longen min. Jeg vet ikke om jeg skal ta den, eller? Og det og ID kom det masse.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Also today, Carol, it's NVIDIA earnings day. So certainly we're going to be focused on that, especially in our 4 p.m. A little bit of a deep tease for what we have coming up on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Stocks down ahead of those results ever so slightly. The S&P 500 down about 0.2% right now, while the Nasdaq down.
Signing executive order only served to participants at the Fed's May 6 meeting agreed they were well positioned to wait for more clarity of the convenient show.
The latest Fed minutes show that at their meeting this month, policymakers were broadly in agreement that heightened economic
Det var negativt, og vi går faen ikke ned på det.
Her har du rapporten, så vil du lese.
Fra Fed. Ja. Høyere risiko, høyere inflasjon, alt er verre. Og vi går ikke ned. Det skal ikke være mulig!
The committee was well positioned to wait for more clarity on the outlooks for
inflation. Det skal ikke være mulig. Vi faller jo ikke på noe dritt. Dette sånn der starten på et jævla krasj. Det helt overbevist om.
And upside risk to inflation had risen, primarily reflecting President Trump's tariff increases. And participants noted that the committee might face difficult trade-offs if inflation proves to be more persistent while the outlooks for growth and employment weaken. Now, policymakers held rates steady at this meeting earlier this month for the third consecutive time as they talked about that heightened.
Det kommer hun til å si nå på dama kommer til å si det. Det jeg sa nå.
Just how much tariffs are complicating the economic outlook and how focused Fed officials are on ensuring that tariffs do not lead to persistent inflation or inflation expectations becoming unchecked. Almost all participants commented on the risk that inflation could prove to be more persistent than expected. Participants emphasized the importance of ensuring that longer-term inflation expectations remained well anchored, with some noting that expectations might be particularly sensitive because inflation had been above the committee's target for an extended period, the minute said. We should note that this meeting ended May 7th, and that was, of course, before we had lots of developments on the trade front, notably that agreement between the U.S. and China to lower tariffs on each other's products temporarily. But at the time of the meeting, notably, the Fed staff projected that trade policies would lead to weaker GDP growth this year than what they thought at the previous Fed meeting. And they said,
gull funker som det skal, Øyvind, men Nasdaq funker ikke som det skal.
And the staff viewed the possibility that the economy would
Gull burde gå mye mer nå,
almost as likely
på den nyheten som kom nå.
Amara, based on your analysis of the minutes, what you've seen thus far, and your view on this, does it seem like the Fed, at least at this last meeting, was more concerned about stable prices or about maximum employment?
Definitely stable prices. Inflation is squarely what the Fed is focused on right now. Because we have lived through this inflationary period after the pandemic, and because we are starting to see in some of the sentiment data that inflation expectations are rising. Fed officials have talked consistently about how they are keeping an eye on that and how they want to make sure that inflation expectations don't become unanchored if we do start to see price increases from these tariffs. And the minutes really reflect that square focus on inflation.
Hey, just want to point out to everybody, I'm not really seeing too much market reaction here, looking at the shorter end of the yield curve, which might be the most sensitive to what we get in these Fed minutes. You're looking at a 2-year yield of 3.99, so just shy of 4%. Looking at the 5-year note with a yield of 4.07, 10-year note with the yield of 4.48. On the equity side of things, same thing. I haven't seen too much reaction off of these minutes. We still are looking at with an S&P just down about 8 points, NASDAQ 100 a gain of about 16. Really kind of the equity market waiting for NVIDIA. Amar, just before we go, we did see the Fed tariffs much larger, broader than expected in terms of the impact, which is certainly something very appropriate to the environment of today. Fed officials seeing potential for difficult trade-offs ahead, which can, leads a lot of interpretation there. Based on the last Fed decision, the Fed press conference, and now what you're seeing in the minutes, anything that jumps out that you think the Bloomberg investment audience should know about?
Yeah, I think that Fed officials really are going to be in wait-and-see mode, right? I think there's a lot of talk about whether weaker economic growth would lead them to start cutting sooner, but I think from what we've heard from Fed officials since the last meeting and based on these minutes, Fed officials really are content to keep policy on hold and just continue to see how all of these tariff policies shake out. So I don't think that the perspective from Fed officials has really changed on that at all.
All right, Amara Mokwe joining us from Washington, D.C. on the latest when it comes to the Federal Reserve and those minutes. Once again, not seeing much of a reaction when it comes to equity indices, as Carol mentioned, down about 0.1% on the S&P 500, the NASDAQ now in the green, just ever so slightly. Well, investors certainly digesting that and really getting ready to pick over NVIDIA earnings after the closing bell today because, Carol, that's what we're so concerned about.
It really is all about NVIDIA. It's the big tech to report earnings, the last of the big tech, I guess I should say. It's going to have the final say, if you will, on the earnings season driven rally that we have certainly seen with equities. NVIDIA shares up more than 40% from their April low. For more on what we need to watch out for when the world's most valuable chipmaker reports later on today, Bloomberg Intelligence senior semiconductor analyst Kunjan Sobhani joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Kunjan, good to have you here. It is really like the big story, the only story in many ways in today's market action. Why is this such a big deal, and why is it such a big deal for NVIDIA, the company specifically, and much broader, the kind of AI trade and the semi trade?
Yeah, I mean, what's unique this time around, it's always a big deal when NVIDIA reports, but what's unique is that this is the most noisiest quarter in terms of expectations on the street. There's a lot more deviation or variance in terms of the numbers, especially for the 2Q and 3Q that we have seen. And that is because of the part of the, some estimates have incorporated the full wrath of the H20, some are at midpoint and some don't seem to have incorporated an impact from the H20 ban. So that is what makes sort of the consensus tricky, and hence the beat and the miss could be misleading. So we think investors might not be or should not pay a lot of attention to the absolute beat and miss, but look at the numbers under the hood, especially on the status of the GB200 ramp, the transition to GB300 in the second half, the more clarity on the new China chip variant, and when can they start shipping, and what can we expect from them in terms of revenue and how much they can recoup back the $15 billion loss that they've talked about.
That H20, just to clarify, that H20 ban is, you're talking about the Trump administration banning NVIDIA's H20 chips to China, tightening those chip export licensing requirements. So I think then we saw NVIDIA say it was going to take, about a $5.5 billion charge. So that's what you're talking about.
That's correct. And that implies to $15 billion impact in revenues. And one more critical thing investors ought to be looking at this time is the margins. The margins recently have come down to their low 70s or the 70 mark. And the expectation was starting from 2Q, it will start its ramp up back to getting close to mid-70s by the year. Now, that could face some headwinds definitely from the China write down for at least more time. But investors really are hoping that there is confidence building commentary from the CFO that we will for sure get to the mid-70s very soon.
I mean, at this time, because
det veldig kjedelig, Øyvind. Jeg sitter og følger med hele tiden. Jeg får ikke gjort noen ting. Det eneste som funker nå kunnskapen min på norske aksjer, og de trader jeg ikke. Det bare sitter og kjøper. Nå bryter Gullerstig.
In our view, the underlying long-term fundamentals and drivers, which is what one of the attribute there is, the capex from these large scalers. Like you said, we have not heard anything that should be a red flag. So that should not be a concern. But more positive, I think, is now the demand signals outside of these top 4 or 5 customers. We have seen a lot more demand signals coming from the enterprises with projects like Stargate, with investments from the UAE announced Trump's last visit to the Middle East, and a lot more from other large companies like XAI, where a lot more enterprises have now announced plans for increased capex spending over the next 2 to 3 years.
Just to remind everybody, Microsoft makes up about 19% of NVIDIA's revenue. Meta Platforms about 9.3%, Supermicro 8%, Amazon 7.5%, and Alphabet coming in at 5.6%. So when you think about the big customers, it's very concentrated with sort of the mega cap tech companies.
Yeah, just a few little mega hyperscalers. It's a lot of exposure. Well, I always am wondering, we often do this, we're like searching on certain words in a press release. What are the catchwords or product words or I don't know, strategy words that you're going to be watching out for or listening for? I always think about Blackwell, but I'm just curious what in particular, Kunjan?
Yeah, I would say GB300 transition, China, anything around China and more clarity around it. And finally, the deals and demand signals to ensure second half or 2026 outlook.
And is it just the hyperscalers? Is that what really matters? Or do you
say,
hey, that demand
ja,
is actually broadening out?
Jag har satt
See, on the surface, the hyperscalers are always
stopploss
driving it very
i
important,
profit.
but I think for long-term investors who really
börjar
do
akkurat
their
där
diligence, the tier 2 demand from tier 2 enterprises and sovereign entities are more important right now because that is what will shape up more diversification outside of this 4 concentrated customers.
Kunjan, when you say that this is the noisiest quarter, are you saying that from the perspective of the calendar year,
Det
or the
ser ut som
particular
att man bullish flow i Nvidia har closat
in the first quarter of the year?
I profit.
I'm saying this purely based on where the consensus lands, and because
And
again,
they
the
are
initial reaction
they
is
high
just
is
beat
going
and miss
into
versus the number.
earnings
Right
after
now, when
hours
that number
today.
is very cloudy and messy, even a good
Ingången min,
report
ja det
could
ser jag
come out
du ser det.
suggesting it as a bad report
2
just based on
gröna
the
topparna
reflection of a
är
beat and a miss.
ingången men.
All right. Should be super
En på
interesting,
där och en på
as
där.
always. We know it's an important company, no doubt about it. We've been counting down to
De
it.
da
Kunjan, thanks so much. I know we're going to come back to you.
3295,10 och
Kunjan Sobhani, Bloomberg Intelligence,
3297,55.
Senior Semiconductor Analyst. All right, so you know NVIDIA is a big deal. Just to throw some stuff out, it makes up about 6.6% of the S&P 500, 8.3% of the NASDAQ 100, nearly 10.5% of the NASDAQ Composite, and nearly 13% of the SOX, the semiconductor index. So, Tim, yeah, it can move markets.
Yeah, I see Gina Martin Adams right next to me just nodding right now. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Equity Strategies. She's Chief Equity Strategist. She joins us here in the studio. NVIDIA and the models that you follow, and also what's happened over the last year, how might NVIDIA's moves to the upside or to the downside have an effect on indices?
So it has an effect not only on indices but on broad ETFs. It's one of the most owned stocks across thematic ETFs, for example. It's a huge part of the large cap index. It's a very big part of the global index. These big stocks.
You own it whether you want to or not.
Yeah, you can't get away from it.
Yeah.
So it has a very big impact. I think I talked about this last quarter as well, though. Peak NVIDIA impact was actually a year ago. We did talk about this a bit. So it's not as impactful as it was a year ago.
Are you saying that just from a market weight perspective?
From a volatility perspective, from just I would call it engagement, concentration. And that was really built upon the idea that NVIDIA was at the forefront of the earnings reacceleration out of the 2022 earnings recession that we had. So flashback, remember this time. But nonetheless, back in 2022, we had a pretty big earnings recession in the S&P 500. We had a 25% drop decline that year too, right? NVIDIA in 2023 really started the wave. Really started the AI wave. In 2023, that extended into 2024, and then it all kind of peaked early last year. It's still been a big part of the market dynamic, but it's less than it was at its peak in 2024 because that's when the earnings momentum peaked. Now we've got still great growth, but a few more challenges have emerged, especially in 2025 with the global competition, lots of policy volatility, specifically targeted at semiconductors, both good and bad. And that's creating a lot more uncertainty, whereas in early 2023, it was really just, oh my gosh, this is a game-changing technology. NVIDIA is at the forefront of it. We're going to see massive growth numbers. Now it's just a little bit more of a mixed story.
So what about in terms of, Gina, sentiment? Like if they don't do well, what could that mean?
Yeah, I mean, if they don't do well, it depends on what they're not doing well at first start. But I would say big key triggers. I think everyone knows that capital spending by the major companies, the hyperscalers, is huge. And so they're still going to do fine on revenue growth. But if there was a chink in that armor, then that would be all bets are off because we're all assuming that growth will maintain. Yeah. I think margins have become more of an accepted issue over the last 6 months, right? Over the last 6 months, it's become,
mulig det,
oh,
sånn at
wow,
du har
are they
rente
going to be
4,
able
så er
to
det mulig.
continue to power extraordinary margin growth over the longer term? Probably not. There are going to be some
Det är bara en
question
vanlig
marks.
indikator.
The long-term transition, the long-term growth industries in early stage tech are always a hot topic of conversation. I think we're going to have to talk about policy and kind of course, everyone's leaning on the idea that President Trump's going to renegotiate the sale of semiconductors into the Middle East, and that's a very big upside. We still have yet to figure out how we're going to manage semiconductor competition globally. Is this still a security risk? Is it not a security risk? Are we dropping that issue? I think we need a little bit of clarity.
Yeah, let's not forget that.
You brought that up, right?
Well, let's not forget Jensen Huang was actually accompanying the president at one point, and he was in the audience, and he was called out specifically by President Trump. Do you have any more on NVIDIA? Because I want to get something in with Gina.
No, but I love that you went there because it was such a national security issue. But it's like, okay, but wait, we could do stuff with the Middle East.
Där har du en
It's
rate,
just a
okay.
reminder that we have this strategy, and then all of a sudden we don't. So really important. No, go broader.
Okay, so
Har du
Gina,
amplifierat så kan jag
we
säkert
wanted you in
säga
here not
inte
just to
vad
talk
den
about
kostar.
NVIDIA, but also because this is kind of the one that bookends the end of
Yeah.
earnings season. There are some
Finally
others.
over.
Well,
Kinda.
Just in time.
Kinda.
Yeah, right.
When you look back on this, and you joined us for weeks ahead of earnings season, you were like, this is a really important season because it will tell us about the impact of tariffs.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it actually did that?
I wish it did.
I don't feel like it did.
I think, unfortunately, our reality is we still don't really know what's happening
Jag tog
with
av profit i
tariffs.
varje
It's still on pause. It does
Ja,
seem
vi
that
droppar.
companies are acknowledging that at the very least, really celebrating the fact that the first quarter was great. First quarter was much better than anticipated. Not very many
Men
companies
så
are even
här
saying that
Wall
consumer
Street
pull purchases
Bets-gängen har
were- it was just a
lånt
great quarter.
10 000
So, okay,
dollar från mora sig
great. It was a
för
great
bett
quarter.
på
But they're all guiding us to lower
Nvidia
growth in the
earnings.
second quarter.
Vad sa du att det?
And then saying, well, after that, we...
En av de här Wall Street Bets-gängen har
I don't
lånt
know. The market has
10 000
definitely
dollar från mora sig
responded,
för
to the
att
positive
bett på
sort
att
of
Nvidia går
sentiment
upp.
of first quarter
Och earnings.
assumption that it's going
Han har ju levert hver gang.
downdraft in the second quarter. That we might only get 3% growth in the second quarter, but who cares? Because it's all very temporary, reflective of short-term conditions with that 1 week of reciprocal tariffs that we had to contend with, and a few weeks of distress in our trade with China. But now the assumption is, well,
Tänker det
it
går
will
ner
fail.
och så
And
sköt vi upp till
we
nästa
don't know
target.
that. Interestingly, the 90-day
Jag är
pause
ute av guld, är ute av guld da?
ends right at the start of the next
Ja, guld ja.
Ja.
So
Jag menar nästa.
I do think that for
earnings.
now, everyone feels relatively soothed that we're going to stick with 10% and 30%.
Klockan 22.
10% on everybody but China, 30%
Eller
on
lite
China.
efter 22 över.
Etter.
Presumably that's
Tipper
where
det er sånn
we'll land.
rett etter, tenker jeg.
Will we get there or will it be a rocky road to there is still a big question mark. But I think we have this ticking clock happening in the background of July 9th when the reciprocal tariffs sort of pause ends. Where do we go?
Tenker jeg setter en hedge jeg, på Nasdaq, tar ut 2 kontrakter, så jeg går litt i minus, og så setter jeg en hedge.
Or at least the top 15.
I don't even know if we said
not
policy.
sure.
Could there be another surprise?
Yeah, could be another surprise. So there's
Yeah.
it's uncertain where things head in the second half and into 2026.
It's like hitting that snooze bar. I do that a lot.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, stop it.
They're just
Like-
on snooze. It's all good.
Exactly.
And that extra couple minutes of sleep feels great. And that's where we are.
Eventually
it's
I have to
feeling
get
great.
up. Gina
Jag
Martin
fyller
Adams.
på det igen.
So appreciate it. Hey, coming up, we're talking retail.
Du kan gå long på ene og short på andre. Nei, det er ikke lov det.
Nå tørna veldig mye Nasdaq i rødt her nå. Bare Nvidia som er grønt, ellers så kom alt ned der. Jeg lurer på om det er på grunn av det Fed sa. Kan ikke skjønne noe annet. For det var dritt, liksom. Tesla fra grønt til rødt. Alphabet er det rødt. Amazon er det rødt.
SOC er de i Nasdaq?
SOC?
Ja.
Hva er det for noe?
Der ser det er et selskap som går en volume drop på grunn av court filing circulation.
Sable Offshore Corporation. Jeg tror ikke det er Nasdaq altså. Jo, det er ny... Sable Offshore Corporation. Det kan ikke være Nasdaq.
Nei. Derfor jeg fikk litt volatilitet på grunn av det som sirkulerer. New York Fed says will maintain afternoon standing repo facility offerings.
Federal Reserve officials broadly agreed heightened economic uncertainty justified their patient approach to interest rate adjustments. That according to the latest Fed minutes. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. Right now we are looking at a down day. Little change. The key takeaway at the SAR on NASDAQ down by half a point. The S&P down 10, dropped by 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 129, down 3.
Er det score dette høyder, eller?
Mag 7 index trading higher now by 0.1%. The 10-year 4.48%, the 2-year 3.99%. Gold flat on the day, 3,300 even. Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, 61.95 a barrel. And 1.8%, 107,690 on Bitcoin. Coming up after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from Salesforce, Synopsys, HP, Inc, and Nvidia ahead of earnings. Nvidia shares up now by 1.1%. 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time. Our Ed Ludlow will be sitting down with Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang. Again, recapping, S&P down by 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're up to date on the markets. We want to talk a little bit more about what's going on in the retail sector because those earnings continuing to come out. 9% swing from peak to trough today, intraday. Not so far Abercrombie & Fitch, who kind of decidedly has been just on a tear today, but up as much as 36% at its highs. Right now, Tim, about 15% to the upside.
Well, let's bring in Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Retail Analyst Mary Ross Gilbert. She joins us from our Bloomberg News Los Angeles Bureau. Mary Ross, I want to start with Abercrombie & Fitch. As Carol mentioned, 36% higher at its highs today, still down close to 40% so far this year. What are investors so excited about, at least today?
Yeah, so I think what they're excited about is they did have a beat in the quarter, and the beat really didn't come from the namesake brand. Abercrombie & Fitch, the namesake, which had been the strength for the past couple of years, posting double-digit increases in comparable sales, they actually turned in a 10% decline in comparable sales. Instead, it was their Gen Z brand, Hollister, that came in with a 23% comp increase, and that was ahead of analyst estimates. They were looking for somewhere around 14% for the quarter. So I think there's some green shoots there also with regard to the tariff impact. It's been said, okay, it's going to cost us about 100 basis points in margin, or about $50 million. So that's kind of out there, especially last week when American Eagle withdrew guidance, saying, you know, that there's a lot of uncertainty around the tariffs, but they also had some execution issues. So I think that's part of the reason. And as you pointed out, the stock is off for the year and, you know, and year to date. And so, you know, there could be some shortcomings. This is a stock that has outperformed for the last few years, and so there's always been high expectations there. And, you know, going into earnings, I think there were concerns that there could be big disappointment. So that could be part of the action in the stock today.
All right, so in terms of, I feel like both of them have issues on their mind or that need to be dealt with. For Macy's, just to quickly touch on that one, how are you thinking about the results and what needs to be done there?
Yeah, so Macy's, you know, their results came in ahead of expectations, but their comp sales at the nameplate, at the Macy's name, was still down. I mean, for the go forward, they were down almost 2% on a comparable basis. Now, for the stores where they've done refreshes, that means that they've broadened the assortment of brands, including bringing in Good American, Nick and Zoe, and Coach. And they're seeing, good success there when they do that. But also they're adding back service, something that department stores used to have, where they had salespeople in ready-to-wear, the dressing rooms, and also, most importantly, in shoes. And that really does help drive sales. Now, for Macy's, they could be doing a much better job, even in the refresh stores. We noticed that in our channel checks. But we looked to Bloomingdale's as being a model of success. Their comp sales were up 3.8%. Bluemercury, which is their beauty chain, is up 1.5%. We think they're taking share from
Faen, gullet gikk mye mer, ass. Det var altfor tidlig ute på.
When we look at the transaction data, we're seeing declines
Traff
there.
han så jævlig på nå, da.
Struggling with customer service and also with not paying vendors on time. So we think that Bloomingdale's is able to gain share, and that's why we're seeing strength. But there's certainly, this is the model for success for Macy's. So if they can really evolve the culture to become more service oriented, and as they broaden the more relevant brands, we could see the comp sales turn positive in the nameplate.
Service always works. Most would argue that that's very true in retail. All right, got to run. Mary, thank you so much. Mary Ross Gilbert, Senior Retail Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's stay with Macy's. Romain Bostick, co-host of Bloomberg Markets, The Close on Bloomberg TV, caught up with the company's chairman and CEO. He joins us now in studio. Mary, giving you kind of a framework, but you actually talked to the man.
Well, I want to pick up on her last comment there because I asked him a wide range of questions. One of the last questions I asked him was about customer service. That was probably the longest answer that he gave me. And it was specifically a question about a refresh of these new Macy's stores, basically old Macy's stores that they're updating, trying to make the experience better. And the question was really about, it's one thing to update the stores, update the merchandise, but what about the people? And he really went on this whole thing about how customer service really needed to be improved, and this was a big focus of his. Remember, he became Macy's CEO after running the Bloomingdale's brand for several years, and he really turned that around, and a big part of that turnaround, it really wasn't just on what they sold, but it was how they sold it, how the salespeople interacted with folks on the floor like that. And he really does seem to be trying to bring some whatever magic worked at Bloomingdale's to bring that to the Macy's flagship brand.
So in your view, or did you get the sense that this was, or this is the competitive advantage for Macy's moving forward, given that we're in an environment right now where people are really questioning what is the point of a department store in this day and age?
I think so. I mean, he wouldn't put it like that, but yes, I think you interpret it that is a big component of it, right? I mean, when you think about the brands that they do have some exclusive partnerships, but yes, there are a lot of brands in that store that you can find at a lot of other stores or directly through the manufacturer itself. So how do you differentiate yourself? You have to give people a reason to come to the store, come to the website, give them a reason to stay, and make them feel not just that either they're saving money or that they're getting a deal, but that there's some value there beyond just the money.
Romain, when you talk with him about, service, he understands it. He obviously got it at Bloomies, and now it's like, let's see if we can do it at Macy's. Having said that, is it a case of hiring more people or just training?
Disable video eller något sånt.
I'm curious if he gave you any kind of...
That's a good question. He did not give me any... Well, I asked him that. He did not really respond to it directly, but this is a conversation that I've had internally, including with Mary Ross Gilbert, about this idea of whether they need to do more external hiring, because if you have long-term employees who maybe are of a culture of the past, how do you sort of train them for a culture of the future? And sometimes it's easier to maybe staff up from outside.
The company maintained its sales outlook for the current year.
They did, yeah.
Surprising in an environment such as this.
Yep. I was certainly surprised.
That surprises me.
Almost every analyst I spoke to before this said we expect them to actually remove their guidance, not lower, but just remove it altogether. Now they maintained that. Now they did lower their EBITDA guidance, we should point out. But the idea is that they're comfortable with sales growth as it stands right now, or where sales, I just say call it growth, but where sales are right now, and they think they can maintain that.
So what did Tony Spring tell you about tariffs?
He said tariffs, it's a big bugaboo for him. Right now he's basically saying it's almost created stasis. They're not doing a lot, primarily because they don't know what's happening. His word is, look, we don't just source from China. We source from multiple countries, and right now this is a trade war that's being fought on a bilateral front. So how do you sort of make changes if you don't know what the tariff rate is going to be on Vietnam, or for Cambodia, or for China, or for Canada, or for Mexico? And that's the big issue right now. He says they're not pulling inventory forward the way some other retailers are. He's telling his staff, his executives, be patient. And when you see an opportunity to add inventory, be surgical about it.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to a small business owner too, and I'm like, "Did you guys order, like, stock up your inventory?" They're like, "No, you know, some of our ordering we have to do kind of 6 months to 12 months in advance," and they're just everybody's kind of waiting to see ultimately what this means.
But I did ask him on that whether he was at risk of sort of having like empty store shelves, and he said he doesn't think though. He said that their current inventory pipeline he's comfortable with, and he thinks that if you walk into the store today or 3 months from now, you'll find what you'll need.
Did he talk at all? Like, I'm just curious. Retail, like, always is so much working in advance. Like, back to school, Christmas, something that we've heard from the White House about, you know, what we might anticipate. Did he talk about that at all?
I did ask him about that again. He said that he expects that inventory levels, as you see them as a consumer, probably won't change much. He did say that there is a potential that there could be some modest price increases on the store shelves on the racks.
Nvidia. Ja, vi har tredje bra gull I dag. Vi traff noe jævlig på gull.
We've seen quite a bit of M&A in the space over the last weeks, really. Yeah. Look at what happened with Skechers, for example, Foot Locker and Dick's. This has been a target of private equity in the past. How did you ask about this?
I did
the future?
Ask him. I've spoken to him the last few quarters. I asked him this question every quarter. They never really give me a real direct answer about it. It's obviously a sore spot. What he did say, and this is how they contextualize it, activist investors,
jeg må ta opp snart. Jeg håper ikke det plager dere, men jeg må liksom passe på.
Look at our inventory levels. Look at our sales. In his view, they have not only stabilized, but in some cases improved enough where some of those concerns that those activist investors raised in the past, maybe, I won't say they're irrelevant, but maybe not as relevant as they would have been a couple of years ago.
You know, one of the things I love about you, when you are looking at
you loved everything about me, Carol.
No, I am picky. No. But what I do is when you look at a company, you look at the share price, you'll look even today, the 9% swing. What is that?
I think this is an interesting sign, right? You're talking about a stock that at one point was down more than 4%, or at some point it was up. Now I think as we speak, it's up about 1% on the day. And this has been a stock that's been relatively range bound. It trades at about $12 a share. Remember, the most recent high was kind of right after the pandemic when it got up to around $37, $38. And so this is and that's part of the reason why activists, I think, have been so hungry here. But Tony Spring took over in late 2023. He came in with, he said, a 3-year plan, shut down underperforming stores, should lower the footprint of Macy's. At some point, if the plans hold, by 2027, they're going to have about half the stores that they had a decade ago. And he thinks that's a good thing, the idea that less could be more. Also, the build out of the website is a big thing as well. I don't know if you've been to the Macy's.com website specifically. Let's just say there could be improvement, and he's very aware of that. And bringing that experience there, similar to maybe what you get on the Bloomingdale's.com website or on BlueMercury.com.
Is it?
Go ahead.
It's amazing that you're like. Website. Everybody does things digitally.
I know.
Like, it's amazing. It's been. I know it's hard to move this big ship.
It's also the whole omnichannel. We talk about the buy online, pick up store. I mean, I say this, but Macy's has struggled a little bit. Macy's, the brand, has struggled a little bit in that. Bloomingdale seems to have found a way to do that and pull that off in a way. So I think he's trying to replicate some of what they did in Bloomingdale. Remember, Bloomingdale's is a different customer too.
Totally.
But he's trying to replicate some of what he did at Bloomingdale's for the Macy's flagship brand.
In his mind, what is the ideal design of a Macy's store? Like what brings customers in, gets them to interact with knowledgeable salespeople, and gets them to actually spend money there? Because he's worked a lot, as you mentioned, on store design and closing underperforming stores.
I think it's the idea of help and assistance, and the idea of, not so much like the old school where we have to hold your hand and walk you around the store and help you pick out everything, but the idea that it's organized, you can find things. If you can't find it, there's someone there to help you. Also, again, I hate to keep going back to the experience thing, but if you've been to the flagship Macy's here in New York City in Herald Square, it is an experience. It's more than just clothes and perfume and home goods, There are several restaurants in there and cafes, and they have a lot of sort of one-off type of events going in there, like the flower show and things like that.
Santa Claus.
It gives you a reason to go there other than just to buy something. Now, of course, once you go see Santa Claus or you go to the flower show, most likely you're going to pick up something on the way out, and I think that's the goal. But how do you replicate that? That works for a flagship legendary store at 34th and 6th Avenue, but how do you replicate that across the country?
Great stuff. As
Thank
always,
you.
We'll see you a little bit later. Romaine Bostick.
Apple is planning major software rebrand with year-based names. Det ser på TikTok, de sitter og shorter en Nasdaq. Den går vel opp, tenker jeg.
Det vet jeg ikke.
Og kråka, da snakker vi med, vil se...
Nei, jeg skal se.
Right. Det er ikke bare så uten do på mitt.
Det vet jeg, men jeg vet ikke.
Nei, det er kråka. Hvorfor sitter han med ræva til?
Han skjønner ikke så mye, tror jeg. Så hører ut.
Jeg sitter og følger med på sånne her TikTok her, og han sitter og lett chatten avgjøre om de skal gå long eller short. Og de tar så at flesteparten mener at den skal gå short, så shorter den, altså omvendt. Hver gang så taper den. Og jeg har aldri hatt rett ennå.
Hvem da?
Jeg vet da faen hvem det er. Det er sånn random opplegg på TikTok. Det er 1000 stykker der, og han bestemmer hva han skal gjøre. Og de tar feil hver gang. Det synes jeg er litt artig. Jo da, det er ravn de har.
Jo, det er ravner, da.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. Check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Wall Street trading fairly muted ahead of after the bell numbers from NVIDIA. We also got the latest Fed minutes 40 minutes ago. Federal Reserve officials broadly agreed heightened economic uncertainty justified their patient approach to points, up just under 0.1%. The S&P does remain lower, down 7, down 0.1%. Nasdaq down 110. The Dow down 110. A drop there of 0.3%. So to be clear, Nasdaq higher by 0.1%. The Dow down 0.3%. Keeping it all in context, S&P lower by 0.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index ahead of NVIDIA up 0.1%. NVIDIA up now by 1% with a 10-year at 4.4. 3.47%. The 2-year, 3.99%. Gold, little change now, up 35 cents the ounce to 33.01. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%, 61.73 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down 1.9%, $107,500 on Bitcoin. Stellantis has appointed its America's head, Antonio Filosa, as CEO, relying on an experienced company insider to turn around the automaker. Stellantis shares today, they are trading lower by 2.7%. Recapping, the Dow and the S&P both lower. NASDAQ higher, little changed, up under 0.1%. S&P down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, for decades, Asia's export powerhouses had a simple financial strategy, basically sell goods to the United States, then invest the proceeds in American assets. That model, though, is facing a really big threat. In fact, as our team writes, the biggest threat since the 2008 financial crisis, with potentially big implications for U.S. dollar-based investments. So we're talking about, again, this question, this subject, is the U.S. uninvestable, Tim?
With us, we've got Liz Kaplan-McCormick. She joins us with some additional insights into this story. It is the big take and one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. She joins us from New Jersey. Liz, $7.5 trillion in investments come from Asia into the U.S. That's pretty sizable. Contextualize that for us.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not nothing. And like you're mentioning, Ruth Carson and the team in Asia wrote this great big take on, what I think is great that they laid out too is this was kind of a shift that was slowly in motion, right? But that has gotten this rocket fuel with the new administration in the U.S. and the policies like they lay out. And there are, Tim, like you pointed out, they said trillions, over $7 trillion. I mean, that's a lot of money. For a while, even like some people, in U.S. think, oh, I'm too U.S. centric, because it seemed like the U.S., you couldn't lose, right? Like they were saying for these Asian nations, they were exporting and taking all those dollars, putting them in U.S. assets, and it was a winner. The dollar was strengthening, U.S. stocks were outperforming everything, and now there's kind of like a not so much, right? Maybe we should rethink this strategy, which is happening as we speak, like they laid out in the story.
Liz, even before Donald Trump's second presidency, capital flows from Asia, as the story points out, capital flows from Asia to the United States were off their historic peak. So what's different about kind of what we're seeing more recently? Like, why are we having this conversation? Why does it seem to be more urgent and more serious?
Well, I think because the administration, even President Trump in his first term, this wasn't such a top of mind. Not that it wasn't part of things, but it seems like in this rethink, we know he wants to bring a lot of manufacturing back. He's very focused on trade. They've talked, even though the Treasury Secretary said they still have a strong dollar policy, but there's been a lot of papers and their team and work on that, maybe the dollar's been too strong, right? And some of these nations they've alluded to are kind of using or had been using a weak currency as a way to help boost their exports. So I think, Carol, that's why we're talking about it, because it's been so clear, it's been out there in the trade policies, which I know are kind of unfolding all the time. But so you're just seeing how can you not, be affected when you see the dollar down? And that was supposed to be the Trump trade, strong dollar, right? And that has been tumbling all year. So people, the Asian currencies have been rallying. So you kind of cannot adjust to this, like they talk about some of the insurance companies that got hurt from big moves in the Taiwanese dollar and other things that have just been so outsized. So I just think that's why it's just so much more important now. And what I think is important is like our
Men det fungerer bedre enn
ever
Nasdaq.
smart, we like to talk to him a
Bare
lot. Stephen Jen
Nasdaq
talked about like
bare
we're
tull.
only seeing the tip of the iceberg. There's more trillions to move. So that you kind of have to factor into your investment portfolios.
If you think about the flows from the perspective of winners and losers in a situation such as this, what are the economies that are poised to be beneficiaries if we indeed see assets from outside of the United States that typically would flow into the U.S. move somewhere else?
Yeah, a lot of the emerging nations are doing well. Their currencies have been appreciating. They've been getting inflows. Even like in general, like you're seeing more folks say, well, maybe I should allocate more to European investments, right? Anywhere that's kind of non-U.S. Because I don't get into like some of the stuff that people are now digging into the weeds of this big, beautiful bill and seeing things that they're saying, does this support what you're talking about? And what the big take is talking about, that there is kind of a focus on the administration for a weaker dollar and things that will make other nations do better. You know, that maybe if you get this, I'm remembering my days, and I don't remember much of graduate school and like the twin deficits. You know how my Professor Langdana would talk about how trade deficit is linked to the the capital account. So we get we're a trade deficit, but we got this money flowing in. So we're kind of upending that. We want less of a trade deficit. So you have to kind of figure the flow is going to be more of the money. The capital flow is going to go away as well, and we're starting to see that.
What does that mean in terms of our U.S. financial markets? In terms of the U.S., we've often been so awash, I feel like, in money for investing, for building out, for building up. So what are the implications potentially? Or will there still be plenty coming into the U.S. and the U.S. markets that it'll be okay, just different?
Yeah, now I have to give a nod, or people will kind of holler at me, because there are some people who say, Liz, look at it, it's not that bad. Because today we had a really good auction. We had a 5-year note auction. So there's a lot of focus. Is there going to be a buyer strike on U.S. debt? Treasury Secretary Bessent on our TV on Friday talked about his data shows, foreign demand has actually been good and even better in some of the auctions. So I think in the Fed minutes, which I read through quickly, they talked about they haven't seen data yet of kind of a investor outflow. So I think for now, we're not, look at long-term yields. So that's a whole nother story. So there's a lot of factors in that, but I don't think we're seeing a total buyer strike on the U.S. debt market. There's more the fiscal concerns looming and maybe less reasons why foreigners may want to invest. We're just not seeing massive selling as of yet. But I do think you have to just say, you can't count on, like someone was saying, we really have to look at domestic investors, even in, what you're talking about, from companies where there's maybe less money flowing in from abroad, because if you're not hedging those investments, when you take those dollars back, if the dollar keeps weakening, you're repatriating less, right? That has to be a concern. So I think that's why there's a rethink going on.
Is there something to be read into here about just the idea that during this administration there is this America First agenda, at least when it comes to manufacturing, when it comes to national security? Can we read into that when it comes to financial markets too, that potentially the politics of this just show that the world is becoming less interconnected when it comes to financial markets as well? Or is that not actually happening?
Well, like I said, some of the data doesn't show massive outflow yet, but and some folks, even officials, I won't name names, say, oh, that's not going to happen. But I don't think, Tim, you can preclude that from happening, because, it's just like we said, that trend that's been going on for a while, even diversify, like foreign currency holdings. People want to have a little bit less in dollars. That has picked up a pace. So I do think you don't have to worry about right now, I don't think the massive volatility we're seeing, and we're seeing a lot in debt markets and in equity markets in the U.S. I think that's more driven by the on again, off again changes in trade policy, the bill moving through Congress, what people think its outlook is for the trajectory of the debt and deficit. But it's kind of like this slow current moving, that the money, you're going to see less foreign money flowing into this country, I think, slowly picking up a pace.
All right. Good to check in with you. Always. Liz McCormick, she's Bloomberg News Chief Correspondent for Global Macro Markets. Liz Capel-McCormick joining us right there in New Jersey. Hey, coming up, another check on the trade today. We're off our lows of this session. We'll also get to some of the stocks on the move. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Aksjer.
Nej, det snudde jo seg. Det er ikke en Kråka? Kråka?
Jeg ser den.
Ja.
pris.
Utrolig at han bare sitter på skuldra der. Nei, der forsvinner han.
Hva skal han nå? Sahar. Gidder du komme med... Jeg har skjært opp sånn eggbitter. Gidder du komme med det til meg?
Oi, Nasdaq ramlet jo.
Det var litt morsomt det, Stig, når du sa det at retail sier at de skal kjøpe nå, så da går jeg short, og så tryner det. Det var så jævla funny.
Du driter overalt. Hvorfor?
Nei, han gikk dit for å bæsje. Jeg skal redde den.
Den har det helt fint. Stå for slipp ned den. Æsj, fy faen, vet du.
Han er droppet sånn nå.
Oi, helvete, skjer det Nasdaq nå?
Dæven, ja.
Å, fy faen.
Og da er jeg short.
Ja, det ramlet jo 100 et eller annet penger.
Hvorfor holdt ikke jeg... Å, satan.
Ja, men hva skjedde nå, da?
China names popping, står det bare.
China names popping.
Baba, Bidu, FX. Men det kommer noen nyheter.
Nå fikk det helvete droppet.
There, Ukraine's defense minister says he handed over Ukrainian version of Ja, vet du, nei. Ikke bare gidde å lese. Der.
Ja, skal du opp igjen, eller?
Jeg postet newsen i chatten.
Det er
rart. Jeg vet ikke om det var det det ramlet på, men... Kan være tilfeldighet.
Ukraine defense minister says he handed over Ukrainian version of memorandum to head of Russian delegation. Ukraine's defense minister says Russia continues to delay delivery of the
All right,
version.
everybody, we are just coming up, getting ready to kick off the last hour of trading. That'll happen in just a few minutes. In the meantime, we're just seeing a straight leg down on the equity trade. So we're seeing equities. Again, got a chart, got a trade that's been down all day, and then we just kind of dropped to the downside. So we're down about 17 points on the S&P 500, 179 to the downside on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and down about 21 points on the NASDAQ 100. I went right to our Markets Live blog to see if anybody is saying anything about it, but not necessarily seeing anything.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on the trade. It's bounced back a little bit. But still, close to session lows as we speak, down 0.3% on the S&P 500. Our Markets Live blog, by the way, has some great information about NVIDIA earnings, writing that NVIDIA earnings may actually say more about tariffs than about AI. Look, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. It's the company we've all been waiting for. Jensen Huang, 6:30 Eastern time today, a special with Ed Ludlow, an interview. It's an NVIDIA earnings special tonight at 6:30 Wall Street time on Bloomberg.
And right now, NVIDIA shares are up about 0.75%. I'm Carol Masser, along with Tim Stanovic. Let's actually get to some stocks on the move. Bloomberg News processor reporter Isabel Lee. Isabel is in the studio. We've been talking a lot about retail for the good reason.
Definitely good reason. So I'm talking about GameStop. Shares are actually falling almost 10%. So that comes after it announced that it will purchase more than 4,700 Bitcoin. So this is the first Bitcoin purchase after it announced plans in March. So of course this follows in the footsteps of Michael Saylor's strategy, and GameStop just really joins a growing list of public companies putting Bitcoin on its balance sheet.
Quick downtick on volume. No specific headline for move.
Over the past quarters,
we have seen an adjustment
with how strategy has accounted for their Bitcoin gains or losses. So, but we still see a growing list of companies adding to it.
Men du går jo
Definitely
opp
inspired by the
på hver jævla stikk ned, så man skal kanskje kjøpe.
I just hear GameStop and I
Ja, jeg kjøpte det.
crazy.
Jeg er pissnegativ til markedet, men jeg kjøpte det altså.
2021 when it was a meme stock.
Nå har jeg penger allerede.
The
Det
empty
er bare så
stores,
dumt
when
dette
you
her.
walk by them. Yeah.
I think it's also a challenge for investors who want to hear from company executives about what the strategy is. And, you know, they have these earnings calls that end up being not actual question and answer sessions. The press releases lack detail. But still, We're talking about it.
I feel like once you do this, there's no turning back. You know, it feels like I'm not saying it will do any, it will ruin your reputation, but it will do something to it.
Alle plattformene låste seg. Hva skjer da?
I think it's fair to say, right? Investors look at it differently, right?
Yes.
As they try to
Står
figure
det
out
stille?
what it's going. But nonetheless, on the move today.
Alt låste seg hos meg.
I want to go
Jeg
to
gikk long.
Abercrombie and Fitch.
See, retail.
Yes, okay. Both could be, I guess.
Yes.
Stock is surging double digits, up by 13%.
Jeg
So it's a
tjener-
good day
er det
for
penger
the
som
stock.
faen
They
her nå?
surged the most intraday in over a year, although pared back some of those gains, but still, that's 13%. So the retailer increased its full year outlook, and it just really suggests confidence in its ability to just navigate this really uncertain tariff landscape. So Abercrombie now sees full year net sales growth of 3 to 6%. That's up from its March estimates, and this includes approximately $50 million of tariff expenses. So that's good news for them. I actually have been liking Abercrombie and Fitch personally.
Abercrombie or Hollister or
That's what I was going to ask because as Mary Ross Gilbert has pointed out.
Nå er det break-even?
Are you looking at me?
Some of their
Nei,
vintage
jeg har blångene
Just
på
going to ask you, does it look like I buy any clothes?
Ja, den er på hva faen det står.
Yeah.
377.
Wait, this top actually I
Og der er
think
stopplåsen bitte litt i profit.
revamped to office clothes.
Men
Abercrombie Fitch still had like 41%.
hvor forfaltelig? For jeg har ikke ser ikke noen nyheter her.
It's a story. It's a story.
Nei, altså den bare tok ut alle stopplåsene som var det året.
He only buys gloves for his poison ivies.
Yes, exactly.
It's like Joey and Friends.
Jeg har en ting, tripp-trapp.
Nvidia.
Dated reference.
We're all
Det
waiting
låser seg hos meg på 3 plattformer.
Yes, it's not moving by much, up by just almost 1%, but I think it's really
Ja,
this
3
stock of
forskjellige plattformer
the
oppe.
day
Man må
or the
røre på
week.
seg.
I mean, the company throughout the earnings season saw its shares jump 40% from the April low, and it reports just in over an hour after market closes. It's the last of the big tech to do so, and it's kind of encouraging because Microsoft and Meta have showed outlook that remained mostly intact. So I think investors are really hedging their bets because that, of course, overall has fueled a tech rebound. We are seeing, though, based on options, that a roughly 6% move is expected for NVIDIA, and that's kind of low compared to the roughly 8% average in the past, and that's according to options pricing. So I think it's because before NVIDIA was the story.
Manipulasjon, hva mener du, Øyvind? Til markedet har manipulert siste måneden.
Or, I mean, inflation or recession fears, but not really NVIDIA anymore. You rarely see it driving macro.
It does feel like the AI
Men
story.
vi tok ut en del, så det kan jo at vi skal pushe videre oppover nå.
Pieces to it.
That's
I'm not
fair
saying
too.
that they're not still huge.
Der
but
var det mange
yeah,
stopplåser
I don't know.
som for
We've had
når
quite
du
a
får
bounce,
bevegelsen
right?
der.
Oh yeah, up 40% since those lows just a couple months ago.
And focus later will be on the Blackwell chips. Of course.
I know. We're going to see how many times we say Blackwell in
Yeah.
the report. I'm assuming it's going to be a lot. Great stuff, as always. So appreciated. Of course, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. For more conversations, you can check out our Stock Movers podcast. 5-minute episodes, winners, losers, biggest ones.
Kun hente en
You can find
stopplås
it
for
on
å skyve
Apple,
det videre
Spotify,
opp.
or anywhere.
Thank you.
Get your podcasts.
Also a reminder tonight, 6:30
Kan
Wall
du få
Street
Tesla
time.
til å gå under
At NVIDIA
330?
earnings
Ja.
special, Bloomberg
Nå
Technologies
låser
has
seg igjen her.
got a live interview with Jensen Huang, the
Ja, faen,
CEO
klin
of
umulig å treffe
NVIDIA,
når det låser seg.
6:30 Wall Street time tonight.
All right, for those watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Skal du sitte oppe her, kanskje? Ja, der kan du sitte. Stakkars, han er tynn, ass.
Han får ikke å skade vingen, var det?
Et eller annet, han hadde nebbet hans var sprukket, kom så blod ut av nesa på han, og så bare hang han med huet. Jeg tror han har vært uten mat en god stund, ass. Og nå koser han seg og flyr litt innpå her og spiser
I'm
fra
Tammy
hånda.
McCormick. President Trump said today he's still confident about a nuclear deal with Iran, despite Israel's concerns. Linda Kenyon reports.
President Trump says he warned Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu not to strike Iran as long as nuclear talks continue.
Yeah, I told him this would be inappropriate to do right now because we're very close to a solution. Now,
that could change at any moment.
Speaking in the Oval Office, the president added a very strong document could settle the dispute over Iran's nuclear program.
Where we can go in with inspectors, we can take whatever we want, we can blow up whatever we want.
Meanwhile, the head of the UN's Atomic Watchdog Group calls the continuing negotiations a good sign. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The president's chief negotiator, Steve Witkoff, says he's hopeful about ending the fighting in Gaza, even though there's been no sign either side is on board.
I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire, and a long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict.
Israel says it's killed another Hamas leader in Gaza, Mohammed Sinwar. CBS's Elizabeth Palmer on what that could mean for the peace process.
He was thought to be a hardliner opposed to a ceasefire, so some analysts are thinking this may allow Hamas to be more open to a deal to release hostages, 23 of which are thought to be alive, and maybe even a truce that would allow some negotiating room. But we're just going to have to wait and see.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio now says the U.S. will refuse visa to foreign officials who block Americans' social media posts. CBS's Natalie Brand has the latest memo.
He says today he's announcing new visa restriction policy that will apply to foreign officials and persons who are, quote, complicit in censoring Americans, saying that free speech is essential, and for far too long Americans have been fined, harassed, and even charged by foreign authorities for exercising their free speech rights. So he says that those foreigners who work to undermine free speech should not enjoy the privilege of traveling to the United States.
There is a massive manhunt underway in the mountains of northern Arkansas for an escaped murderer and rapist who also happens to be a former small-town police chief. He escaped by dressing as a corrections officer. CBS's Ian Lee.
According to an official with the Department of Corrections, they're looking into how he got this uniform. The clothes don't match anything that a prisoner would wear or corrections officials, so that's something that they are currently investigating.
Grant Hardin was once known as the Devil in the Ozarks. This is CBS News.
Nå stopper det igjen her. Hva som skjer da? Jeg har 3 plattformer alle stopper på. Altså 3 forskjellige leverandører.
Ja. Nå var det PC-en din. Jeg mener alle sammen er samme leverandør. Eller sånn. Bruker sånne.
Jeg har både TD oppe, TCM oppe, Frontbroker oppe. Jeg har oppe 3 forskjellige plattformer.
$50 points opp. Det var flere som tok det lange nå der.
Hæ?
Jeg vet ikke om det var flere som tok long eller?
Jeg tror bare det meg.
Viking Power tok den, Eder tok den.
A Florida man's encounter with an alligator was the start of a strange string of events that led to his death. CBS's Steve Kathan has the story.
Caitlin Clark's been credited with increased fan interest and TV ratings.
The
drive gets to the rim and the finish. But she's out for 2 weeks with a left quad strain, about 4 games. Data from TickPick indicates the average purchase price for tickets to those Indiana Fever games has tumbled 71% from an average of $137 to $80. Road games in Chicago and Washington had been moved to larger arenas to meet the anticipated fan demand. Clark's absence is also expected to turn off some TV viewers. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Texas may soon require state documents to reflect sex assigned at birth. Many trans Texans change their sex on their birth certificates and driver's licenses. That will now change with the governor's bill. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Xbox-lederformasjonen, eller Tesla-logoen.
Magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead. With insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are 55 minutes away from the closing bell, and we're about just under an hour and a half away from NVIDIA earnings. They're coming about 4:20 p.m. Wall Street time, but that is certainly front and center for us. We've seen, I think, NVIDIA shares trading a little bit higher today. This market has been bouncing around. We've got a little bit of a mixed trade right now.
Yeah, mixed trade. We're going to have more from Charlie in just a minute. The NASDAQ is pretty much flat, but in the green. The S&P down right now, close to 0.2%. Fell as much as half a percentage point. There was this little blip.
It's like almost like, was it a block trade, a big institutional trade? I don't know.
Who
It's
knows?
interesting.
Yeah, we'll if we figure it out, if we do come into some information, we'll of course bring it to you. But suffice it to say that things have calmed down and are pretty calm ahead of NVIDIA earnings. Carol, Elon Musk has some criticism of the president's so-called big, beautiful tax bill.
Love the back and forth between the two. We're going to get into that. Also, we're going to get to our most read. Wall Street's rush to launch Vanguard-style funds, drawing some warnings. It's, again, I've been waiting for ETF and mutual funds to start melding together, and maybe this is it.
And it's NVIDIA earnings day. As you know by now, we're going all in during our 4 o'clock hour. As Carol mentioned, we expect those numbers to cross at 4:20 p.m. Wall Street time. We've also got an interview with the only analyst on the Bloomberg terminal who's got a sell rating on NVIDIA.
Yeah, one about a month ago, putting a sell rating. We're going to get into all of that. Folks, let's get caught up on the trade on this Wednesday. Let's toss things over to Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Nice setup. We've got NVIDIA shares higher ahead of earnings now, up by 1.1%. Mag7 also advancing up by about 0.1%. But as you both mentioned, we do have stocks trading mix right now with the Dow lower, the S&P lower, NASDAQ higher. Right to the numbers here. S&P down 7 now, drop there of 0.1%. The Dow down 112, a decline of 0.3%. NASDAQ holding on to a gain of 0.1%. Back in the green, NASDAQ 100 index also higher by 0.1%. 10-year at 4.47%, the 2-year 3.99%. Gold little changed on the day at 3,300 even, less than 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 61.55 a barrel, and Bitcoin with the big convention underway, the big gathering in Las Vegas, down 1.7%, 107,744 on Bitcoin. Bottom line, lots of earnings to sift through. As I mentioned, NVIDIA after the bell, lots of retail earnings today. Nancy Lazar is chief global economist at Piper Sandler. She says U.S. corporations are doing well and they are prepared to pay tariffs.
They're in good shape on balance. Record high profit, strong revenue, strong earnings. Understand now the game that's being played. Suspect they've settled on. We are going to end up with tariffs.
Hele min PC låser seg jo på alt her. Det 3 plattformer samtidig. Men det sier at det hører også på skjedd.
I worry more about some of the other countries, which is why we probably will get deals.
Så nå var jeg penger, nå er ikke penger.
Nancy Lazar of Piper Sandler. And speaking of corporations, tariffs and pricing, just getting word that Volkswagen of America says it will hold vehicle pricing at current MSRPs. After earnings, Macy's up 1.4%. Abercrombie & Fitch after earnings surging by 13.7%. The big event after the close of trading again will be NVIDIA, up now by 1.2%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Lots happening in the universe of Elon Musk on the ground and up in the sky. Up in the sky, SpaceX's Starship suffering a mid-flight loss, its third consecutive setback, and it raises questions about the company's progress on the project. Closer to Earth, though, in an interview to CBS News, Elon Musk expressed dissatisfaction with President Trump's giant tax bill, saying it undercut his effort to slash government spending.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, everything he's done on Doge gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful.
So that's a portion of the CBS interview with Elon Musk. It's set to air fully on CBS Sunday morning this weekend. We should note that just in the last couple of hours, President Trump did dismiss criticism from Elon Musk over the cost of his signature tax bill. He told reporters on Wednesday that compromises were made to secure the necessary votes. We got Max Chafkin with us, the co-host of the podcast Everybody's Business, and also senior reporter for Business Week. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers
studio.
You've got a new story out about Elon and whether or not he actually is leaving politics.
I feel like every time we start to say he looks like he's leaving politics, there he is again making news in politics. And you know, kind of here we go again, right? We saw this at the end of last year when there was talk of the budget bill of congressional Republicans reaching a compromise to fund the government. Musk kind of came out unexpectedly against that. I think we're seeing something similar, right? He's attempting, I think, to influence Congress here to at least shape this bill, if not torpedo it altogether, which of course puts him at odds in some sense with President Trump, although as you heard from Trump, right, Trump is also negotiating with Congress right now over the exact contents of the bill.
So you think he actually has a goal with comments like this? He actually has a goal of shaping policy. And look, this is only
I mean, like I don't know why else he would be saying this. I mean, he seems to be saying that this bill is insufficiently hawkish on the deficit. That's a point of view, you know, that's pretty consistent with Elon Musk. Also, there's a pretty substantial contingent in the Republican Party that agrees with him. I also think it might be worth looking at some of the specific aspects of this bill. You know, this bill has implications for the electric vehicle industry. It gets rid of these tax credits that have been very important to Elon Musk and other electric car companies. I don't know to what extent those are still in play, but we don't know what the final bill is going to look like. And you could imagine getting Musk on side would be worth something to supporters of this bill. So I suppose we'll see.
As long as Elon Musk, Max, is a financial supporter of Donald Trump and Republicans, he's going to have a direct line to the president. Is that fair to make that assumption?
Yeah, I think it is fair. And I think even in Trump's reaction here, you know, it's unclear to me from that clip whether Elon Musk is intending to criticize congressional Republicans or Donald Trump, although he did sort of mock the name, you know, Trump's big, beautiful bill formulation. Trump responding to it in a pretty accommodating way. Like he's not punching back. He's taking it like a criticism from a friend or something like that. Elon Musk is going to be is still very important to Donald Trump and to Republicans as a potential funder in the midterm elections, and as also a very, very visible supporter. Right? He you know, he's very polarizing now, but he's still a successful business person. You know, an American industrialist. You know, his support matters beyond money.
Carol made an interesting comment. I can't remember if it was this week or last week during one of our editorial calls about the press that Elon Musk has been doing lately.
Yeah, it's like the Eras Tour, Elon Musk version.
I think it's notable for a couple of reasons. One, when he bought X, it seemed like he was doing everything directly to his followers and directly to the world through X. He put his head down and worked a lot with Doge. There were some Fox interviews over that period of time. But as he's moved away from the White House and over the last few weeks, we've heard more and more from him, and especially through like quote unquote traditional like legacy media.
That's what kills me, because you guys make fun of me at like my little Sunday morning shows that I watch, but it's Sunday morning. Right. It's a very mass-wide audience.
So I think what's going on is Musk is suffering a lot of blowback from customers, right? He talks all the time about, you know, the legacy media and the Democrats and his various political adversaries. But what's happened when you look at opinion polling is regular people, the people who buy Musk's stuff, have turned on him. There was a really interesting poll published the other day by Harris and Axios. They asked people to rate how much they trust well-known companies. And you look at Tesla and SpaceX over the last 5 years, and it is stunning. They went from being some of the companies with the best reputation to some of the companies in this universe of 100 companies with the worst reputation. And I think what he's trying to do is get both investors and consumers to focus on the other stuff, the non-political stuff. So we had this rocket launch yesterday, which, as you said, Tim, did not go very well for SpaceX, but there was a big media rollout. He did a bunch of interviews with various outlets. I assume, although don't know for sure, that this CBS is part of that. Essentially saying, like, look at the space stuff, look at the technology, which I think is smart from a messaging perspective because SpaceX is just inherently going to be less political than, you know, attacking various parts of the federal government. On the other hand, Musk still needs this relationship with Donald Trump, and SpaceX still needs this relationship with Donald Trump. So it's going to be a difficult dance. I think it's going to be very hard
orders
for him to
US chip designers to stop selling to China.
Consumers, especially, you know, left-leaning consumers.
You know, I always think about money with everything we do, rightfully so, but there's a story on the Bloomberg about Elon Musk's Neuralink raising $600 million in a deal that values that company at $9 billion coming from Semmelweis.
Og så kommer det motsatt melding igjen nå I morgen. We had an agreement, så går det opp igjen. Det der dritnegativt for alle chipmakerne, Nvidia,
like everybody's kind of back in on Elon.
Because we have brain chips?
Because we have brain chips. Like maybe there is brain chips. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Does he do something? I don't know.
I think he's in a very difficult political position. I think certainly that is what investors are hoping.
Taiwan Semiconductor, Palantir, alle de det drittnyhet på de. Hvorfor sier han det nå rett før tallene på Nvidia, tror du?
Now he's saying 24/7 he's going to be on focus on his companies, as you point out in your new piece.
Sleeping somewhere on the floors.
Han så dum, jeg blir bare så irritert.
The issue is he is now closely tied to Donald Trump, and I don't think, short of really like turning critic and saying, okay, now I support a different political party, which could happen, I think it's going to be very hard for him to walk that line because politics is very polarized in this country, and it's going to be hard to avoid, winning back these people he's alienated without in turn alienating, this kind of new cohort of conservatives who still very much support Donald Trump.
Just 20 seconds left on the SpaceX launch that didn't go exactly as planned. Can they still spin it as a win? That's what they're doing.
All these launches are experiments. That's what they're going to say. So you shouldn't really focus on the result. That said, a lot has to go right between now and next year for them to hit the timeline. And each time one of these launches does not go right, it gets harder.
Men skjønner dere at det her går ikke an å skjønne den nyheten som Trump sa nå, den pissnegativ. Men det går ikke an å gå short på det, for han kommer til å ombestemme seg I morgen. Nei, pissnegativ.
Oh, yeah.
Og nå stoppet fuckings grafen igjen.
Oh, yeah. He is the guy. The S&P 500 down 0.2%. The NASDAQ in the red, down about 0.1%. One of the most read stories is next.
Sure, people familiar with the move said the commercial department had told electronic design auto groups, which include Cadenas and CNSI, to stop supplying the technology to China. Nvidia fikk jo go på det I forrige uke, så de får lov, men de her får ikke lov, eller hva betyr det for noe? Går ikke an å trenge for piss her? Helvete, altså. Han ga tillatelse til Nvidia forrige uke, og nå sier han stopp, etter at Nvidia har gått rett opp. Skjønner dere at det går ikke an å forholde seg til trading når han kommer med sånne nyheter? Det går ikke. Det umulig, liksom. Og nå låser dritten min seg igjen.
Det går opp, det er første gangen det går opp, og da jeg med. Det skjer neppe vi går rett nå.
Min rører ikke på seg, men.
Ja, jeg satt en break-even. Får det enten gå til 0 eller så. Eller bitte litt profit. Det var så bra.
Kjøpte du her nå, eller?
Nei, jeg gjør ingenting. Altså, jeg er long fortsatt.
Herfra?
Nei, fra han derfor der jeg var i stad. Jeg tok veldig profit.
Ja. Nei, det låser seg helt der. Jeg solgte der oppe, jeg hadde litt flaks. Gull stupte igjen da.
Ja.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg Stocks Lower, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red right now. Wall Street halting its rebound in the run-up to numbers out of NVIDIA. The last of the Mag 7 mega caps to report. S&P right now lower by 12. That is a drop of 0.2%. The Dow down 154, down 0.4%. And NASDAQ down 17, a decline of 0.1%. 10-year 4.47%, the 2-year 3.98%. Gold down 0.1%, 32.97 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1% right now, 61.52 a barrel. Coming up after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from NVIDIA. Kunjan Sabani is senior semiconductor analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence, and right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, he told us this is going to be a tough quarter to call.
The initial reaction is just beat and miss versus a number. Right now, when that number is very cloudy and messy, even a good report could come out suggesting it as a bad report just based on the reflection of a beat and a miss.
Kunjan Sabani of Bloomberg Intelligence, and of course we'll have complete coverage as that number drops here on Bloomberg Radio. 5 p.m. by the way, the conference call. 6:30 p.m. a Bloomberg interview with CEO Jensen Huang. Again, S&P 500 index down 12. Shares of NVIDIA up by 0.9%. Also after the bell, we'll be hearing from Salesforce. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Palatat. There's a Bloomberg Business.
Wall Street ned 200 poeng, mens Nasdaq er 0. Altså det blir bare tull. Det blir ikke mer tull.
ETFs have amassed trillions of dollars by offering investors greater tax efficiency, liquidity, and lower costs than mutual funds. It's why we've seen inflows that are so huge into ETFs and not into mutual funds. Now, a regulatory shift is poised to bring ETFs and mutual funds closer together, but it also threatens to complicate the very features that fueled the ETF boom.
Dun, dun, dun.
Emily Graffeo and Vildana Heinrich write about the dual share class structures that could be approved as soon as this summer and the warnings about what could transpire if the market becomes stressed. They are both Bloomberg News cross-asset reporters, and they join us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Emily, I want to start with what this looming shift is, this regulatory shift. Explain what exactly it is and why it's happening.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so right now, when you're an investor and you buy a fund, you buy a mutual fund or you buy an ETF. And ETFs have one share class. It's just an ETF. You get the ticker, you buy it. If you buy a mutual fund, depending on what avenue you're buying it through, you'll be in a different share class. You could be in the institutional one, the retail one, the advisor-friendly one. Sometimes they're priced differently.
Yeah, I was going to say sometimes the share class has a different expense ratio or, I don't know, like that's the difference, right?
Yeah,
you can get
typically,
this one exclusively through your private wealth manager or something like that.
Exactly. So maybe you get like a discount because you're using it through like your employer or something. But ETFs don't have that. over 20 years ago, actually, Vanguard made this patent where they could create a dual share class fund where they have a mutual fund and an ETF all in one. So you have multiple mutual fund share classes, and then one share class of that is exchange traded. The reason why they did this and they patented it is because it makes the fund in total more tax efficient. It basically takes all the tax efficiency of the ETF and puts it onto the mutual fund. So they figured this out. They were like, great idea, let's patent it. Make sure no one else does it. And they saved their clients billions on taxes over the years. The patent expired 2 years ago. So now everyone else on Wall Street is trying to get in on it.
Can anybody and everybody do it, Vildana?
Well, not yet. So we have more than 50 firms that have applied for the dual share class, but we are still waiting from regulators, to hear from regulators. We are expecting, the industry is expecting the SEC to greenlight this and to actually allow it, maybe possibly as soon as this summer. But, right now we're just in wait and see mode to see if we can actually get approval on this.
Vildana, what's the concern here if there is stress to the market, if there are liquidity issues? Like, what are the risks that some of your sources are sharing with you?
Well, there's a couple of different concerns, but one of the main ones is, issues related to what Emily was just talking about in terms of the tax efficiency. Mm-hmm. So if you have a mutual fund and ETF together, and the mutual fund has to pay out capital gains distributions, then in that new structure, the ETF investors could potentially also be hit. And there is some historical precedent. There actually is a fund, a Vanguard fund, that back in 2009 had huge outflows, and so the ETF share class the ETF investors were also hit with a 14% distribution. So there is some precedent, and so a lot of market watchers or people who are maybe looking at this from a critical angle are thinking ahead and saying that potentially this is an issue that could come up.
All right, I'm going to age myself, but when I started in this career about 3 decades and counting, one of my first things I did was like a mutual fund show. Mm-hmm. And it was just like, it was kind of everybody was all of a sudden, getting investment plans at their companies, and it was the big thing. And I guess, and then now we've kind of seen the ETF rush over, the last decade or so and counting. Do we need both? Is it just a case, as I saw this story, I'm like, okay, here it goes, the merge over to ETFs. Is this a first step of eventually everything being converted, or there are advantages to having one purebred ETF versus one purebred mutual fund?
Yeah, I think when we started out writing this story, we wanted to understand, there was this report from Cerulli, and they posed this question of why would you buy, if you're an investor in an ETF, why would you buy an ETF attached to a mutual fund if you could just buy a standalone one? Right. Because the SEC, one of their concerns that they flagged, and issuers will say that they've answered them, one of the concerns is there going to be this issue of cross-subsidization, one class subsidizing the other? To answer your question, though, there are some advantages to mutual funds. A lot of mutual funds are already in tax-exempt accounts. So a lot of mutual funds in people's 401ks, that's probably, the 401k technology, it's not really suited to hold ETFs. So most of our sources expect that's a pretty big part of the market. That will stay in mutual funds. This structure is more for maybe if you're an investor that you've been sitting in a mutual fund in your brokerage account for years and years, and you have all of these embedded capital gains that if you were to sell, you would pay a huge capital gains tax on. You could tax-free convert into the ETF with this and maybe wash out at least some of the taxes. That's the idea here.
Vildana, are people or firms still launching mutual funds? Or are they going all in on ETFs?
I mean, we are ETF reporters, so I'm going to say they're all going all in on ETFs.
But it does seem like, even over the last few years,
confirmation bias.
But it has seemed like even some of the huge traditional mutual fund companies, like a Capital Group, for example, I think you spoke to them at Milken, Carol.
Or MFS. MFS is 101 years old, and they launched 5 ETFs last year.
Exactly. That's a big deal.
I think all of them are watching where the money is flowing, and mutual funds as a category are seeing outflows, and ETFs are seeing record inflows every single year. And obviously we're seeing hundreds of new ETFs every single year, and not all of them are home runs, but you just need one. If you're a small ETF issuer and you have one hit, that's it. Like you're set. Like if you have one strategy that maybe a ton of retail investors are attracted to, or something new, something that truly is innovative, it can work out really well for you. So a lot of people are looking at that and thinking about, well, why not? It's pretty cheap actually to file and a lot of times to launch ETFs. It's a bit, obviously, it's very difficult to attract assets and attention and eyeballs, etc. But if you can do it, you can get a home run.
I mean, is there something to learn by what Vanguard did and kind of where this then maybe ultimately goes?
Yeah, I mean, well, one, using the structure, they were able to save clients in mutual funds a lot on taxes. Vanguard gets consistent inflows, so that this concern about the capital gains distributions like bleeding into the ETF, it's really only concerning if the mutual fund gets a ton of outflows and has to like sell shares to meet a redemption. They've been really successful, but I mean, Carol, they are Vanguard.
I know. Well, that's why
they get huge flows. They have a huge audience. Right. I think everyone's saw Vanguard's success. I think most fund managers are realistic in that like they don't have the scale that Vanguard has.
That's fair, right?
But if this is a way to maybe squeeze a little bit out and get a couple more assets through now having an ETF, might as well try.
But if I can add, you know, market watchers, critics, people we've talked to, analysts who are anticipating any of the potential conflicts with this, they say it's not a panacea for mutual fund managers to stench outflows. Like, mutual funds still are expected to keep seeing outflows. So even if you get this dual share class structure approved, it doesn't mean that your outflows are going to, that you'll be all set.
Especially
in terms
if the performance is bad.
Exactly.
Vildana, you mentioned that if you have a successful ETF, it can be game-changing for
a small
firm. What about if it's Trump Media and Technology, for example? You wrote about this company recently. It's majority owned by the President of the United States, and you wrote that they're laying the groundwork to come out with some ETFs.
They are. It's actually an unusual move to pre-announce that you are planning to launch ETFs. Usually, issuers keep their ideas close to their, what's the saying, to their vest, to their heart, close to the vest. And so it's very unusual to pre-announce that you're going to be doing something. But Trump Media did say that they are
her også Pripina, og det her det ikke frontbroker, det TSM, det TSM, det TD, frontbroker der, og alt fryser.
And cryptocurrencies. The catch here is obviously all of that is tied to the president's various policies, whether they're tariff related or cryptocurrency related. Obviously, oil and gas was a big theme when he was running for re-election.
Right.
But more than 60 oil and gas ETFs already exist. More than 60 Bitcoin-focused. There's even a handful of Made in America ETFs already. And so what a lot of ETF, analysts, ETF, the industry is looking at this and thinking it's, you're adding to the mix of an already oversaturated market, but it does come with potentially the president being able to maybe go out and say, you can buy my funds or something along those lines. And that might, hinder or hurt his competitors, the people who already have these ETFs.
All right. That's a great story that you have on the terminal. We're going to give you guys equal love because you guys did a story together. That was your story. Emily, you've got another ETF story. We've just got about 40 seconds left here about State Street looking to kind of double down on its bid to bring private assets to a broader spectrum of investors. So this is an ETF?
This is an ETF.
This is the private market world, right?
Yeah, this is a private credit ETF. They have one already. It launched in February. The flows have been very lackluster, especially for State Street. They're a big issuer. They've only seen like 5 million in inflows over a couple months, but they are doubling down. This one's going to be a short duration private asset ETF. The one they have now, it's a little bit longer duration.
Private markets are longer duration.
Well,
right?
they said this one's 1 to 3 years. It's still in the
maybe
early
stages.
I don't
know.
Or maybe.
You
should do, I know we have an ETF podcast, but you guys should do an ETF podcast. Don't you get in trouble?
Finns det knapp som tror jag är motsatt av det.
Scarpeo, Vildana, Hyrik, so appreciate it. Both Bloomberg News cross-asset reporters. Check them out on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.
Ja, det är fint. Ska vi väl gå ner eller? Ja. Ja, nå blir jeg stoppet ut og... Ja. Jeg gjorde det ut. Dama sier jeg må gå lang også, men det blir bare short på det.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks lower ahead of NVIDIA. Let's go right to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here is Bill Maloney.
And Good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are fading as we head
Det är
towards the
möjligt att
close.
få
Dow currently
med.
down 213 points. S&P's dropped 22 and NASDAQ is lower by 0.2%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.48%. Gold is little changed. Oil is in the green, but Bitcoin, that's lower by 2%. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, UNH and NVIDIA, while Merck and Nike led to the downside. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and telecom utilities were under pressure. And in the tech space, chip design stocks plunged intraday on a report that Trump ordered U.S. chip software designers to stop China's sales. In deal news, UBS sold its hedge fund business to Cantor Fitzgerald. And wrapping things up, NVIDIA reports after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type Squawk SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've got about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Wednesday. And then we've got about 40 minutes until we get NVIDIA earnings. We'll get those after the closing bell. Right now, stocks, we've been kind of down throughout the day. We're pretty much near our worst levels of the session. You heard Charlie breaking down the trade. Still down about 23 on the S&P 500, 23 points that is. So down about 0.4%, down about 0.25% on the NASDAQ 100, Tim, which is good for a decline of about 52 points.
Well, let's bring in Carol Schleif, Chief Market Strategist at BMO Private Wealth. They've got about $128 billion in assets under management. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I want to talk tariffs because we spoke with Gina Mard Adams earlier, and I said one reason we wanted to speak to her today, apart from contextualizing NVIDIA and its effect on the broader market, was because she told us to watch earnings closely for an idea of how tariffs would affect these companies. And it was really a mixed bag in terms of what we understand from these companies. Yeah, you had some companies come out publicly, like Walmart, for example. But you had other companies, come out and say it's actually not necessarily affecting us. At this point, it's just uncertainty that's out there. From an investing perspective, what can we take away from it?
It is really tough. Well, first off, thanks for having me. Lovely to be here in the city and in the studio. It really is that uncertainty on the one hand, but on the other hand,
Du hör ingen från ingen av oss som snackar.
short-term headlines are keeping people away from focusing on how solid the long-term fundamentals really are.
Har ingen aning hvordan NVIDIA talar om det.
Know what's going to impact them or how it's going to impact them. But on the other hand, the thing we shouldn't forget is that companies have been dealing with tariffs in some form or another since 2018. They've also been dealing with supply chain shocks, COVID, a lot of different things.
Och så öppnas ner, där ner och upp. Där är de två. Går inte upp så går det ner, går inte ner så går det upp.
From having really wide potential tariff outcomes to at least narrowing them up a little bit.
En av två.
Companies can't sit static behind the scenes. They've got to do some scenario planning. So once we actually get the rule book and figure out, are we playing ice hockey or are we curling today because we all showed up at the rink? What are we playing? Then
Men NVIDIA är lite för stort att
companies may have been dealing with tariffs in some form or another since the first Trump administration, but consumers haven't necessarily been dealing with them. Bloomberg Economics says the average effective tariff rate right now, that's after the pauses and everything, is about 13%. Yeah. It's the highest level going back to the 1940s, up from just 2.3% last year. So basically 5x what they were a year ago. And that's really what I think has a lot of people concerned is, okay, if consumers are paying for these, and in some cases they are, what is that effect? What is the effect on earnings?
Well, I think a piece of it is there's a lot of different factors and a lot of different levers to pull because realize that corporate margins in total are close to all-time highs. So you've got some wiggle room in margins. So there's technically a little wiggle room. You're also talking about, knock on wood, hopefully just tariffs on goods right now, not on the services piece, and a big preponderance of our economy is services. But we have to be careful because you've got
there were some threats for Hollywood movies.
There were threats for Hollywood movies, and the fact that no one sort of pounced on that one, we kind of let that one fade off to the side.
It's interesting, right?
We bounced a little bit.
Positive, but in terms of negotiating with the EU and non-tariff issues, that would be potentially because we run services surpluses.
Fy faen så gull, folkens. Fytti helvete det gikk.
It's not like we're going to have 15 or 16% higher prices across the board. And when you look at your lovely charts on Bloomberg, you can tell exactly, if you take that back, exactly why everyone was feeling so pained about inflation, because everything was appreciating instead of goods depreciating. So maybe that makes the Fed's job that much harder because it keeps things stickier. It doesn't let the Fed get down to that 2% sort of rate. So I think we still are in that uncertainty piece, but I do feel like corporate America is going to do whatever it can to try to shield as much as they can. And even in Walmart's earnings, when you dug into it, they didn't necessarily say it was going to be the incoming
passer vel på at det ikke blir tar av profiten har I dag.
Figure out someplace else to maybe raise the price, not necessarily on that specific good. They're going to figure out how to ameliorate.
Så det på at det kommer en til sånn bue
Do you
også.
expect that, I think Gina Martin Adams too, our
Nei, det så
strategist,
det
our chief
for kort
strategist,
tid
market
da.
strategist said that it would be, was it just at the beginning of the next quarter earnings is when we should expect some kind of resolution when it comes to tariffs?
Hopefully, we've got that July 9th date out there now.
Ja, jeg synes det var veldig bra forklart der, Rosny.
How do you kind of make sense, especially if you've got to make some investment decisions, whether this is going to be constantly kind of a moving thing, or do we assume that at some point things will settle down?
I think that higher level of volatility and that uncertainty is part and parcel. But now we're reminding clients why we've talked for years about being diversified. And for years, they've said, why do I want to own anything but the U.S.? And if you had a diversified portfolio year to date, you're pretty happy because
vi har fått at det hele det her en
they're up solid double digits.
Fin sånn
They've shielded some stuff.
And bounce back more than the U.S. market.
Yeah. And more quickly, for example, last week when Canada stealthily brought their reciprocal or their retaliatory tariffs down, the TSX hit an all-time high. And, you know, one of the other things about that index people don't realize is 12% of it is gold miners. So there's, you know, you got to look at the composition of the indexes. Japanese index has a lot of tech names in it.
Kan jo gå sideveis da.
Has a lot of manufacturing, so it depends on
det håper jeg har.
index you're owning and what kind of exposure you're trying to get.
Carol, what's the advice in terms of exposure to overseas markets that you would suggest at this point? Is it something different? Because I guess this is what we're trying to also figure out. Is it just rebalancing going on, or is it a shift away from the U.S., and that's a longer-term trade?
I think it's there's a piece of rebalancing globally because the U.S. had predominated in so many things.
Og supporten.
Stig, tallene om klokken 10, eller 10 på 11-tallene kommer?
Ja, litt over 10 rekner jeg. Altså mellom 10 og halv 11.
Det var jævla bra smart. Jeg har det på speaker forresten, Espen. Et sted mellom 10 og halv 11.
Ja, når, jeg vet ikke nøyaktig når. Jeg vet ikke om de har earning-konferanse eller noe etterpå.
Jeg gikk long der nede, men det er faen smart det var.
Hard to envision that you're going to give up dollars dominance, if you will. Although
in
margin, you know, it does behoove diversified portfolios.
For det er litt spesielt at Trump gikk ut og sa det han sa med denne chipmakeren. Han sa at du får ikke lov til å selge til Kina. Og det var det Nvidia gikk opp på hele forrige uke. Siste 14 dagene.
Ja, det er jo positivt for Nvidia, ikke det?
Nei. For det gjelder jo de også. Det gjelder alle amerikanske. Ja. Det kan ikke bare være alle andre enn Nvidia. Nå er det alle under en kam, liksom. Hvis det gjelder alle andre enn Nvidia, da er det bra for en gang. Hæ?
We talked to you a lot. So fun to have you in studio.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Take care.
Faen, nå dropper den her igjen. Oi, nå er ikke Nvidia rødt.
Private wealth, about 128 billion in assets under management.
Jeg håper det krasjer til helvete, jeg da.
Ja, jeg tok ut meg da.
Bloomberg Radio and television. S&P down 0.4%.
Ja, fytte faen han faller her. Faen er på tide da. Fikk du stopplås, Stig?
Ja, jævlig. 21,50 kan det, ja.
Men hvorfor kommer Trump med den meldingen når Nvidia skal levere tall? Jeg synes det er veldig rart. Nå låste det seg igjen her. Fy faen, Dow Jones er ned 300 poeng.
Hallo, ja.
Hallo.
Hopper enda, eller?
Nå låste min seg, nå plutselig åpnet ned der. Jeg var opp, og så plutselig var det minus der. Det er faen jeg. Nei, Nvidia lager ny bunn nå.
Ja, en strålende uttalelse til Trump slår inn.
Ja, jeg skjønner ikke at han gjør det nå før de kommer med tall. Jeg forstår det ikke.
Bøyer seg bare inn i rekka.
Jo, men han kommer til å si i morgen. Nei, jeg ombestemte meg. Ser du, nå har han låst seg igjen. Nå vet ikke jeg hvilken vei det går. Se her. Er jo opp eller ned, eller? Ser ikke en dritt. Nå rørte den på seg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim
Det var ganske stille.
Stennemann on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, folks, we are 7 minutes away from the closing bell. We are about 27 minutes away from NVIDIA earnings. I gotta say, I like earnings.
De kommer 10:11 Nvidia.
Just kind of like
you getting real with me?
Yeah, no, I'm serious. And I like.
Se her, nå låste den seg her nå igjen. Og nå kommer jeg til å falle i helvetes rett ned altså.
You know, glued to the terminal and just waiting. I am looking at NVIDIA just slightly lower in today's session, down about 1/4 percentage point, down 31 cents, so ahead of earnings. And the stock, let me just do a quick check.
Det må jo ha med utdannelse til Trump å gjøre.
Ja, det er bare så rart at han skjønner ikke...
Nvidia faller så det plystrer der.
Ja, men det er sånn...
Who are you? Where's Tim Stennemann?
Vi får ta imot det vi får.
Indoor skiing. Is that still there? Because I haven't been there in a couple of years. And it's still available, according to Ari, who I know spent some time there, a couple days there.
Yes.
Earlier this year.
There's that. There's a water park. Which
I heard the water park is great.
Can I tell you? I just went to it for the first time since its latest iteration. No, I don't think I've ever been there. I
So
went
the
to it
first
for the first
time
time.
ever. Okay.
And there is a water
We're
park.
talking about a huge mall in New Jersey.
It's massive in there.
Just outside of New York City.
There's a whole like exclusive retail side I didn't even go to, but we went to grab a bite. My husband and I had never been there. We're like, let's just go. Let's just check it out.
Was it like a Saturday during the day?
Yeah, it was Saturday night. We ate. We had actually a pretty decent meal. And then I think my husband really wanted to go inside the water park because we're a water park family. But there's that. There's I think Legoland.
Yeah.
There is like an aquarium.
It's like an abbreviated version of Legoland.
Yes, it's all abbreviated.
Yes.
But it's kind of wild, but it goes through literally ups and downs.
Burde kanskje kjøpe gull nå.
So we're talking about it because the value of the
Ja, egentlig, men nå det jo må vente og se hva som skjer med videoen.
Ja, jeg har ikke tenkt til å høre. Jeg sitter helt stille I båten.
In lieu of property taxes. We're talking about something pretty huge in terms of scope and scale. If you haven't been there, 3.5 million square feet. It includes an amusement park, water park.
Jeg kjøpte litt her akkurat nå.
It was assessed at $2.5 billion by the borough of East Rutherford for the quarter ending June 30th. That's according to a revised tax bill posted late Tuesday on the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board's EMMA website. The previous valuation, Carol, was $3.3 billion.
Here's why it went down. It's really interesting. To help finance the $5 billion mall, you might recall New Jersey approved a package of $1.1 billion of tax-exempt muni bonds. State officials pitched the project as a boost to New Jersey's economy, arguing it would generate tax revenue and jobs. Now, about $800 million of the debt issued to finance the complex is backed by so-called pilot payments, which are equal to 90% of the estimated property tax due on the mall.
I'm just going to say,
we're getting into the weeds here.
Indoor skiing in New Jersey is pretty cool. Yeah. I went there once a couple of years. Yeah, I went a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Nå jeg penger på den I hvert
It was
fall.
great.
Det
It was a
beholder
great
det.
place. It is a great place, I think, to teach kids how to ski.
I bet.
And they, at least back then, they provided everything you needed with a lift ticket, which was pretty cool too.
Yeah.
And I know Michael McKenzie has
Ja, det gamle på
his
news.
son, like, practices.
Nei, de kommer ikke før om 27 minutter. Jeg tenker at folk idioter og kjøper alt som faller, for det har de gjort hver jævla dag. De skjønner, den nyheten som kom I sted var dritnegativ. Jeg pissnegativ. Men det går jo bare opp hver eneste dag når det faller. Men nå har han låst scenen her, så nå ser jeg ikke hva som skjer.
Keep in mind, it's got kind of a storied, troubled history. It opened its doors in October of 2019, almost 2 decades after a mall on the site was first proposed. 5 months later, COVID-19 virus spurred lockdowns, postponing the opening
Timing was tough.
of its retail stores until October 2020. There is a lot written about this thing.
Gross sales are picking up. They're still well off the pace of almost $2 billion that a 2017 study projected for the first year of the operation. $50 million in sales, close to $650 million in sales in 2024. That was an 18% increase from the year before.
It's a great story. It's
We can make
massive.
muni bonds.
Og fin reaction fra toppen av.
Things that kids can ride onto that are really fun. It's just
Oh yeah, we did ride on those. That was cool.
to be continued. Let's get to the closing bell.
To minutter to close.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of
Det låser seg på flere plattformer, Jones.
right now.
Ja, jeg ser det, men jeg får ikke tatt gevinst her, eller?
Nei, men det gjelder trade.com blant annet. Akkurat det samme.
It starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol Massler, Tim Stenevik in the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube as we watch stocks hit session lows into the close ahead of a big earnings report by NVIDIA.
Markedet
Det
USA
underleverandørene til plattformene som plundres.
liquidity providerne.
But it is interesting
Yeah.
to see some selling here into the close.
It's not the only company reporting after the bell. In just a couple of minutes, we expect to hear from Salesforce,
Future-markedet stenger
Synopsys,
23, men
HP Inc., C3AI, Elf Beauty, and others too.
Yeah, this feels
Men,
like the last
USA
hurrah of this
stenger
earnings
jo.
season. Once Nvidia is through, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, what's the next catalyst for this market that feels
Stenger
very
nå.
much, even as it melts higher?
Nasdaq 23.
Here, how about more
Om
restrictions
sekunder.
with the administration on different sectors? So the latest, according to the FT, is that the chip software designers need to stop China sales, and that obviously is why Synopsys is getting hit pretty hard. But again, we still have that tumult when it comes to headline risk.
For long.
Down about 10%.
Ja, long her nede.
Bouncing off the lows, but a
Men,
huge drawdown here on that name. Cadence.
Er det noen som har long gull her nå?
Nei, det
Keysight
tror jeg
down
ikke.
about 2 and Ansys down about 5%. We should point out that when you take Synopsys, Cadence, and then the U.S. business of Siemens, that accounts for about 80% of the market here that Trump is said to be targeting based on that Financial Times story. Let's walk you through the closing bell numbers as we await these earnings report. As we get the bells.
Er det Martinsen som er så glad i gull, eller er det Robert?
Down more than 200 points, or roughly about 6
Ja, jeg er glad i gull.
down about
Er det stort sett gull det går i?
Ja, det er sånn likt med Nasdaq og gull, egentlig. Litt mer gull til tider, og så noen ganger så litt mer Nasdaq. Varierer.
All right, quick headline crossing. Tesla said to target the robo-taxi launch
Long
in
eller
Austin
short?
on June 12th. So
Ja, men jeg skal nok ta det snart, ass. Jeg håper ikke at det er i dag vi snur på en video, da blir jeg forbanna.
Det er sikkert det. Om Trump ga deg gavepakke for en halvtime siden.
Red all around, all 11
Jeg
sectors
tok det tapet av meg.
finishing in the red right now. The biggest decliners are utilities, materials, and
Det ser jo
energy
ikke bra
stocks.
ut.
Those are basically unchanged. Real estate investment trust, communication services, and tech.
All right, to some of the
Ja, nå låste den seg
indicators
igjen,
as
så jeg
we
tar faen.
wait,
Jeg får
for
ikke noen
earnings
feeling
to
engang.
cross among some companies, including NVIDIA. Hey, Abercrombie & Fitch, definitely a standout, 36% at its intraday high, finishing the day with about a 15% gain. First quarter comp sales and
Det er
adjusted
indeksene
EPS
som låser seg.
consensus estimates.
Hollister.
I know. Well, Tim's been shopping.
For gull fungerer normalt.
No, I'm too old for Hollister. I was told by
De har nok forskjellige liquidity provider på gull og
Så det er indeksene som plundrer.
Joby Aviation, check this out, guys. Up
Oh,
29%.
yeah,
Toyota Motor investing $250 million in the company. It's about a $7 billion market cap. I didn't know if you knew that by now. Air taxi maker completing the first half of a previously announced $500 million commitment. So the move makes Toyota the largest shareholder in Joby. And then Vail Resorts. We broke down the earnings after the close yesterday, folks. Up almost 9%. Executive Chair Rob Katz is coming back to the company, to the CEO post, succeeding Kirsten Lynch, who has stepped down from the role. I mean, we talked about this. Tim knows this company. We talked about it yesterday. Investors took this as a big positive, as this guy is someone who has really kind of changed how you look at some of the ski slopes. And of course, the Epic Pass introducing that. So kind of changing it, maybe hoping to help juice the company going forward.
All right, some of the gainers as we do wait NVIDIA numbers. I got some of the decliners. I want to start with Okta reporting after the bell yesterday. Shares fell more than 16%.
Hey, I'm just going to interrupt this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Salesforce earnings crossing the wire right now. The company reporting first quarter adjusted operating income in line with estimates, about $3.17 billion. Sales overall, 2.13. The street on average was looking for 2.16. So a modest miss on the headline sales number. Revenue still was up about 7.6% in the period. Adjusted EPS, $2.58 a share. That is a modest beat. The street was looking for about, I'm not sure what the comparison is with the street, but it's reported 244 in the
Ja,
year.
det är så gott som det är
Here's your
till den
forecast
erosion.
going forward. The company says
Innanför.
that for the full year, it does see revenue of $41 to $41.3 billion. That's above its previous guidance of 40.5 to 40.9. So a modest bump up in its full year revenue forecast here.
Tesla is set to target robo-taxi launch in Austin on June 12th.
To that Informatica deal, which of course we reported a couple of days ago.
Yeah, shares to the upside right now by about 4%, bouncing around a little bit. Mark Benioff, chair and CEO, saying, quote, "We built a deeply unified enterprise AI
Det er
platform."
faen meg klin umulig å close posisjonen her, for å åpne enten i dundrende pluss eller
Back to
dundrende
a couple more
minus.
decliners as we do await to hear from more companies reporting results after the bell. Okta falling 16%. Stellantis also falling today, down 3%. The company did come out and name Antonio Filosa as its new CEO. Antonio Filosa, a company veteran with U.S. experience. The attempt here will be to reverse the company's slump in the U.S. market due to an aging lineup, model delays, and pricing blunders. Bernstein said that there was some disappointment, likely some disappointment, that the board did not choose an outsider, though Filosa is still seen as a, quote, safe pair of hands. And finally, GameStop falling by about 11%. Today, the company did
Nå er det
announce
egentlig oppe på 302-304, og nå er den nå kommer den til å hoppe opp dit.
First Bitcoin purchase after announcing in March.
Nå er jeg ordentlig penger. Jeg får ikke tatt gevinst der. Nå hopper han ikke.
A cryptocurrency treasury reserve asset following the model set out by Michael Saylor over at the company formerly known as MicroStrategy.
Such a head scratcher.
Yeah.
Real quick check in on the bond market, guys. We saw selling pretty much across the curve, but pretty tame. The 5-year auction went down with not a lot of fanfare. So you see the long end, though, just up by about 3 basis points. Going back to Salesforce here, the company actually raising its full year revenue guidance to the high end of $41.3 billion. The company originally saw $40.9 billion on the high end. They're also looking at a currency tailwind now, and they're taking a look at that guidance. And some interesting data when it comes to AI. They said that cloud data and AI annual recurring revenue is now over $1 billion, which is up more than 120% year on year.
And this gets to the idea too. I mean, we were just talking on the close, guys, a little while ago with Paul Christopher at Wells Fargo about the investment opportunity. Kara Murphy as well. The idea that some of these large cap tech names are, in their view, not just growth stocks, but to a certain degree defensive when they consider how much cash that they are able to throw off. And you see right now, CRM up about 5%, Scarlett.
All right, let's go in the opposite direction from tech to a consumer staple. Elf Beauty reporting results, and we're looking at a fourth quarter adjusted EPS of 78 cents, beating the consensus estimate by a nickel. As for revenue, $332 million, also higher than what was anticipated, which was about $327.4 million. In addition, Elf Beauty buying Rode in a $1 billion deal. It's a definitive pact to buy Rode, and we'll try to get you more details on this, but for now, making a big M&A announcement in addition to beating estimates.
That's Hailey Bieber, right?
That's Hailey Bieber, and I think it had been being shopped around a little bit, so interesting to see that they picked it up, right? And this is what we see with the major makeup companies, right? Whether it's Estee Lauder, whether it's all the other ones that are out there, you know, they pick up these smaller brands.
Skicklig
Take
penger
a
her.
look at Synopsys here. So obviously that stock got hit into earnings due to the FT report that President Trump is ordering U.S. chip software suppliers to stop selling to China. In the actual numbers, though, taking a look at its second quarter, adjusted earnings coming in better than estimated. Their revenue is up 10%. Their full year adjusted earnings is also increased on that high end. They still see their full year revenue a little bit higher than estimated, so they reaffirm their full year revenue guidance and they increase their full year earnings guidance, and they wound up beating on the second quarter. However, you see the stock now sort of flat pre-market, not doing that much, but recouping some of that drama that we saw into the close today.
All right, guys, we got a software, cybersecurity or security software company just reporting. We're talking about SentinelOne, and let's get right to the outlook. See second quarter revenue of $242 million. That's about $3 million light. The estimate on the street was $245 million. Also talking about fiscal year revenue forecast, $996 million to $1 billion. It had seen numbers above that of $1.01 billion. So again, that one was a bit of a miss. It also approved a $200 million share buyback program. You can see investors not too impressed, folks. The stock is down 9% here in the aftermarket.
All right, let's talk life sciences. Agilent, of course, makes equipment for the biotech and life sciences industry, as well as a lot of the ingredients that go into pharmaceuticals. Net revenue coming in at a beat, $1.67 billion. The street was looking for $1.63. Adjusted EPS also beating $1.31. The street was looking for $1.27. Here's your guidance for the full year. The company says that full year adjusted EPS will be in the range of $5.54 a share to $5.61 a share. That's above the average of analyst estimates, which were looking for 5.55, and says that for the full year revenue will be in the range of $6.73 billion to $6.8 billion. That's a bump up from the previous guidance that it had given about a quarter ago.
Okay, speaking of life sciences, the cloud provider for life sciences, Veeva Systems, up 10% in the after hours. The company boosted its fiscal year adjusted EPS forecast. First quarter adjusted gross margin coming in above estimates too at 79.2%. First quarter adjusted operating income coming above estimates at $350 billion. First quarter adjusted gross profit also beating expectations at $600.8 million. The company does see second quarter revenue coming in at between $766 million to $769 million, beating estimates of $750.8 million. Shares higher by about 11% as we speak.
All right, we are still awaiting those results out of NVIDIA. A closer look at what's going on in the AI space. Meanwhile, a smaller AI company, C3 AI, is out with its results, and the headline here is actually an expansion of a partnership. They're expanding that joint venture through June of 2028. The company also reporting earnings. It looks like they're beating on both the top and the bottom line. Those shares up about 15% in the after hours.
Kommer Nvidia, kommer tall nå om
coverage. A lot of earnings, and we're still waiting on Nvidia, which in the aftermarket is just up about 0.5%, but waiting for them to cross in about 10 minutes time. That is a wrap. Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We do it across the platform. I know, Alex, I think you're heading out. Scarlett and Romain, of course, continuing there on the TV side. Tim and I are going to continue on the radio side as we wait for those Nvidia earnings. Guys, we'll see you again. Same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
I wasn't joking when I said that we had a lot of
De
earnings.
bryter inn under her, så det den er ikke så vente på den.
Yeah, we're also awaiting HP Inc. That's expected in the next 5 minutes. The big one, though, that we're waiting for is Nvidia, and we're going on.
Vekst på 66%.
Expect those numbers to cross in about.
Jeg regner med frontblokket dekker inn tapene, så at folk tapt på de bugsene som var der.
Ja, alle våre leverandører tar det der hvis det er dokumentert, så er det ikke noe på.
Upgraded the R1 AI model that helped propel the company to global prominence earlier this year. You and I were in here on that fateful day in January when it seemed like.
Does Nvidia have to be worried?
That's a good question for Ed Ludlow.
I don't know. So let's
Det er bare å sende igjen, som regel så er det bare å sende igjen til kundeservice og fikse det.
San Francisco Bureau waiting like all
Når det er plattformfeil.
A reminder too, Ed's got a special on Nvidia earnings, including an interview with CEO.
Ja, men sånn man må sende inn klokkeslett når man gjør det. Du kan ikke sende den etterpå. Jeg solgte egentlig den der, men så skal jeg ta den der. Det har jeg prøvd på før. Det gikk ikke helt akkurat sånn.
Nei, ja, altså det må være oppriktig det. Og hvis du for eksempel hopper over stopplåsen din på grunn av at det er noe, og du taper mer, så skal det jo...
Ja, men det er noe, for det er jo digitalt.
Ja, og differensen der skal jo...
On this program discussed the China situation with Nvidia in quite some detail in April. So the really key thing to everyone is that Nvidia did a $5.5 billion write-down in April. It was a write-down on inventory and commitments to sell a chip called the H20. The H20 is a lower power, lower spec chip that Nvidia designed to conform with US technology exports for China. When Nvidia found out it wasn't going to be able to send them to China, it did a write-down. But the thing is, you have to then recalculate your estimates for revenue in the current period. And so I think consensus has been about $45.5 billion of revenue.
Jeg har hedget meg nå, så jeg bare short 2, long 2, short 2.
Probably 42, 43 billion. That's us doing the math on that write-down.
Yeah, I love that you went there. Our Kujan Sabani, who you know well, covers Nvidia, said that this is going to be one of the noisiest quarters, and he said because some estimates have incorporated the full H20 ban, and I guess some have not, and so you have quite a range, and so he says it's a little tricky here.
Yeah, correct. You know, it's revenue lost. You have the write-down on the inventory, but then you have to calculate the sales they would otherwise have had. But then I go to the big picture.
Gammel short story. Det er ikke ny. Det er bare hedge.
Researchers, Tencent, Baidu, Alibaba were big buyers of H20. So the big question for Nvidia and Jensen is, what's the future for that market?
Det kan rase mye med da, som forfaller.
Partly the answer could be, Ed, and I don't know what the analysts are telling you.
Trump budget director walked. We're doing everything we can to codify Doge cut.
Be the market leader forever. That's just not the way this stuff works.
Yeah. Nvidia has a technical monopoly on AI accelerators or high-performance GPUs that are used to train AI models. But one consequence of US restrictions on the export of that technology directly to China is that because there's no other choice, China champions its domestic hero, which is...
Men jeg gleder meg. Nei, jeg er egentlig litt sånn lei, for det... Det går bare opp på alt, uansett om det er dårlige nyheter eller bra nyheter.
Even lower spec chips, but you know, there's evidence in other analogous examples like smartphone chips that they're capable of getting their...
Det har vært sånn nå i 5 uker.
Okay, so that's the Chinese market. Certainly it will be a focus. What about when it comes to the Middle East, and we're reminded of...
Tallene er ute.
Nei, det er ikke ute før om 5 minutter.
What did you make of that?
Yeah, it's going to be really hard through the earnings statement and release, and indeed the analyst call, to learn anything more. Those are sort of deals that take place over many years. They are thousands of GPUs, but it takes time to build data
Da tror jeg det hadde smelt en av her, Prefina.
And so, you know, in terms of top line or definitely bottom line, it's not going to show up. But it would be curious to find out a dollar figure Like, how many billions of dollars is this worth to NVIDIA? Maybe I'll ask him.
But
there's also like the political capital, right? The other story while Jensen was on his road trip of the Middle East and the Gulf was the United States and the Commerce Department rescinding the diffusion rule. And Jensen Huang was side by side with government officials literally every step of that journey. So does he have a good sense as to what happens next? Do we get a new diffusion rule or anything specific around stopping those Middle East countries with data center capacity and selling that to China? That's a concern.
You know, what's fascinating too, and we've kind of brought this up again. Remember when we were so concerned about selling chips? We still are concerned in terms of China, but specifically, because of national security issues. And, aren't we still maybe to some extent concerned about doing that with the Middle East?
Yes, the design of the diffusion rule was such that, frankly, the UAE, as an example, also has a close relationship with China. And so they will build data centers that have powerful American chips in them. But what's there written down in international trade agreements to stop the UAE saying to a Chinese technology company, hey, why don't you use some of our data center capacity? That is the big unknown. That question's not been answered. But the extension of that was that US policy was written such that they were concerned about China, the government of and the country, using the chips to ultimately build AI models that can be used for, national security or defense or military applications is what I'm trying to say.
30 seconds, top of mind when those NVIDIA numbers hit.
A year ago in the same quarter, NVIDIA grew 260%. It will probably grow 60% this quarter. What's its business look like outside of the 4 big hyperscalers? Who's buying this stuff?
Yeah, exactly. Like those tier 2, right? Companies and so on and so forth, if it's moving beyond. Ed Ludlow, busy day for you. Looking forward to
Forrige kvartal så vokste Nvidia 260%. Nå mener vi at den vokser 60%.
We do. Shares HP getting crushed right now, plunging about 15%, 16% in the after hours. The company did see fiscal year adjusted earnings per share revised lower, $3 to $3.30. They saw before $3.45 to $3.75. The estimate was for $3.50. Charlie Pellet has more details on this and everything happening in the after hours. Let's head on over to him for a business flash.
This is precisely why you got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the latest developing after hours news. You mentioned HPQ again, bears repeating. The stock plunging after earnings, now down by 16%. We'll get more details as they become available. Right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Salesforce raising its
PC ned 14%.
AI agent product is on a path to
Jag missar ju
significant
revenue miss och
Salesforce up now by just about 5%. Tesla making big news, setting a date. A source tells Bloomberg Tesla is poised to begin its long-awaited robo-taxi service in Austin on June 12th, and it marks a milestone for Elon Musk's plan to reshape the company around driverless vehicles and artificial intelligence. Again, worth repeating the HP news. Hewlett-Packard Inc. cutting its adjusted EPS guidance for the full year. That guidance did miss the average analyst estimate. The stock right now is 13.3%. Stocks lower, late day fade with the S&P down 32 points, finishing the day
Q1, ja, vi är Q2 nu, jag vet inte.
Today of 0.6%. Dow Industrials down 245 today, down 0.6%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 98, a drop there of 0.5%.
Och du kan ju riktigt spöra att det och mocka för det.
7%, the 2-year 3.98%. Gold down 1%.
Jag vet inte om det är...
32.95 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate
Q1 som kommer.
1.3%, 61.66 a barrel. And again, ahead of earnings, we've got Nvidia down by 0.5%. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. ShipStation.com. And that
kommer om ett halvt minut.
All right, Charlie,
Kommer om ett
thank
halvt
you so
minut.
much. Just about a minute to go until we hear from NVIDIA. Certainly,
Just
want to throw one more thing. Ardina Bass writing through on HP saying it gave that profit outlook for the current quarter that fell short of expectations. Charlie covered that. Cutting its annual earnings forecast pointing toward a weaker economy and continuing costs from U.S. tariffs on goods from China. And so that is why we were seeing the stock down maybe as much as 15% here in extended hours trading.
Kommer nå.
This is a big drop.
Yeah, it's a big drop.
Oh, fy faen.
And to get some color, I want to go to NVIDIA though, because we are going to see their numbers drop probably any moment now.
Oh,
And
fy
we're
faen.
seeing the stock up about 0.8% here in the aftermarket. Obviously a big deal. Biggest semiconductor company.
Det går ikke an. Det klarer ikke følge bevegelsen.
Hyperscalers, but beyond, as we heard from Kunjan Samani of Bloomberg Intelligence, those second-tier companies, are they also biting
Sar,
to NVIDIA?
kommer tall nå.
See what they have to say. NVIDIA is out, folks.
De har
Let's
kommet.
get to it. First quarter adjusted EPS, 81 cents a share. That's a miss.
De bomma.
Looking for 93 cents, so 12 cents shy of what the street was expected.
Skjedde jo egentlig
expecting.
ingenting, da.
Revenue is expected to be 45 billion plus or minus 2%. First quarter revenue
Jeg traff toppen, da,
4.1
faktisk.
billion.
Men jeg skulle
That
short.
was a beat. The street
Ikke langt.
expectations was 43.29 billion. First quarter adjusted
Jeg får
gross
håpe det går
margin,
opp, da.
that was a miss. 61% versus an estimate of 71%. Company, though, saying that the second quarter outlook reflects a loss in H20 revenue of about $8 billion. Keep in mind that when that ban came from the administration, NVIDIA did do a write-down of about $5.5 billion. And Kunjan
Ja, det blir jo fall på dette. Det drittall.
not all of the estimates on the street had incorporated that full H20 ban.
Yeah, shares bouncing around right now, up about 0.8% in the after hours. They were down earlier. The company said that global demand for AI infrastructure is, quote, incredibly strong, also saying that Blackwell's NVL72 AI supercomputer is in full-scale production. The company also said the second quarter outlook reflects
Det guidingen som sterk. De bomma på alt.
about $8 billion. So I wonder if that charge
Ja, da kan det skøte opp her nå.
relatively conservative.
Pass meg ut.
Jeg lurer på om det er short-coveringer, ass.
Added $2.5 billion of H20 revenue in the first quarter. The company also saying it will pay a quarterly dividend of 1 cent per share. That will happen on July 3rd. Shares right now in the after hours are moving higher.
Ja, sant, ja, 90%.
Ja, jeg er long, jeg nå. Jeg skal ta den til meg. Jeg tror det skal ned. Det var drittall. Men guidingen er sterk, da.
Ja, ikke spill på tallene, da. Kun her og nå, følg bevegelsene.
We're getting more in the first quarter. Compute revenue, 34.16 billion, a little light. Street was looking for 35.47 billion. First quarter networking revenue, 4.96 billion. Street estimate was 3.45 billion, so that's a bit of a big beat. But again, the key headlines seem to be what it says about second quarter revenue, 45 billion plus or minus 2%. The estimate on the street is 45.5 billion. So we could have some upside, Tim, from it, or we could see some downside from it.
We're seeing shares right now higher by about
Jeg tok
3.2%.
tapp jeg nå. Ikke null på den gangen. Jeg tror det skal til gass.
Jay Goldberg, senior analyst, semiconductors and electronics at Seaport Research Partners.
Det skal litt mer opp først.
Jay, I want to get your reaction to earnings in just a minute. I should note that you
Ikke
are the
null.
only analyst listed on the Bloomberg terminal with a sell rating for NVIDIA. Does today's result keep you
Er det ikke short på basert på tallene der nå? Så det er bra,
So
det.
I have to go through the numbers first, but I would say yes. I mean, my take is that NVIDIA, the most scrutinized company on the planet, we all have a pretty good sense of what their numbers should look like this year, what their capacity is, working backwards from that.
Jeg klarte å selge på topp. Yes, jeg tror du skal drite den her nå.
There's a few things here and there, but there's not much upside possible.
Hvis ikke de klarer å levere på vekst, da kan du bare glemme at Microsoft og Apple og alle de andre klarer det, for å si det sånn.
There's just a lot of questions. The company it's a good company, it's well run. It's just gotten so big, so
2 sekunder.
they can keep the level of expectations beating that they've had for the last 3 years. That just can't keep going. And I think the headwinds are continuing.
Gullfòring ingen plass til.
In the earnings statement, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang saying global demand for NVIDIA's AI infrastructure is incredibly strong. AI inference token
Ja,
generation
det
has surged tenfold in just 1
Rockford stenger jo halv 10.
Ja, jeg kan rase, altså.
Demand for AI computing will
Litt før alle det som er
accelerate.
jo.
Jay obviously sounds upbeat, but again, you know, this is where we want to have some numbers around things.
Han sier global demand for AI incredibly strong. Hva faen skal han si for noe? Tallene hans viser at han har bomma i hvert fall.
It continues to
Ja.
cross.
Jeg er long, ja, sorry.
Jeg solgte longen min der oppe.
Maybe I need to say, I
Ja. Jeg tok ut 90%, og så satt jeg her og stoppet min her.
So I think the underlying
Vi
question
gikk jo under den
is,
linja her nå.
what are we going to do with AI?
Ja, jeg
There's a lot
støtter
of
det.
excitement around AI, but it's still in very early stages.
Får vi se.
I like to think of this as
Får
the
vi se
internet
opp
in the
dit,
1970s.
litt ned, og så får vi en inverted head and shoulder. Eller et Venusberg eller whatever.
Hva skjedde med gullet?
Take a few years for us to
Jo,
really,
nei, det gjorde ingenting,
as
det.
an industry, figure out what the actual consumer use cases and applications are. And in that process,
Jo, det er stengt frem til 12.
there's going to be some fits and starts. And I just don't think we can keep this momentum going forever. I know demand is good now, but we start to look into
Så
next
for deg
year.
så er det vel stengt litt
I
lenger.
Norge så står det at det slår forventningene.
What is the ROI of these massive GPU investments all the hyperscalers and the enterprises have made? And I don't think we've seen those yet. I think what would sort of
Hva er targeten din, Robert?
alter my belief is if somebody invents some incredible consumer application for AI
Yeah.
that would radically accelerate things.
Hey, I just want to point out, first quarter adjusted EPS,
Ja, det var kanskje
96
Robert
cents a
ment.
share. That was
Ja.
3 pennies better than what the street was
Hva er
expecting.
targeten din på Nvidia? Nei, på Nasdaq nå? Du er long.
Accurate. So
Min?
again, they
Ja.
did beat in terms of first quarter adjusted
Sikkert.
Nei, ja, min er oppå her.
21,44 sikkert.
Second quarter revenue 45 billion plus
44?
Jeg kan tenke meg at Stig har litt
Ja, altså-
salgspost der.
5.5 billion. Second
Nei, det er ikke, men altså første target nå er jo på 4,46-ish. Men jeg har en target helt opp på 21,704.
There's also another correction crossing right now. NVIDIA first quarter adjusted gross margin coming in at 71.3% versus estimates of 70%.
Da må den liksom klare å bryte ut i området her.
That gets there.
Nvidia er opp 2,5, 2,6, 59. Ja, det svinger ganske bra her.
Self-driving platform sales. I want to get back to Jay Goldberg. Jay, you made an interesting comment.
Ja, men det hadde jo earning
AI
beat.
is like the internet in the 1970s.
Ja, men du må se på forventningene. Så må du se på fremtidig vekst. Nå er priset til hypervekst.
Ja.
Og nå rammer Nvidia med 2% her.
Så får de ikke lov til å, i hvert fall i dag, da får de ikke lov til å selge til Kina.
Kanskje Trump gjorde det der med vilje, for at de leverte ikke så bra tall. Og så kommer han til å snu på regelen til uka og si jo, du får lov til å selge til Kina likevel. Og så går Nvidia opp på det.
Mest sannsynlig.
Da har han gitt Nvidia en gavepakke hvis han gjør det. Henger du med?
Ja.
For Nvidia leverte bra, det var ikke så bra. Og han kom med den meldingen rett før tallet, for han vet at det var ikke så bra. Han har kompis med Jensen. Og så kommer han til uka og sier at nei, amerikanske chipmakere får lov til å selge til Kina likevel. Da ville Nvidia gå opp som bare faen på det. For da har han jo bremset fallet på grunn av at tallene ikke var så bra. Og så kan han kjøre videre oppover. Akkurat samme skitten som han gjorde med Tesla.
Ja, ikke bremset fallet.
Nei, men det kunne falt mye nå. Han kom ut med meldingen før tallene.
Den meldingen gjør jo egentlig at det skal falle mer.
Jo, men dårlige nyheter på dårlige nyheter, sånn som han gjorde på fredag forrige uke, det ga ikke noe verre utslag. Det bare skjedde ikke noe mer. Vi falt jo på 50% tariff, så falt vi med 0,6, og så gikk vi opp 1,5.
Han får jo ofte en mye hardere rekyl.
I don't think it gets really exciting until we get something along those lines.
All right, we are talking with Jay Goldberg, Senior Analyst of Semiconductors and Electronics over at Seaport Research Partners from San Francisco. NVIDIA earnings, they have crossed, folks, and we continue to see the stock up about 2.9% in the aftermarket. Ian King with a right-through Bloomberg terminal. NVIDIA forecasts revenue of about $45 billion in the fiscal second quarter, despite losing $8 billion in revenue from China due to export controls imposed by the Trump administration. The company is ramping up production of its latest semiconductor design, Blackwell, and expects strong demand for its AI infrastructure, which the company believes will transform the economy. NVIDIA's growth is driven by its dominance, as you know, in the AI market, or in the market for AI accelerator chips. Companies increasingly offering its chips as part of whole computer systems to speed up the deployment of complex technology.
So Jay, got a little bit of an update there from Carol and from Aroni and King about the write-through when it comes to NVIDIA results. Going back to remind everybody, you're the only analyst listed on the Bloomberg terminal with a sell rating on NVIDIA. What would you need to see from the company today to have you reverse course with that decision?
So I think one of the things that sort of stands out for me is
Kameraten der må jo ha en annen syndrom.
out the door for NVIDIA products. Everybody was buying everything they could, right? And if one company couldn't take its allocation, there was somebody else who was more than willing to step in. I think the same is true of this 820.
Story lurer på om du är skuffad.
Wrote it down
Hæ?
a couple months ago.
Story lurer på om du är skuffad.
Ikke det hele tatt. Jeg tror jeg får rett, jeg. Jeg solgte, jeg gikk ulån. Solgte her nå. Jeg tror jeg får rett.
Attractive to somebody.
Hey, what?
And so.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering how much more demand there is right now. I think AI long term is important.
Uansett, om det ikke skjer noe, så har i hvert fall nå er det ikke mer sånne sinnssyke nyheter som kan komme.
I want to ask you, is it tough to have a sell rating considering the stock?
Det er ikke noe CPI eller jobless i morgen.
Ja, det bryr seg om det, ja. Det er ingen som bryr seg om det lenger.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I'm being
the only sell-rated analyst on the stock. I like being the sober contrarian.
But even with the stock, rallying as much as it did, I understand it's a bounce from being perhaps,
30. mai så är det PMI.
Courtesy of some of the news coming out of the administration.
Consumer sentiment.
Kind of conviction. You're going to hold to it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I have a good sense of,
Story, det går bra det. Jeg begynner å trade gull, jeg tjener mer penger på gull enn å trade Trump-indeksen. Jeg kaller Nasdaq for Trump-indeks, så det går fint.
I have lots of questions about it. And I'll say in the 2-3 months I've had this sell rating out there, I haven't got a lot of pushback from the street. I haven't had investors, clients telling me that I'm crazy. I've had a few people say I'm too soon. I've had a few people say I'm too late, but nobody is sort of questioning my thesis.
We're getting some additional details about challenges in China and China restrictions. Aroni and King writing on the live blog that NVIDIA missed out on $2.5 billion of sales in the fiscal first quarter and will not get a projected $8 billion in the fiscal second quarter. It's an amount per quarter roughly equal to its nearest rival, AMD's total sales. You mentioned demand of the H20 specifically. Is that what you see as the biggest risk, China and a lack of demand from China, Jay?
I think China is a big X factor just because the U.S. government's China policy is let's call it dynamic and rapidly changing day to day. I don't think that's the biggest risk. I think the biggest question I have about NVIDIA is long-term demand for AI, where it's going, what it's going to be like. In the near term, I think when I speak to corporate CIOs, they've all tested AI pilots, they've all demoed it. And what they're finding is that they get sort of 10-20% cost reductions around their AI deployments. It helps them reduce costs. Things like that, which is good, but it's not necessarily enough to justify the massive investments needed to keep NVIDIA growing the way it has been growing.
Okay. Jay, I want to go to a story. I'm just going through. I was exchanging some texts with some friends earlier because it doesn't sound like I have a group of friends and some of them are very concerned about AI and about impacts on jobs, and we're watching this really closely. Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, I've interviewed him before. Axios out this morning with a story that he basically said that AI could wipe out about half of all entry-level white-collar jobs, I'm reading from Axios right now, and spike unemployment to 10 to 20% in the next 1 to 5 years. He said this in an interview to Axios in San Francisco. Do you disagree with that? It sounds like you're not as bullish when it comes to the actual effect of AI on the workforce.
I think that, again, I'm a techno optimist, if anything. I think there will be disruptions to the labor force, but there will also be new opportunities over the long term. So I think certain low-level coding jobs, certain low-level copy editing jobs, those will start to get pretty tough. Anyone
Det er 50-50 på Nasdaq short long.
Challenge for a while until we find new ways to make use of these tools. So absolutely, in the 1900s, all the buggy whip and carriage makers and horse trainers, they were very disrupted, and we're going to see something similar. But the economy will still continue to grow, and hopefully we'll find ways to use those people to do new things with the tools we get.
I mean, hopefully, or else we're in for a real reckoning when it comes to the labor force.
Yeah, and again, I think it's very premature to talk about these sort of massive, big-term impacts.
Ja, det var i hvert fall veldig bra. Det var bra session i dag, da, Stig. Vi gjorde det bra i dag. Vi gjorde det bra i dag. Det blir spennende å se da, hvordan markedet tolker det der. Greia var at Nvidia leverte bra, men Whisper var litt dårlig, så litt dårlig guiding. Eller bra guiding, men de tok en hit fra Kina, altså det som skjer der. Og så blir spørsmålet videre hvor mye du kommer til å tape den meldingen fra Trump da. Fy faen, jeg tror feber.
Google, Microsoft, Amazon.
Ja, det kjennes ut som jeg har begynt å få noe sånt.
Feber, eller?
Jeg har suttet for mye. Ja, jeg kjenner jeg begynner å bli litt sånn sjaver i formen.
When do you think those chips will be able to hold a candle to what NVIDIA has developed?
I think we're already there today. I think Google has the TPU, their tensor processing unit. They're on their 5th or 6th generation of those.
Men tror vi virkelig at han, Donald Trump, kommer til å kjøre disse sanksjonene mot Nvidia, eller? Tror vi på det? Nei, jeg er usikker.
Jeg vet ikke. Jeg bryr meg egentlig ikke så mye.
Kommer sikkert til å snu seg til uka og bare si, nei, jeg har ombestemt meg.
We're talking to Jay Goldberg, senior analyst of semiconductors and electronics over at Seaport Research Partners. As we said, he's the only analyst listed on the Bloomberg with a sell rating.
Man, Florin begravelsesbyrået skriver testamentet, ja.
Definitely not seeing investors sell shares of Nvidia. Stock is up
Det
about
er ikke langt igjen nå.
3.3%.
Bare en fot i grava allerede, så det går fint.
Its latest quarterly update as well as outlook. And as our Ian King writes, the company, it's the world's
Nå er Nvidia
largest semiconductor company.
2,9%. Det er så morsomt. Totalt så går den faen meg mindre enn hva den gjør på en bra dag uten tall.
Slowdown in China weighed on results, but sales will be about $45 billion in the fiscal second quarter. That runs through July. That included the loss of roughly $8 billion in revenue from China because of export controls from the United States. The forecast was in line with analyst estimates.
Det er helt
So what's interesting is that even with that loss, we're talking about sales will be about $45 billion. And as our Ian King writes on our live blog,
Nasdaq
many
opp
companies
da.
confront
Ja,
the
venter på. Nasdaq stengte null
still
faktisk.
get a positive reaction from investors. So the stock, as we said, still holding on to about a 3.5% gain here in the aftermarket.
Our colleague Carmen Reinecke writing on our live blog that it seems traders are reacting to the company's revenue forecast, which is still basically in line, even with an expected $8 billion loss when it comes to H20 revenue. That signals NVIDIA is making up for the loss elsewhere. Jay, I want to bring you back in with the caveat that you haven't necessarily had the time to comb through these results. But in your view, where do you think NVIDIA could be making up for the loss in H20 revenue?
3,22 nå.
I think there's still a lot of demand from the hyperscalers. We have a bunch of
Det er null på Nasdaq. Nei, det har vært det hele dag, 4,20.
Big announcements in Saudi Arabia last week, Stargate earlier this year, UAE, Kuwait, lots of big Gulf nations. They're building out data center capacity. The hyperscalers, have had, building these plans. These data centers takes multiple years, and so they've had commitments and plans for in place for a long time now. So those are going to continue, right? I think the question is next year, can the capex continue to be at these levels? What happens there? But a lot of what we're seeing today is stuff that was planned on and committed to months ago.
So I guess it also raises the question about demand from these hyperscalers, which you said continues to remain strong. You also said that it does seem like, especially when it comes to Google, that they could have some products that, in your view, at this point, hold a candle to NVIDIA. In terms of where NVIDIA needs to go next, over the last few months, we've talked a little bit about the way...
Nå går Nvidia opp mye. 3,6. Man var opp 1,9 nettopp.
Ed Ludlow is going to have an NVIDIA earnings special, 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg TV and radio. But Jay, I'm wondering about where you think the area of growth is for NVIDIA right now. We've seen Jensen talk in recent months about self-driving cars and areas of potential growth. Where do you see the company needs to go?
I think the two are in inference compute and inference is the stage of AI computing where it sort of goes into wide adoption. When we built the model and now we need to use it, how that actually gets deployed, I mentioned earlier, it depends a lot on what we're actually doing with it. Inference is going to be the big battleground. I think NVIDIA has a lock on the training side, but the inference is looming large. How we're actually going to deploy this. We as consumers, when we interact with AI, where are those chips? Are they in our phones? Is that where the AI is being done, or is it in the data center? And I think that's a big open question. Nobody has a clear answer to that yet, and it's going to matter a lot to NVIDIA.
Hele opplaget skriker sånn opp at det
And the
er
other
jo
one is, like you
sinnssykt.
mentioned, is robots. Jensen has talked a lot about robots. It's a big theme of his.
Jeg vet hvorfor det går nå, for Jensen skal prate nå. Han skal prate en halvtime eller time han nå. CEO i NVIDIA.
Yeah, you and me both, Jay. Joining us, got to come back soon. Jay Goldberg, Senior Analyst, Semiconductors and Electronics.
Det er sånn earning call, en sånn konferanse.
Ja, men han kommer til å prate opp dette. Han kommer jo ikke til å se at det går dårlig, han kommer til å se at det går dritbra, masse kontrakter, bla bla bla.
Mandeep, we got the stock up about 3.5%.
Jeg tror faktisk at det blir en sittende med ungen min over natta.
Jeg tror han skal prate rundt da,
this company would have posted revenue which was 5% higher than the $44 billion number.
Right.
And the guide would have been almost 15-20% higher. So yeah, we're talking about $8 billion in lost revenue. So clearly, whatever they're doing, they are able to make up that revenue lost in China with some other customers because it's in line with consensus.
Where are they making up for it?
Well, I mean, there are other customers. We saw the deals in UAE. I think there is demand from other enterprise customers. And the one anecdote they provided was token generation was up 10 times.
Explain what that is.
Yeah. So the way these AI models work is if you type in a query on ChatGPT, it's going to generate, hundreds of tokens from that. It's going to be passed to the model, and the output is also, hundreds of tokens. So Google said at their I/O event, their token generation was up almost 50x. Same thing from Microsoft.
50?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And so we are getting those type of numbers from pretty much anyone who's exposed to
23 000 var det kanskje litt å dra inn litt langt og hardt.
NVIDIA is exposed through ChatGPT because all the weekly active users that are going on ChatGPT and using
green supercar.
Right. That's what's resulting in the 10x increase in tokens, and I'm not surprised that everyone needs additional compute because if ChatGPT has more users, they need additional compute. That's additional CPU.
Hele uka hvis vi har rundt det nivået her.
And that's where I think we're finding that.
Har vi ikke vært der vi har vært der siden vi har vært der i
13. mai.
Hæ?
13. mai kom vi opp dit.
Ja, det er faen meg 2 uker det.
Ja. Men det ser ut som at den setter seg opp en heftig lang, altså at den skyver opp. Enten det, så blir det en satans reaction. Den ligger akkurat på motstandsnivået og breakout.
These kind of growth rates are too hard to sustain, so you are not going to see 60-70% growth when your revenue base is
Jeg beholder longen min over natta, står det.
I mean, from that perspective, there will be
Jeg tror ikke det er så skummelt.
But look at all the hyperscalers. NVIDIA is still growing.
Men det er kun for at jeg har entry-en og 80-90 poeng under.
That are growing at a very healthy high teens rate. So from that perspective, there is still a lot of.
Så har vi bare én kontrakt, har ikke det?
China. China specific.
Det er ikke så skummelt, da.
Jeg hadde 4 av de lungene der.
Long-term effect of what the Trump administration has recently said, but also export restrictions.
Det er kråka som har smittet det.
Kråkeflu?
I mean, that is the most plausible bear case against NVIDIA because look, right now, China used to be about 20% of NVIDIA's revenue. It's very hard
Fuglegalskap, ja. Fugleinfluensen.
Initial demand, even though ChatGPT and other LLMs need more compute and they can take whatever NVIDIA is making. But in the long term, if you're looking 5 years out, without China, I mean, that's where all the secondary LLM companies are, besides, ChatGPT, Anthropic, and Google. And so you are missing out on a lot of potential customers that would have used your chips.
What did we say about DeepSeek before, that they had an update? And like we're trying to understand, so if this is all real with what
yeah, they upgraded the R1 AI model that helped propel it to global prominence earlier this year.
Now, we don't still know exactly how they're doing all of this, but if they are doing it with less advanced chips, I mean, does that make the NVIDIA story not as exciting?
No, because NVIDIA's...
And again, this is all speculation.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Totally
and look, there could be some pull forward in China, you know, with DeepSeek using NVIDIA's chips because they anticipated these kind of restrictions.
Right.
But in other regions, everyone realizes NVIDIA has the best chip. The only reason why you are going to look for an alternative is a hyperscaler looking to really kind of reduce...
Ja, nå traff vi nå den første targeten, jo ikke? 46, 446.
Yeah. And they serve traffic that's pretty much the 7 most frequently used apps on the internet.
Right.
So if they were to rely on NVIDIA, I mean, NVIDIA's revenue could actually grow 50% just by serving Google.
Does Google then send those chips? Would Google sell those chips outside?
They don't. So they don't use the chips outside of their family of apps. They just use it for Google search, YouTube, and their family of apps.
Nei, vi stopper nok her nå.
Because it's not a chip that is
For close.
generic in nature that it can serve.
Med mindre den får litt sånn ordentlig push.
It's customized for the data
Do we see
centers.
Amazon then doing that too?
I think that's
Jeg vet ikke om jeg kan se for meg det.
everyone is thinking, but so far it hasn't happened.
Når vi åpner opp, så kommer vi til å pushe videre opp, og så
Disagree with Jay Goldberg, who
ja,
just told us that he thinks that Broadcom is the
kan hende
closest
at vi treffer området oppe her
or
i
not
løpet av
necessarily
natta.
closest competitor, excuse me. And I know you can't make calls,
Yeah.
Mandy, but he's the only one who has a sell rating on NVIDIA, and he argues
Kan i
right
hvert
now
fall
that
treffe
investors should make money toward Broadcom.
610, 21
We are in
610.
an AI infrastructure super cycle, and this is a tide that will lift all the boats. Broadcom will benefit, other chip makers will benefit, so it's very hard to say only Broadcom will benefit AI infrastructure demand, and I think that's where
Ja, det er
you're
faen meg
totally
avgjort.
to put a sell rating on a stock like NVIDIA.
All right, so stock is up 4%, and certainly investors buying in the aftermarket. There is a headline that crossed about 10 minutes ago that NVIDIA is saying may be unable to create a competitive product for China. Would have to foreclose from competing in China market. China market foreclosure would materially hit the business.
Jeg håper at den 704-nivået er såpass større magnet.
If you want to see multiple expansion in a stock like NVIDIA, you got to convince the investors that you can keep growing 20-25%. And the way you do that is by showing pockets of demand, geographic diversification. If you lose out China revenue, suddenly everything is like, okay, you're too dependent on hyperscalers. What if Amazon actually develops a chip and reduces their dependency altogether on NVIDIA? And so that is the big bear case, the concentration of customers, and that's where losing China revenue is a risk.
So Mandeep, is this just saying, here, we're laying it out for you just to understand?
Yeah,
in
it's
terms
one of those
China.
risks, yeah.
Is that pressure on the Trump administration?
Not really, because they keep beating their numbers like this. I mean,
But
you're
you
in
know
the
what I
administration,
mean.
you see the numbers and you're like, these guys can manage without China revenue.
But if they're warning of that impact in terms of China, is that kind of a little bit of a subtle, considering you just traveled with them to the Middle East, a little bit of a subtle message reminder?
That's a fair characterization. I would agree with that.
Okay.
I want to bring in Joe Kaiser, CEO and Managing Director at Mercato Partners. It's a growth stage investment firm. It's got over $1 billion in assets under management. Mercato Partners. He joins us from Salt Lake City. Joe, you've had a chance to sit back and look at some of these results over the last 30 minutes or so. First quarter data revenue coming in close to estimates. Second quarter forecast solid despite an $8 billion in expected lost China sales. The company's stock up about 4% in the after hours. What's your view?
I think this growth and the profitable growth that we're seeing is really unprecedented. In the venture community, we still use a term called Rule of 40. So it's combining the top line growth rate coupled with EBITDA margin. And I haven't seen the EBITDA number, but if we use the prior quarter's EBITDA number, they're approaching 200 from a Rule of 40 standpoint. And to give you some historic precedent when Microsoft and Apple were at the same.
De skal tape $2 milliarder i andre kvartal, det de sier. Neste kvartal på grunn av China.
Respectively. So this is truly unprecedented performance. And at the end of the day, what we're seeing is probably the greatest invention in the history of mankind and the company that singularly powers that. And that's the performance that we're seeing before us now.
Are you bullish that
Nei, jeg vil ikke ha noe til.
Joe, to this company, Jay Goldberg is not.
Well, I think it pays to be provocative at some occasions, but yes, I think there's a lot of upside. I think, when we think about the deployment of AI, particularly in enterprise applications, both in the United States and abroad.
Hitta en av dem og så bare reacta med en gang. Men
They've talked about the data center deployment around the world, across the GCC countries as well as domestically. Lots and lots of runway in that regard. So there is a long road ahead for NVIDIA.
Joe, I know you're well versed on the power side of AI, but I want to bring Mandeep in on
Function
that.
breakout, function breakdown.
I think about, doing
Altså,
like
det er jo-
basic charts and we're like the ramp up
Som
of
sagt, hadde man visst av det, så hadde man jo vært mange millionærer.
where AI deployment and usage might be limited because we just don't have the
Derfor vi
power.
better på at den går en eller annen veien ved sportområder eller motstandsområder.
Performance per power watt that your likes of
Og skalpe dem i stedet for å prøve å holde. Så du tror at den skal helt ned, så går den ikke. Går den ned, så den har stått ut.
But NVIDIA's GPUs
Ja, der trynet faen meg gull. Satan i helvete.
and that is the constraint right now. Everyone acknowledges
Oi, hva skjedde der da?
constraint, so from that perspective also NVIDIA does have an
Fy faen,
Joe, I
ja.
see you nodding. This is certainly your wheelhouse, given the history of what you've done and
Oi.
the firm and outside of the
Se
firm
gula.
too. How is NVIDIA doing this?
Hvorfor
And how
short her?
solid and how big is their moat?
Fy
Jo,
faen.
skulle jo shorten.
Well, that is one of the big.
Jeg satt jo og pratet.
The Blackwell chip is the
Å,
power
herregud.
consumption from Hopper to Blackwell, and that is one of the key breakthroughs. A lot of people, including the hyperscalers, talk about the lack of power as the headwind here. The reality is, we as a nation, we have the resources, we have the technologies. I invested in a company, Taurus, which has solved the storage challenge.
Den frister å kjøpe litt da, gjør det ikke det?
Long-term standpoint,
Nei.
I think a guest
Hvor langt ned tror du den kan falle da?
small modular reactors in the
Ja, jeg tror vi skal ned til 50-44 områder.
Right, but SMRs are taking a while. Yeah, we're still talking quite a
You know
quite a
when you're
runway.
back-
Om ikke lenger.
Everybody talks about it, and SMRs are the way to go. But it's going to be several years before we really see that.
Ja, jeg fikk lyst til å kjøpe den, jeg skal
I
ikke gjøre
think
det.
the challenge is we have plenty of natural gas as a country.
Tjente
as
plutselig
well.
3500.
Talk is, well, it takes a decade to build a power plant, but the reality is
Ja, det var jo faktisk det under som har suttet og ventet hele fette dagen på gull.
process and the process of getting
Og så fikk du ikke shorta den?
right to turn on and
Nei,
use the power out
Ja,
of
den var
the
kjip.
plant. So if we
Satt og pratet med Shorty om
Han
Nasdaq.
bouncer rett opp med den her nå.
states like Utah are in the early
Faen, ass.
Ja.
planning, but that is the long pole in the tent.
Så sikkert opp etter 3290.
Two guests. We've got Joe Kaiser. He's CEO and
Neste,
managing director at
neste
Ricardo Partners out there in Utah.
breakdown-område, og
Mandeep
så
Singh, Tech
reacte
News
det,
Radio,
og så går det
Bloomberg
ned.
Intelligence right here in our
Nei, jeg skal ikke kjøpe den. Jeg har gått for langt. Det har gått for mye allerede.
Tim Stock is
Ja,
now
det var feil navn i en story.
Yeah, first
Det
quarter
er så
data center
typisk sitte
revenue
og vente på en trend i hele dag og bare
despite that $8 billion in expected loss to China sales. NVIDIA shares are rising in extended trading. It's providing a boost to other chip stocks as well. We're seeing shares of Micron also higher in the after hours by about 1.4%. Mandeep, you've been glued to the
Ja, jeg
terminal
sa det.
looking through these numbers. You got to go in a minute. What's the last thought you want to leave us with ahead of this call?
I mean, sovereign AI is a big opportunity
Sovereign-
for
sovereign AI.
which is where you would put, revenue from the likes of UAE, Saudi Arabia, the deals they just signed. I just want to get a sense of how big this could get, because so far this was like
Ja, Robert
low
sitter bare og
double-digit
snorker.
revenue in terms of the revenue exposure that NVIDIA had.
Faen, fint brått da. Det var jo...
Losing China revenue.
Han gikk jo rett opp igjen.
How many types of entities, sovereign entities.
Det var faktisk $15 det, rett ned.
Language model infrastructure like
Det er heftig.
Ja, men faen, kunne du kjøpt den også?
And that would determine, you know, the pace
Ja,
of growth when it comes to the
jeg tør ikke.
non-hyperscale piece of Nvidia's growth.
The Middle East trip makes so much more sense, right?
Maybe they should be doing more trips with the administration.
Well, where else
Så det er bare 6 minutter igjen til vi skal close, så...
EU, you've got so many pockets where there is so much sensitivity around AI in terms of, you know, developing your own AI, serving it with your own infrastructure, that's the real bull case when it comes to sovereign AI.
What can I ask one last question? Cash equivalents, marketable securities, 53.7 billion, up from 31.4 billion a year ago, and 43.2 billion a quarter ago. What do they need to do? They tried to buy ARM, couldn't do it, right? Do they need to do bigger dividends? Do they need to do buybacks, or what do you think?
I mean, stock buybacks. This company is generating as much free cash flow as Apple now. We're close to $100 billion.
En gyllen regelstory er å ikke sitte med over natta. Det er da jeg har tapt penger. Taper ikke penger på tradinga. Det er over natta du taper penger. Hvis du bommer, så bommer du noe jævlig. Hvis du har gevinst, ta gevinsten og begynn på nytt i morgen. Alle tapene mine er når jeg er over natta.
And a managing director at Mercado Partners.
Motstander hele dag, OCN. Vært motstander hele dag. Prater om det hele dag.
Wall Street Time on Bloomberg TV and radio, Joe. Before that, we will hear from him on the call. What's the biggest unanswered question that you have right now? Given that you've had a chance to look through these results, shares up, by the way, by about 4.7%.
Så har du hele settingen der.
Story, jeg har tjent på alle tradesene mine, nesten i hvert fall, over 90% av dem. Jeg sitter i ballefeil, for jeg tok en short over natta, og våknet opp med 1000 poeng i trynet. Lær av meg, ikke gidd å sitte over natta. Det har ingenting med trading å gjøre. Det er bare grådighetstrekk.
So when is that still scheduled for June rollout? That's a big factor. Obviously,
Og jeg skal aldri gjøre meg. Fytte helvete. Jeg kommer faen meg aldri i mål. Ja, da kan det se story. Da må du ikke gjøre det på nytt nå. Ha gevinst. Begynn på nytt i morgen.
The Blackwell China chip is something to listen for.
Joe Kaiser, CEO and managing director at Mercado Partners, joining us from Salt Lake City.
Jeg tror alle fatter den jævlig på hverandre.
Let's take a look at some stocks on the move. We're joined by Denitsa Sikova, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter.
Det gikk opp 1000 penger på en dag. Eller hva faen det var for?
Just an incredible today. The stock closed 15% higher, but at one point today it was up 36%. Of course, this comes after a difficult stretch for the company, but it's coming on back of the retail upping their full-year outlook. So previously, their full-year net sales growth, the higher band was 5%.
Nei, det går ikke an å tenke på.
Currently, it's 6%.
Mye man kunne ha
And
gjort.
clearly, the reaction is very positive. Not everything in the report was that rosy, but clearly, analysts and investors are very focused on that outlook number. And of course, tariffs. They have featured approximately 50 million of tariff expenses in that number, so that's obviously a big source of relief. The combination of increasing that outlook and featuring the impact of tariffs. It's interesting that Hollister brand did very, very well. Their namesake brand Abercrombie didn't do that well. Actually, same store sales fell 10% compared with 29% growth the year before.
Jeg har jo tradet Gud i dag også, står det.
Another positive thing in the report that's perhaps bringing enthusiasm is that Abercrombie has been reducing exposure to China. It's about 7% now, and Vietnam is the top retailer. So some optimism today.
Let's go to Fannie Mae, because it was up in the market as well, up more than 2%.
Yeah, Fannie Mae is close 2% higher. Freddie Mac jumped about 5%. Obviously, there has been the news that the president wants to take those companies public, and what has happened since then is now both stocks are at the highest level since 2008. Today, we had more news is that President Donald Trump said the U.S. government will maintain guarantees in.
Nei, jeg vil vente til jeg tar ut pengene mine fra Copy, så vi begynner der hvor jeg begynte i starten. For jeg puttet opp i masse penger for å tåle bevegelsene. Så vent til neste uke, så gjør vi det sånn som vi pleier å gjøre det. Bare gir det, jeg må ta ut alle pengene mine. Og begynne på nytt.
And Okta, also on your radar today.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest losers today. It's closed down 16% lower. Investors are saying that this is just a very conservative outlook, but nevertheless, the cybersecurity company gave a weaker than expected outlook for the second quarter. We saw a lot of people maintaining targets, but there is a lot of fear there. Stock is still up a lot this year, so it's a high-flying name getting a lot of pressure.
We're going to throw in one more because we have to. NVIDIA, it's up more than 5% here in the aftermarket after being pretty mellow in the regular session, but up more than 5%, so pretty much near its highs. This as the company gave a solid forecast as a slowing China market. There's been restrictions on what it can sell into China, but nonetheless, so far the numbers very upbeat, up about 5% in the aftermarket.
That first quarter data center revenue coming in close to estimates as well. Big thank you to Denitsa Sakova, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. And for more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
6:30 p.m. Wall Street time on TV and radio. Our own Ed Ludlow stalking.
Da snacks vi I morgen, eller klokka 12, for å se hvordan det åpner opp her. Jeg må ta noen piller, jeg faen har feber. Helvete. Takk for I dag, my friends.